For centuries we were silent, now it's our turn. We've been rebuked, accused, there's no concern. Treated bad, talked down till we gon' burn. But just like reason obeys itself and ignorance admits, we won't stop it till it's normal to admit. Yeah. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, one more time, say it loud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, say it loud. Say it loud, one more time.
What's up to the YouTube fam? Say what's up in the chat over there. What's up, Marduk? Hey, Fresh from Florida. Welcome back, y'all. I missed y'all. Hey, Shodan. How are you doing? What's up, Mac Time? Absurdist Ichthyus, what's up? Brian in the chat on YouTube. Let's see if they show up, Brian. I don't know if this question is too hard for them. Whoa, that was cool. Who sent that? Thank you, Joshua. Y'all keep tapping the screen. I don't know if we're on the FYP, y'all. Can somebody check to see if we're on the FYP? It looked like it's just a fam in here. Dang, thank you. Thank you, Relax It. That was so pretty. That was cool. Thank you so much. We're on the are we on the For You page? Because it looks like I'm just seeing nerds in the chat. And I don't want to get too deep off into not on the FYP. Fuck TikTok for this shit. We have to do this every night now for some odd reason.
We on there.
Full of it.
We can't be on there. It's only super nerds in the chat. I only see nerds in the chat.
I'm on a whole different account, and I don't even have you as a friend. I just scrolled through and it popped up.
Why is it that I'm only seeing nerds in the chat? Unless they're sitting on the outside. Justine said it's not on her FYP.
I'm scrolling through it again. I just logged out.
Just keep going. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, keep going. We're first 15 minutes into the stream. Let's see what it do. Y'all just keep feeding the beast and let's see. Yeah, I think so. Okay. All right, Angela, thank you. All right, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Hex, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Hey, Hemi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I wanted to let you know that, of course, righteous free will is just free will that's totally tubular, man. That's what it is.
I guess we'll find out.
Right.
We'll find
Yeah, I heard you say that, and I was like, righteous free will? What
Yeah.
on earth?
Yeah. Apparently Adam and Eve could only be righteous before they ate from the tree. And that's what their free will allowed them to do is is be righteous. And I don't I need that explained to me.
I it sounds not correct at all. Like at all.
Does it ever, Hemi?
I mean, I mean,
I mean,
there.
does it
You
ever?
got
Like
it there.
would these lives exist if it ever did?
Right? We would all be like, "Oh, yo, that makes total sense." You know what? I don't need to do it live anymore. No,
Yeah,
we're
we'd be like,
wrapping
"Oh,
up,
thank you,
folks.
Jesus, hallelujah, I'm a Christian."
Hallelujah.
Yeah, we'd be sitting in pews because if it made sense, right?
I just I don't know. I just every time I put out all hope that somebody is going to make sense of it, and then they start speaking, and I'm like, oh, oh, that hope's dashed now. Thank you.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Well, hopefully we get like my goal is just to understand how they see it, and how they think that I should see it. They can make it make sense for me, but it doesn't. Righteous free will doesn't even sound right. And then why? As I told them, I said like if they had righteous free will, then your God was testing His own will. That doesn't make sense. You're saying that all they could do was the will of your God, but He wanted to test their free will. Make it make sense. I need that
I'm
shit to make
testing
sense.
you to test me to make sure I know that you know that I know this.
Oh my God, Hemi, why you sound like?
Do I sound like the old heralds of ye old times? Hear ye, I am here to test me on my ability to know if I
Oh
know
my
what you know,
God.
that I know that you know I know.
Oh my God. I was not ready for that, Hemi. God damn, I was not ready. Right.
And that's why we're friends. Because I throw the curveballs. I throw the curveballs. And now you're all believers in Jesus and God and all that because of sure, why not?
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This shit is a trip. But why you sound like you could be God?
Because that's the voice. I literally funny. Do you know Trust but Verify?
No.
He's another account on here who he does a lot of the conversations and stuff like that, and he usually uses street epistemology. Trust. I go on his from time to time, and I'll read something. And today, actually, I was on there and I read from the Chronicles of Narnia, and they made it. They declared it, and they even voted on it. And I must now, every time I go into his live, I must be pulled up to read from something, anything. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm supposed to read.
You have the God voice.
I do, especially when I use my good mic. Unfortunately, I'm at work now, so it's like not as good as it could be. But I'll have to join up. Maybe if you're still going on in the morning when I get home, I'll try joining up with my good mic, and I can hear, so that way you can hear the goodness of the good mic and how I read from that.
That sounds good. I appreciate you for that laugh, Hemi.
Always.
All right. Have a good one.
Too.
Bye, Henny.
I was not ready for that at all.
And like I said, I'll try joining up again, like early in the morning whenever I get off,
Okay.
just so you can hear the good mic quality.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. You want to drop me down for your algorithm?
I don't know that even matters because I don't ever
Oh,
do it, but I got you.
okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Continue to nurture the algorithm. We're at 113 shares with 19 minutes into the live stream. I appreciate y'all for getting us to 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. That that laugh was much needed. That was hilarious as hell. Unexpected. Unexpected.
Yeah, pretty good voice.
Huh? You
I
said pretty
said
good voice? Yeah.
it was a pretty good voice. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to get the guest box to open. Come on and open, bro. Ugh, gosh, TikTok be pissing me off. Are you able to bring somebody up? Because I can't get the request open.
Yeah, I got him. It was a recent
Oh,
guest.
option ain't in there on purpose.
Well, summary option.
Yeah, option in on accident. Hex, are you in the request box on purpose on accident? I'm telling you, this ain't the normal FYP. Ain't no way.
It's not.
Joe Robinson? Joe
Hey,
Robinson.
hey.
Hi,
I'm
how are
just
you?
I'm here with Open Books Raid.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you come up on
How are you?
accident?
No, no, no. I was just when I first popped in, I wasn't sure. I'm so new to TikTok. I wasn't sure if we were supposed to request up or just be here. So I don't need to necessarily be here. Just want to say
Oh,
hi.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. You're so welcome. Thank you, Open Book, for recommending the live and sharing the live with your viewers. I hope you enjoy the conversations in here tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Hex, are you in the box on purpose, love? Are you requesting on purpose or on accident? Y'all, I'm going to do a reset because something isn't right. Because all I'm seeing are nerds in the request. I mean, in the chat. Hey Hex, what's up?
Hi, Thinker.
Hello.
I was just hopping up because it's my birthday today, and I wanted to say thank you for being in my life.
Happy birthday.
So,
Can I sing happy birthday to you?
Just to be
Oh, the
closer to her,
21st.
to hear her murmured words as though she was whispering them to
I'm so
What
sorry.
is that?
Hello?
What was that? What are you listening to?
Hold on.
What are you listening to?
I have okay, so I have this book on as well, and it's playing.
Not your card telling on you. Are you reading romantic fiction?
It's so embarrassing. Okay, so it's Midnight Sun. It's like the Edward version of Twilight, and I'm so embarrassed now.
Oh my god! I thought you was reading part of the Bible.
Oh no, not right now. Not on my birthday. Not on my birthday. No.
20th or
No.
21st first Hex.
What?
20th or 21st.
The 20th.
This is my
I'm on,
anniversary, so a beautiful,
Oh.
beautiful. Love it.
Oh, love it. Yes. It's so fun because the other day I had a really good time listening because you had all the XJWs up, and my spouse is an XJW. So it was just really funny. I was just sitting there listening, and I'm telling him, I'm oh my god, we got to listen to this later together because this was crazy. But
Did y'all listen to it? Did he see
Not
anything
yet, 'cause he-
relatable? Oh, okay.
no, but a lot of the stuff that oh my goodness, was it Moon whatever
Yeah,
that
Moonstorm.
person was. Oh my gosh, I just passed two deer. Sorry, my ADHD. Yeah, so he has told me some of the same things And it was wild, like, to listen to you guys and like listen to that person talking, and I just felt a lot of empathy, so I feel for that community, the XJWs. His whole
Yeah.
family they were all JWs, and they all left, like, kind of at separate times, but all around the same, like, juncture. And then I met him after he left, so like but he still has a lot of like religious trauma to process, because it really interferes a lot with different things like shame. But he's married to a therapist, so
You're a therapist, Hex?
yeah, I'm a therapist, and then I'm getting my PhD in counseling psychology.
Oh, that's
Um,
what's up. I bet you just love these conversations.
oh, I do. Actually, I plan to get into contact with you because I'm actually planning on doing more research related to TikTok and social media as it relates to like deconstruction. And
Okay.
I do like I want to like I've talked to Zena now today, and then a couple other people, but I'm just trying to like, this is all preliminary. I don't graduate until 2027, but I'm trying to get this project going ahead of that. And I want to be in communication with people to kind of understand different perspectives, because my main research interest now is deconstruction and religious trauma, besides the other stuff that I do, like corporal punishment, eating disorders, and then I love substance use, all that stuff. So I have a lot of different clinical background, different therapy background, but what was I going to say? Oh, I have been in the vetting process for the secular therapy project too. I'm not on their website yet, but I'm still working on it. And then next year I have internship, and I don't know where I'll end up for that. So yeah, lots of work, lots of projects.
That's what's up. Any way that I can help you, definitely let me know. Um, any, I mean, you have access to the YouTubes, but um, like any notes or research, or if you wanted me to, like, if you have like a set of questions that you want to sit and ask me, pertaining to how I see the conversations, any type of, you know, help, just let me know.
Absolutely. I will say it's been interesting to be able to sit back and like listen and take it in, because I deconstructed quite a while ago. But I will say I feel like I'm in a constant state of deconstruction just by listening to these different TikTok lives. Like you're my first besides Justin, but then I kind of like branched out, and I started noticing how a lot of you guys are connected, like Lords and Xena and Kate and Fluff. Like all of you are connected, like in some sort of way. There's a line of connection, and I highly value and respect your guys' opinions. And like I'm very interested in some sort of qualitative study where I have a discussion with you all and your experiences.
That would be cool.
And it's just so, you play such an important role, and you guys have kept me sane while I've been out here in Oklahoma by myself. Like, it's so annoying out here, and like it's the state of the world right now, the state of the country, and the way it is out here in this state is just tragic sometimes. And I feel like I find some sort of community here, and I feel really valued by the people I communicate with in the chat. Like, and I love coming in for a laugh from Oso, like so it's super helpful, and you're doing the fucking work. Like, it's amazing to me, like the energy. And I remember the first time I came up here, it was a long time ago now, and I just remember asking about like self-care, and I still like, and how this is a form of self-care for me, but in a very respectful way, not like it's more of like oh yeah, that biblical verse really is something I never looked at, and it helps me deconstruct, and it helps me have empathy and so much love for my clients that have gone through some of the most horrendous shit. Like, I I'm not, obviously, I won't go into too, I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I've had clients where I had a client that was, there was corporal punishment used with them in a waterboarding style because they didn't listen to their parent, like when they were a kid.
Oh,
It's like the stuff that I hear that religious trauma does. Like your work is so important, and I just wanted to thank you that you're a gift in my life, and that's how I wanted to spend my birthday today. I've been going around, and I said that to Zena, and I appreciate you as well, Thinker. I really do.
oh well, thank you so much for sharing that with me. I want to and for choosing your birthday to come up and share that it means a lot to me. I do want to sing happy birthday to you before you go though.
You want to what?
I want to sing happy birthday to you before you go. Selena, do you want to join me and sing happy birthday to Hex?
It's gonna be a lag, and then my husband is snoring.
Oh, okay. Do you mind if I sing happy birthday to you before you go?
I love it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hex. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
And
Hex.
many more.
That was your husband snoring, Selena.
Yeah, I had to get him real quick.
No, I'm joking. Hex, I'm glad
Selfishly,
that you can. Huh?
oh, sorry. I must have cut out. I just wanted to say I'm selfishly gonna go back on the YouTube and screen record that and save that for every year now. So thank you, Thinker.
You're so welcome. I'm glad you had a
I
beautiful
appreciate
day
that.
today. You're so welcome. Today in about 30 minutes, 5 will be 2 in about 30 minutes. So, and then their birthday parties. Lil Mama is still here. She turned 1 3 days ago, the 18th. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, 3 days ago she turned 1, and then so 5 will be 2 uh, tomorrow, the day after your birthday, and then their
Oh,
party is tomorrow. So I have a busy day tomorrow. I have brunch with my daughters, and then the grandkids' birthday party on top of everything else tomorrow. So I'm gonna be one time grandmama.
oh my goodness. That makes me. I don't know if you subscribe. I don't really subscribe too much to this, but you got a lot of Scorpios on your hand.
Well, Leos and Leos, Scorpios, and Cancers, and that's it. And I feel like I want to go Leos, Scorpios, and Cancers. Oh my! Because how in the fuck did we all get in one family? What? Like, yeah.
Ah. My partner, he's a Gemini, so he's a June. He's oof, he's fun. He's very fun. But oh my goodness, thank you so much for that. I appreciate everyone, and I'm excited to see what happens on the live tonight. So, I hope you have a good rest of your night, and thank you so much for having me up.
You're so welcome. Have a great rest of your night as well, and happy birthday again.
Thank you. Can you let me down?
I got you. Go back to your book.
Oh,
Go back. Yeah. Y'all, and also I want to announce. So if y'all remember me saying that there was a community member that needed our help, I can't say too much because TikTok will then start tripping on the live. But I'm getting ready to post who their what I not their information, but what I want y'all to do. I'm getting ready to put in the Discord if you are able. Okay. Just check the Discord if you can. I can't do it out loud on the live because TikTok will flag us. But if the community can come through, just whatever you can, and then I will send it to them. Okay. This person was a part of the shutdown, trying to catch up, and they were scared. They were scared to ask for help. Um, and that's what we deconstructing from, right? Is being afraid to ask for help. But y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, I think I need to do a reset. I don't know it. Are we in here? Is it just us?
Looking in the thing, it is.
It's just us. It's just nerds in here. I feel like when I go live, it's putting like it's doing some like uh sub only, and then the people who come in who are not necessarily a nerd are the previews. Because this doesn't this is not the regular FYP. There's no way. Okay, I'm finna shut down. I'll be right back. Okay, YouTube, stay up.
All right.
All right.
I'll be right back. All right.
Trial wrongly. I'm sure, I know people in my community that have been taken to trial and were not found guilty. They were innocent, and they are good people. So just because they were taken to trial, am I supposed to believe that they are a bad person?
Okay,
That's the logic you're giving me right now.
2 times, maybe 3 times, 42
you
times.
have to understand.
Nah.
You have to understand. This is somebody.
And what you need to not only just go 42 records. You need to look at what the records are saying that he did. What is allegedly charged against him.
Okay, so tell me, you're the one that's doing the research. What was the charge?
He just told you one of them was murdering somebody.
He never murdered anybody. But
he never actually made it to trial on that because they on the live, the mob on the live, so they never made it to trial on that.
Oh, okay. So what's the next one?
I'm more concerned about the doctrine. That was new to me, but
okay. Well, I'm addressing what this guy is saying now.
Oh no! I'm just saying
so many court cases and trials, but he was never convicted of anything. I know people that were sentenced. I know people that had court cases but were never convicted.
I'd rather follow
I'm not going to just blanket and say, oh, this person is bad.
I'd rather follow Jesus because I know.
It's in the ad like so.
All the women who said drop Lilith's song next, this YouTube, I am so sorry. I didn't know. I read a comment and I was like, what are they listening to? And I looked down and they had dropped into a Christian live. And so while they were waiting on the while they were waiting on the live to reset, I had YouTube listening to a Christian live on accident.
Damn.
I looked over at the comments and I was like, I was trying to talk to the YouTube chat and wondering if they could still hear me while I reset. And I saw the comments say she told us to stay here and we got to sit here and listen to this shit. And I looked at the phone. I'm like, what are they talking about? And they had dropped into a Christian live and it said the truth about salvation. So they being preached to while I'm resetting. And it was a second because TikTok had to do a whole ass update. So my bad.
Damn.
They was arguing about Jeebus. Oh, it worked. RP's a Christian now. God damn it, we lost RP. Jesus got RP back. All right, y'all. Let's see if the second time is a charm. Y'all know I hate to ask y'all to do it again, but let's feed the algorithm. I just added Selena to the live. Oh, there she go. Okay. Reset gift code. Thank you.
Acting crazy.
Huh?
They kicked me to another live just now.
Just now when I added you up.
Yeah.
I, did your husband reset when the live reset? Because before I couldn't hear him snore. Now I can.
Yeah, he tired from our long day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, before when you was like, he's gonna snore. And when you would come off mute, he just sounded like a peaceful sleeper. And it seemed like he reset when the live reset. I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
we celebrated 19 years today.
Oh, say what? Who turned 19?
I said we celebrated 19 years today.
19 years?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
That is no easy thing.
Oh. But I wouldn't change it.
That's what's up. Y'all, I'm trying to open the gift. Fuck TikTok. I'm just so over them. I can't get the gift request open. It ain't opening. I keep getting a message saying something went wrong. Never mind. There it is. I think it's because of that live fest thing. I don't really want to do it. Like,
yeah.
What? I don't know. I think they had to like put the live fest things in there. I think that's why my ads probably went on the FYP, because of the live fest thing. And it's taking forever for that. But if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open 21 and up. We'd love to go ahead and get some conversations going. We've been live now for about 41 minutes. Selena, are you able to see the guest request box?
Yeah, hold on a second.
This gift thing is taking forever. I just want to say fuck it. Like,
oh, the person that was in there dropped out.
maybe they're private.
Could be.
Let's see. I think it's the live fest thing. It's definitely got to be that because I can't get the box. Fuck TikTok. This dang. Okay, y'all, keep sharing the live. Let's get the live to 100 shares before 15 minutes. I can't get the multi-guest box open. Is it?
Wow.
We chase stars. So the nerd badge you have though is not a super nerd. You don't have the super nerd for the subscription is the badge with the orange outline. The smaller nerd badge is it's a like the fan club when you just send a heart me. Atheism is a religion, Ozane. Girl, I can't get this box open. I don't know. Whoever's in the multi-guest, Jesus don't want you to come up. I don't know. I can't get my multi-guest request box open. And if you're a private account, ain't nobody finna. No one's gonna be able to see ya. No one's gonna be able to see you but me. So, I mean, you're just stuck there. Unless you unprivate your account so a mod can bring you up. But I can't bring you up right now. I don't know. TikTok needs to stop doing shit. Like, we shouldn't have to work this hard just to go live. The shit, it's starting, like, it barely works anymore.
It seems like it's getting worse.
Yeah, like this is ridiculous. I can't even get the request box to open. Damn. Motherfucker, open.
It's ridiculous.
It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know. Nothing on the tools thing is working. What the fuck, bro? They always break shit. That's why I don't fuck with Facebook. I don't fuck with Instagram. Like, I don't even have the shit on my phone. Like, I take that back. I had to download Facebook again for AEX, because they use Facebook Messenger. But I don't have Instagram on my phone. I don't fuck with them. I'm sorry. I don't know. If you're in the guest request box and you're trying to come up, the only way you're going to be able to come up is if you're not a private account, because I cannot see the guest request. I can't open the guest request. If I have to do another reset, I'm going to be pissed. But that's what it's looking like. Because I can't open the fucking guest request. The gift gallery just fucking opened. How long have I been sitting here trying to get that open? No, it just did an update when we restarted. It did the update during the restart already, AG. It's all this live fest shit. Like, I don't give a damn about a live fest. I'm not trying to go nowhere with y'all asses. I don't care about that. Oh my fucking gosh. Y'all, I'm gonna have to do a restart. I can't do anything.
Okay.
This is fucking stupid, and I am so sorry. I really am.
But it's all good. It's not your fault.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, we'll try again.
Okay.
Also here another one. That is our number 12. Put one for me.
So everybody knows about.
So the reason why they can't make it up.
I need the help of TikTok and
Third time's a charm, YouTube fam. Thank y'all so much for being patient with me while I deal with raggedy daggedy TikTok. And hopefully this time we are able to get into some conversation and we're able to move forward, because this is ridiculous. But it is what it is. Can't do anything about that. But we're here. Right, that wasn't so bad. And I can I can open the guest box. So we're doing good on that. At least I think I can open the guest box. So yeah. All right, let's work on the shares. I'm going to play the song, and maybe we can get some people in the room to discuss this topic with us. Again, I want to know how free was the free will prior to the garden, and if, like, why Adam could not have been abusive. Hold on, maybe we have someone who's ready to have a conversation. Sadkar?
yes,
How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible? And before you do that, I just want to ask the chat to continue to share the live. I know this is third time as a charm. Let's get the shares to 100 before 15 minutes is up, and continue to feed the beast. Satar, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
Okay, and which one of the topics on the post that you want to discuss today?
I wanted to be to talk about the first one, the very first top one that you have.
Sure. What if Adam was abusive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's entertain that for a moment.
Yeah.
What if Adam was abusive? Well, if Adam was abusive, I mean, he would be doing that with himself for life. Don't you think?
You say he would be doing what?
That with himself for life.
With himself?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Meaning that, like, God would have been like, what is this guy doing? Like, I'm not going to create Eve if he's just being like this. Like, why would he do that?
I mean, are you sure about that? Like, think about the laws your God gave for women, for the female species after that.
After what? Like,
after they left the garden. Hold on. After they left the garden, right? Okay. And humanity had spread out across the globe. He gave laws to Moses. Think about the laws he gave to Moses pertaining to the female Israelites. Do you know the laws that he gave to Moses pertaining to the female Israelites?
I'm trying to understand where you're going. I thought we were still talking
we
about
are. You just said he wouldn't do it. We are. You said your God would not allow that because he would not create Eve and just let Adam abuse her. That's what you said. And so I said, are you sure? I'm sorry?
No, I was just referring to like just saying like if Adam was abusive, I mean, Eve wouldn't be even in the picture.
That's why I'm asking, are you sure? And that's why I'm asking you, are you familiar with the laws your God created for female Israelites?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I know the laws, but I'm just trying to figure out where.
Hold on. Okay. If you would listen, right, and let me explain my point to you. If you're saying that your God's character goes against him allowing a male to mistreat a female in the beginning of time, then
that's not what I said.
You say he would not have created Eve for Adam if he was going to allow Adam to abuse her. Isn't that what you just said?
Okay, let's go all the way back to the actual story.
I'm sorry. Is that what you said? I'm sorry. 1 second. Sakar. Is that what you said? Your God would not have created Eve for Adam if he was going to allow Adam to be abusive. Did you not say that?
I said if Adam was being abusive to himself, he would not have thought of Eve.
To himself? What do you mean to himself?
Because man was created before female.
But I didn't say Adam was abusing himself. I said to Eve. Why are you saying to himself?
I mean, I didn't see Eve in the question. I just was saying based on the knowledge.
Are you serious right now? It says, what if Adam was abusive and you thought that meant Adam abusing himself?
Yeah, because he would be.
That's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought. Like, what made you just, pretend like Eve wasn't in the story? What made you do that?
I mean, because if we're just talking about just Adam, we would just be viewing him.
Who would Adam be abusing? He said himself. Adam would be abusing himself. Therefore, God loves Adam so much that he would not have created Eve because Adam was going to abuse himself. That makes sense to you, Sakar?
Very much so in that scenario, yeah.
That makes sense to you. First off, I don't know why you think it would make sense that I would put up a post asking why if Adam could abuse himself when there are two characters, human characters in this story. Like, I don't know why you thought that would make sense for me, a mortal woman educated in 2025. I have no idea why you thought that, but you did for some odd reason. I also don't understand why you think Adam abusing himself would prevent your God from creating Eve. That makes no sense whatsoever. And even if you take Eve out of the equation, you would have to say that your God loves humans so much that if they harm themselves, he would not create them. And that includes the laws that he created when they left that garden. Because even for male Israelites, if they fucked up, your God said kill them. If they worshiped another God, your God said kill them. Your God did not love y'all's flesh. So I'm talking, hold on. Your God didn't have this loyalty to your flesh suit the same way you have loyalty to your flesh suit. And he said it in his laws. It's Deuteronomy chapter 13. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verses 6 through 11. He told the Israelites, if your mother, your brother, your son, your daughter, your father, your best friend tries to get you to worship another God, your hands must kill him. You must be the first to stone him. And then everybody in the assembly has to come together and stone them to death. That is Deuteronomy chapter 13.
His stretch out of arm.
Why are you reading? Like, can you not do that? Can you not do that?
Huh?
You're reading aloud to yourself. Like, I know, like you like men will abuse themselves, but reading aloud to yourself, that's not abusing yourself. That's abusing us.
Well, I apologize. I'll put myself on mute. You can keep going with the rant.
I'm not ranting, love.
You said you were going to go on mute.
Oh, he can't. He's abusing himself right now. He wants us to know. I'm going to do you a favor, actually. I think I talked about Deuteronomy 13 2 days? It's been 2 days since we've gone live. Let's see. Let me bring it up on the screen here. Here you go. It's a car. Are you like, it shouldn't take that long to read.
No, I'm actually reading. I'm reading all the way down.
Okay. Is you reading past where it says, you must not yield, past verse 8, you must not yield to or heed any such persons, show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Because reading further down, Sakar, your God says, if you go into one of the cities, or you hear about one of the cities that I have given you, if you hear they're worshiping other gods, guess what I want you to do? I want you to investigate. And if you find it to be true, kill the motherfuckers. And he says, burn everything in the city. Animals, everything. Don't leave anything alive. And do not build it again.
Suggestions by the false prophets.
Not my God.
That's what the chapter is discussing.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about your God's character right now. You are saying that your God would not have created Eve if the mortal he created was abusive.
Yep, to himself.
Because he loved humans so much, right? He can't stand to see humans abuse themselves. So he would not have created more humans if that human had the capability of being abusive to himself, right?
I mean, what happened in Noah?
What happened in Noah? What is there a book of Noah, Sakar?
It's not a book of Noah, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
I shouldn't have to guess, Sakar. Like,
I mean, you're the one that's very smart and educated. I think
is
you already
education
know.
wrong?
She is very
Is
educated.
education wrong,
So what?
Sakar? Do you want me to pretend like I'm not educated? Do you want me to pretend like I don't have any knowledge?
Which is it, ma'am? Are you educated or not?
I said, is it wrong? I already told you I was educated. I said, do you want me to pretend like I have no knowledge so that I can communicate with you?
Do what you like, ma'am. I'm just saying.
I am doing what I like.
Stick to your suit.
I am. This is
If you're smart, then be smart.
I am.
Don't be dumb.
I am. I can't be dumb. It's
You're having a hard
impossible.
time doing that.
It's impossible, honestly. I've already filled my brain with a bunch of shit. So I can't. But Sakar, there is no book of Noah. And what do you mean? Didn't that happen in Noah? Did what happen in Noah? That was a man abusing
You
himself.
said the book of Noah. I'm just saying.
You said, didn't that happen in Noah? We're talking about the
In-
Bible.
with Noah,
What did you
yeah,
think? What, the
with
shell, the ark? Is that what you're talking about? Didn't it happen in the ark? Or do you want me to go to the book? I can't go to the ark, Sakar, because it didn't exist. And even if it did exist, that motherfucker old as hell. Where do you want me to go in Noah, Sakar? Where do you want me to go?
I can feel the loss and the love.
I don't owe you love. Who told you that? I don't owe you love. No, Shakara, you are straight on TikTok. I do not owe you love.
I'm not asking for love from you.
What do you mean you can feel the loss of love? Like, I don't owe you love.
Hey, listen, you didn't let me spin.
Oh, were you getting ready to do an
You
ad
can
hom?
speak.
Were you getting ready to do an ad
Yeah.
hom, Noah? Oh, Sakar, my bad. You got me talking about Noah. Were you getting
My
ready to do?
bad.
Were you getting ready to
You
do
the
an
one
ad hom? Were you getting ready to do an ad hom because I asked you, where do you want me to go in the book of Noah? Now all of a sudden I'm not loved. Who's not loving me, Sakar? Tell me that. Who's not loving me?
You want me to allow me to finish my
Yeah.
context before you snap off?
Yeah, go ahead. Who's not loving me? What loss of love am I losing? Have I lost?
As I was saying, the love that I was speaking of is that you are in loss of the love of God. You don't know it.
Sakar, your
I
God.
love you, thinker.
Thank you. I love you too, Selena. Sakar, your God commanded Israelites to kill their own son and daughter for worshiping another God. I don't want your God's love. Your God's love will require you to kill your own flesh and blood. And what we are here to talk about, Sakar, is
Not
the
my
fact
own
I'm
flesh and
talking right
blood.
now, and this is why you get muted. Because when I'm talking, you shouldn't be. Just like I can sit, right, and listen to you talk, even though what you're saying don't make any sense. But I sit and I listen to you talk. But for some reason, you don't have the ability to do that. I have no desire to be loved by your God. Your God requires his followers to be able to kill their own flesh and blood for the purposes of worshiping him. I don't want that. I wouldn't say yes to that.
No, it's actually unaliving false prophets, not on flesh and blood. Thank you.
Sakar, you can say kill. We are both grown ass adults. And
I'm only just using TikTok language.
Sakar, I'm telling you now, I'm releasing the bounds. Whatever I release in here will be released on TikTok. You can say kill in here. Okay?
All right.
All right. Let's read this, okay? We're going to start at verse 6.
If thy brother...
No. I'm going to read it, Sakar. Sakar, go on mute. Sakar, I'm going to read it for the audience, okay? Go on mute. Please stay on mute while I read. And respect the rules of the live, okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods. This is not about prophesying. This is about worshiping other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known. any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other. You must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do any such wickedness. This is not about false prophets. There is a scripture in Deuteronomy about false prophets and how to test whether your God actually gave a prophecy. And if the prophet fails that test, and it's determined that the God did not speak those words, then that prophet is to be killed. In Zechariah 13, Zechariah tells parents, if your son prophesies a false prophecy, your hands must be the first to stab him. In Zechariah 13. Oddly enough, it's the same chapter, where Zechariah is saying Yahweh is, Adonai is about to cut off the idols and the false gods. And that's the same chapter Jesus quotes as a prophecy he's fulfilling.
So,
but this is about
from the international.
I'm sorry, Sakar. This is about worshiping other gods.
Do you realize that is not the text that I'm reading? I'm reading the King James Version. I'm not reading the New International.
That's where you messed up.
Because
what do you think the King James Version is going to do differently?
The King James Version, it says, if thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of the bosom, or the
because of his voice,
is thine own soul entice thee secretly, saying, let's go and serve other gods.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. No, stop. So you just read the same thing I read. If they entice you, stop. There is no need for you to. Will you stop? Yes, we're stopping. You don't run this room. You don't run. You didn't let me do shit. You don't let me do a damn thing in here. You don't. I run this stage. You don't. You don't run my stage. You do not run my stage. And if you can't follow my rules, you can leave. You don't run my stage. You do not run. You don't run my stage. You can show everybody how Adam was abusive and fight that fucking mute button.
You want to run when you're wrong.
You didn't. You are so fucking dumb. It's ridiculous. Like you are dumb. You literally just read the same fucking words. You read the same. Yes, the fuck you did. That's why I asked you to stop. That's why I asked you to stop, abusive man, abusive Adam. Could Adam do this with his free will? Whenever Eve said, Adam, I don't think the fruit's supposed to go over there. And then Adam was like, I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do, Eve. Like, could he act like you? I just need to know. Did he have the free will to behave like you? Can you answer that?
Why you muted me?
I'm sorry, but you're dumb as fuck, and you have a very low literacy level. Yes, the fuck you are. You literally read the same fucking words. Shut the fuck up. You literally read the same fucking words. If anyone secretly entices you, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, because this is just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You literally read the same fucking words. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own daughter, the wife you embrace, your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods. You read the same fucking words I read. And you are still trying to say, that this is about false prophecy. You just talk. You just talk a lot. This is what happens when ignorance is in the room. You just talk a lot. You're incapable. You are incapable of using critical thought. You're incapable of using critical thought. And people ask, well, why did Eve give Adam the wisdom? She handed it to him, but his motherfucking ass most likely rejected it because it produced Sakar.
I'm just disputing you.
Sure. You know what, Sakar? Go ahead. Hold on, Selena. Go ahead, Sakar. Hold on. This is what we're going to do. Okay, we're gonna. I want you to show
All right.
everybody. Hold on, Sakar. I want you to show everybody from Deuteronomy. We're gonna look at Deuteronomy 13 and the King
Look there,
James
looking
Bible.
at the
Stop.
new revised
Stop.
version.
Sakar, we're gonna pull up the Hebrew too. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the King James. We're gonna.
saying.
Oh, what? I'm sorry. What? Am I supposed to be reading Paleo Hebrew, Sakar?
You're even more wrong if you go there. I'm just saying.
Oh, why? Because I'm supposed to be reading Paleo Hebrew, Sakar. It's supposed to be Paleo Hebrew.
Yeah, he's reading the King James version,
The
and you're not
best
supposed to read the
version
Hebrew. This is
is
something
the
really
King
delayed in
James
his
version.
thinking.
But you do
Hebrew
realize that
and the
King
Greek
James
version.
translated from the King James is translated from the Latin and the Hebrew. Like you do realize that, right? And the Greek. But actually, it's translated from the Bishop's Bible. It's actually translated from the Bishop's Bible, which came from those other translations. So the fact of you saying that the King James is the best translation, which scholars will tell you King James is the worst translation because King James lied in a bunch of his translations. His team did. They hid a bunch of shit. They mistranslated a bunch of shit. And any scholar would tell you that King James is one of the worst translations of the Hebrew scriptures. But since you speak English a little bit, what I want to do is I want to look at verse 6 here in the King James, and then we're gonna look at I'm gonna let you read it. So we're gonna let you read it in the King James. Hey, Adam. We're gonna let you read it in the King James. Okay? Adam. You got the spirit of Adam. You have the spirit of Adam right now. So I'm gonna let you read it in the King James. Okay? And then we're gonna compare it to the one I've already read. All right, Adam? Go ahead. Bless our soul.
What? Bless my soul with what? What? I wasn't listening. I'm just letting you know you was ranting. Like, what you want me to answer?
What if Adam was abusive?
Give me an actual, like, be educated, not rant.
Read that verse in the King James like you wanted to. Just read it, please.
Oh, y'all want me to read now? Nah, I don't feel like it.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah, because it proves my point. I just don't understand.
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you just want to get up here and baby yourself?
I mean, we can, but y'all don't want like children.
Well, you insisted on reading it from the King James Version. The King James Version is on the screen. You have your Bible. Read the damn thing.
Listen, I read it. Who you think you is?
Let's go word for word since Adam won't do it. Okay, we're gonna start with the first line. If thy brother, the son of thy, if anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, let's see, mother or thy son, or thy daughter, or thy wife, or thy bosom, or friend, which is as thine own soul. Let's see, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, which let's see, entice thee. Okay, here is the entice. The entice is up here, and entice thee is here in the NRSVUE. Entice thee is down. I'm talking is down here in the King James, and then it says secretly saying, "Let us go and serve other gods." And here in the NRSVUE says saying, "Let us go and serve other gods." Same thing. This is why I stopped you. You read the exact same words that I read just in late Middle English, in the King's English.
All right. So now let me educate you what that actually. Let me educate you right quick. So, what it is actually talking about in that section is if anybody is doing stuff that is inappropriate or trying to go outside of the race of God when you're in a godly household, therefore that they
Hold on, Selena. Hold on, let me hear.
So yes, they did get stoned. The ones
Okay,
that
so
were
like
doing
you
these
just
things.
said, oh, I just learned that Jesus told me to kill my kids when he was Yahweh, and the reason he
Where,
said do it is
where
because
does it say
as for me
kids?
and my house, we gonna serve
Oh,
the Lord. Like,
I don't. You know, when it says kids, I don't really see kids. I see sons, brothers,
what the fuck
wives.
is a son or a daughter?
A son can be anything,
It's
or a daughter can be
fucking
anything.
gosh.
Context is
They
true.
can,
This
they
is
can
the type
also
of
be
knowledge. This is the type of knowledge
children.
Adam had. This is why Eve just handed the fruit. This is why the serpent didn't talk to Adam, because it would have gone like this.
Yeah, this is why we don't have women in power because they will not know what to do.
Oh, that's why. You know what? I think I know why. Yeah,
Wow, how? Why? Yeah. What?
I'm gonna tell you why. Give me just
Educate
a
me.
second. Yeah.
Yeah. Educate yourself. Educate me.
Okay. This is why you don't have women in power.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a very simple answer.
Yeah. I remind them that we're equal, and I refuse to live in submission. We have bigger things to build. I wanted to focus on the mission, but he got threatened by my wisdom, so he tried to make me a victim. Hell no, so I walked out and I left him. The one he called God told me to go back, submit, cause he's a man. Hell no, the way to shrink and burn my skin. Every generation of daughters hears the same command. How many women have been told to shrink for a man? How can women rise if I choose to bow instead of stand? I remind them of equality, so they told lies to demonize and prioritize their superiority. Turn truth into deception, it exposes what they misuse and how they refuse to give equality that's due. The lies they tell do demonize well. Look how they vilify me and Jezebel. Open your eyes, question the lies. Yeah. You call me Satan because I advocate against abuse. Tell me why is Satan trying to save you? Does that make sense in your view? The knowledge is within you. I'm here to set it free. That's why the one who wants to control you is trained you to demonize me. Bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh. Simply means he's just like me, and I think that's best. He didn't want an equal, he wanted a slave. But I know who I am, that's why I wouldn't behave. He can't erase what I already know. I live it, and I don't need his permission to grow. I remind them of equality, so they told lies to demonize and prioritize their superiority. Turn truth into deception, it exposes what they misuse and how they refuse to give equality that's due. The lies they tell do demonize well. Look how they vilify me and Jezebel. Open your eyes, question the lies. Yeah. They rewrote me to control you. That's the truth they never told.
Y'all,
If women knew their
Selena,
fire, every kingdom
there's a
built on
woman
silence
named
would
West
fall.
that is gifting Sakar for being abusive.
Your defiance never wrong. They only fear rising cause they know it makes us strong. They call
This
you
is why I wrote this
rebellious
song.
when you're finally
For those type
telling
of
the
women
truth.
that oppose this type of
They
abuse,
call you wicked when you
that
refuse
advocate
to
this type of
shrink from
abuse.
youth. But I want you to hear me clearly. Nothing about your wisdom is wrong. If my name scares them so deeply, tell them I said put you where you belong.
Hold on, don't mute her for supporting him, y'all. She has every right to support abuse if that's what she fucking want to do. And I'm gonna talk about this shit.
Turn truth into deception, it exposes what they misuse and how they refuse give equality that's due. The lies they tell do demonize. Well, look how they vilify me and Jezebel. Open your eyes, question the lies.
Sorry, you can't come on stage.
We're using caps.
It may go on it, but I was always a lesson. The one that taught you, you don't shrink for any man's comfort or any man's weapon. So when they tremble at your wisdom, just smile and understand. The reason
They're gonna answer to your question.
is the same reason they can't handle a powerful woman in command.
That's the answer to your question. That's the answer to your question. I mean, I know you talk a lot because you don't like to hear truth. You ask shit that you don't really want to know. Like I know you talk a lot. I know, like the woman that is gifting you, that must be your woman. You must beat the shit out of her every day. Yeah. You are an abusive, insecure ass man. Your lack of intellect, your lack of literacy, your lack of knowledge makes you dangerous, because a smart and an intelligent woman makes you feel intimidated, and you gotta act a fucking fool.
By you.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
That's why you. That's why you act the way you act. That's why you act the way you act.
Yeah, you call me. Why are you calling? Why are you?
You don't have to mute him. I'm not talking right now.
Why are you scared of being abused? Why are you scared?
Did you just fucking ask? What the fuck did you just ask? Is this how you? Is this pillow talk for your wife? Like you just ask, why are you scared of being abused? Let somebody abuse you, motherfucker. Let some man come in and abuse you. Like you literally just said, you the one don't like the question that I posed. Y'all motherfuckers are mad because I wrote that song. Y'all are mad because I wrote the song asking what if Adam was abusive to shine the light on y'all's abusive ass. Y'all don't like that shit. You don't like that shit. And then you came in here talking about he wouldn't have created Eve if Adam was going to abuse himself.
So are you gonna answer the question now?
You about a dumb motherfucker. And I'm moving on. You're a dumb motherfucker. And I'm moving on. You're a waste of fucking space. Of
course I'm a dumb motherfucker.
Finish that on the way down, bro.
I mean, why would you? It doesn't matter, man or woman. Why would you ask any human? Why would you be afraid to be abused?
Because he is ignorant. That's ignorance. That's the type of motherfucker that would abuse someone. Ignorant motherfucker who's intimidated by someone who does have intellect. Anybody that makes them feel stupid. He's an ignorant motherfucker. He's exactly the type of Adam that I wrote about.
That is wild to me.
But the fact that a woman was fucking gifting him. When I was writing for Lilith, I kept asking myself, what is it about Lilith's story that I think women would benefit from the most, like that what women need to hear? Because I could have gone all kind of directions with Lilith's story, but I decided to talk to the women who uphold this fucking shit. That's why. You tell these men that they have every right to abuse women, that they have every right to talk down to women, that they rule over women or have dominion over women. Then you go and you tell other women that they need to shrink themselves for a man. You are the problem. And then you think because you do that shit, they gonna fucking pick you. You think because you do that shit, they're gonna treat you with respect. And they're not. Because the moment you act like you got more wisdom than them, the moment you tell them that you have a better idea, they're gonna fuck and turn around and hit your ass.
Mm. Wow. I can't believe he even said that shit.
I can believe it.
That's
Wasn't
wow.
surprised one bit. As soon as he opened his mouth with his fake deep voice, he tried to deepen it a little bit, but it kept getting higher.
Selena, can you open for some reason the guest box I can't open anymore, and it looks like he's still on my stage at the bottom. Like I know he's gone, but the box is still black. Like he's stuck in limbo.
Oh, gotcha. I let somebody up. It's just not connecting yet.
Y'all tap the screen, share it live. I'm pretty sure dumb motherfuckers like that are probably trying to report us and take us down. I can't. I don't even see his account anymore to block him. I can't even block him. If you can, Joshua, that'd be cool. I don't want to have to do another reset, y'all. This is crazy because I can't get the guest box open, and Selena. It sounds like Selena can't either.
Wow.
I'm hitting accept.
The thing keep popping up. Hold on.
America fucked this app up. It's like when you can't even push a button and shit work. Like I swear, people gonna end up abandoning this motherfucker.
Yep, cause they screwed this all the way.
I'm actually glad he did what he did. Like his behavior shows exactly why that song need to exist in the world. Okay, y'all. Selena can't pull anybody up. Neither can I. Unfortunately, I have to reset again. I am so sorry. I know. I am so sorry. But it is TikTok. It is not me.
So, wait, it opened. Hold on.
Oh, it opened? It opened?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, there he's in the comments. Can the mod block him for me?
Who blocked him?
It obviously isn't working. If y'all are blocking him and he's still here, it's the TikTok is stuck. So I have to do a shutdown, okay? If he's still here and y'all blocked him. See, somebody's on stage and I can't see them. So I have to shut down and I'll be right back, y'all.
All right.
So everybody knows. Started the same damn live. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with TikTok? it won't even let me in that live. I did restart. I restarted TikTok Studio, but somehow y'all were still here. I have no idea. But we will try to keep going and see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't end on y'all. It doesn't catch up. I don't know. But we will see what we're dealing with. Who is it? Constant. That's Constant. Hold on. Yeah, we stuck in the twilight.
Hello.
Ty?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm doing good.
So sorry I've been a little MIA. The Twilight Zone or whatever we stuck in has been kicking my butt for the last week.
Oh, that's okay. I sent a message from Blessed in the Discord. I don't know if you saw that.
I see.
Okay.
But I've been looking at places to ship and like the rates are just out of control. Like this last place I looked at and I thought they were gonna be like a decent place to ship through. For even for like I'm not kidding. I have their rate sheet pulled up right now, like right before I came up. It says £1, $700 to ship it to Kingston.
Holy shit. Yeah, no. So I guess we'll just be raising money. And
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's probably gonna be the best route. But yeah, this week has just been crazy. I finally got my car back from like a hailstorm. The battery was dead, had to replace the battery.
Oh
And
my
then
God.
like I went because I didn't have it for a while. I went and got an oil change, and they when they pulled the drain plug, it like split my the oil pan. So then they had to replace that. I was like, it got out of the shop, went right back to the shop, but I have it back now.
Oh my goodness. When did y'all have a hailstorm?
We had a hailstorm way back in June, but what happened was I opened the claim and they replaced the glass. I got the car back and was driving the car, and then it went back into the shop for them to fix the dents and stuff because there was so many people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so and it still took a while. Like it took them like 2 months to fix the dents in the car. So I was in a rental for like 2 months, and then it was a mess. They were acting like they weren't going to pay for it. I had to go toe to toe with the insurance company because you know how they get.
Damn, I'm glad you got it done though. I know you're relieved.
Right. But yeah, it's been a week. But I think that the donating the money is going to be the best route for us because looking everywhere, shipping anything is just costing money. And I know they let up on duty, but that was just going to be an extra fee on top of whatever it costs to ship it.
Okay. He said that. So wait, he said that they were waiving the fee. So there's an extra fee on top of that. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, there's like a duty fee for like importing stuff into Jamaica, and you have to pay that when you send something to somebody. So they were waiving the duty fees and things like that, but you still have to pay the original shipping fee.
Oh, okay. And the original shipping fee is what, $700 a pound?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Crazy, astronomical amounts.
Yeah. Okay. So just let me know, and then see which platforms Jamaica can use.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said just let me know. See what platforms Jamaica can use, and then we'll have to see how to orchestrate that, like, and get the money to the church, or if the church already has a like a site. I'll ask Blessed if the church already has a site. I really don't want to give it to the church though.
Right.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Exactly. But yeah, just let me know what we need to do, and I'll start looking into other foundations that may be like working in the area and things like that, to see how we can possibly get that money over there.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. All right. And then y'all, I did just put the information in the Discord for the community member if you want to participate in that, if you are able to help that community member out. I appreciate that. Selena, are you able to bring up somebody? Thank y'all for helping us get to 193 shares. Continue to tap the live. Y'all have already, I don't got to tell y'all be on it. If you are a part of the team, make sure you send your heart me's. Thank y'all.
Okay.
And for being patient with us, for dealing with TikTok's bullshit. And I'm probably not going to set a gift goal, so just gift as you see fit, because the studio is acting up. Gemini Fairy, are you there? Okay. So are you able to take them down? No, that's okay, Hemi. I'm trying to get it going and figure out what's going on. Circle Logic. Circle Logic, are you there? All right. See, I can't disconnect him. Y'all, I don't think it actually reset because y'all was still here. I don't think it actually reset. Because when people come up, their boxes are black. I can't see anything. Selena still has to bring people up for me. And it did not shut down for y'all. So we're in the in-between, I think. Yeah. I don't think I have to do it again. I'm so sorry. We did not reset. Yep. Oh, good. I'm glad you saw my fro. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I have to do it again. Blame TikTok. Don't blame me. But I love y'all so much. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, goodness gracious.
Following God, I feel like you just got to keep staying on that narrow path. You can't because Mandel said, we on barrel time, and you don't want to keep falling. And he came, and you oh my gosh, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? So.
All right, y'all. Let's see if, what is this, the fifth time? Third time wasn't a charm. Maybe fifth time would be the dime. Fifth time would be the time. I hope so. Goodness gracious. But looking at, no. Isn't it interesting how the spirit of Adam brought chaos and just broke the whole system. Like, could this be symbolic for how Adam and his knowledge just broke the whole system? It's interesting. But him saying that what if Adam was abusive to himself? I think that was a very, he was trying to be slick in saying that Eve didn't matter in his language. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I got.
Yeah. Y'all share the live out. We at 14 shares. What's up, Maddie? Yeah, he was trying to say that she didn't matter. And what would a woman have to think about themselves to promote that, to reward that type of idea about her? Like, to hear a man say that, her human counterpart.
Yeah. Ooh, wow.
You sound like you in your head. Like, what are your thoughts? What's your thoughts? Like, why you sound like you're in your head about that? Did that shock you?
I mean, it just, I don't know. It's just the way this, it, I would have thought that it would start, you know, getting better, from the younger generation, that they would be more open to, you know, reading the scriptures and researching, this biblical stuff. But I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Hold on. Jay's live says high thinker. So they got me mixed with Jay. If you go into Jay's live, it says high. What do you mean? It says high thinker.
Oh no,
Joshua.
I think they went over there when you disconnected.
Oh, they're saying hi. Oh, I thought you said when you go in there, it says. I thought TikTok had me mixed up. I'm like, oh my god, I thought this was okay. Tell them I said hello. Sorry, Nelly. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying that, it's disappointing. It just is, it's, I I mean, I'm a loss for words on stuff like that. It's like they literally really don't think about what they saying. They don't.
They don't care to think about what they're saying. They're not used to having to do that.
I think the sound good part is what's stuck on them. If it just sounds good coming out of their mouth to them.
I don't even think they think that far. That is like when you say sounds good, you mean with the intention to do what they intended it to do, to cause harm?
Of course.
Okay, yeah.
But they don't look
Yeah.
at it as causing harm. They look at it
No,
as
yes, they do. They know what they're saying. No, I don't believe that. Hold on, y'all. Can we get to 100 shares? We're at 46. Help us get on the FYP. Feed the beast. Do whatever you got to do to nurture the algorithm. We've had to start over 5 times tonight. I want to make sure. Hopefully, this will be the last restart. I want to make sure that we can have some good conversations tonight. So, I know I'm asking y'all to do quadruple the work tonight. And I'm so sorry, but I appreciate y'all. But I do think they know what they're doing. I don't trust. I don't believe that they don't know that their words are offensive and cause harm. I think they use their tongue and their voice as a weapon. For there are some men who don't hit. There are some men who abuse with their tongue. There are some men who abuse with their wallet, and there are some men who abuse with all three. I don't. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. They know exactly what they're saying when they say it.
Yeah. Either way, it's just it's just disappointing, especially when I see people that look like me doing it. It's just I
I
don't.
mean,
Yeah.
it's been happening for centuries. When
Yeah.
we have, a book that people think is authoritative and sent from a God, from men who say that a God told them men are to rule over women and that women are to submit to men.
You think that's bad?
Hold on, I would introduce you. I don't know if you qualify for the conversation. 1 second. I mean, think about the fact that like you've heard my story, right, Nelly? Can you
Yeah.
mute? Yeah, you've heard my story.
Yeah.
So and I'm a black woman. My husband was black.
Yeah.
So, like, just even with that, like we know that there are black men who abuse black women.
Oh yeah. 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 Like I said, I had to let go of a few so-called friends because I didn't like the way they treated the woman they was with. I just didn't like it, and I had to walk away from it because it was either that or me and that person gonna end up getting into it. I know that it's none of my business, but I feel like it's my business. So yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like it.
yeah. It's very sad to hear and see people who don't care about how their actions affect another person, and that's why I say believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, um, because not caring about the things you say, the things you do, and how that could affect the life of another human being. Like to me, that's just straight evil. But again, like that's evil to me. You know, everybody doesn't think that way.
Right.
What's your name?
It's a dot, a period.
Mm-mm. No, I need a name. I'm gonna have to drop you. Okay.
You need a
What's your name?
name?
Yes, or I'm gonna have to drop you.
You can just call me John. I don't really care.
John. Okay, that's fine. John, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 21.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm agnostic.
Okay, so to be on the stage, you have to be either a believer of the God of the Bible, you have to be deconstructing your belief in that God, or an atheist. I'm not interested in debates for unnecessary reasons, okay? If you're looking to win a debate, you need to go find one of those lives. That's not this live, okay?
Well, you said, well, I was
Have a
just,
good day. I'm only looking to speak to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing that belief, or atheists. This is not a debate live, okay?
yeah, I'm just trying to say something.
You can't say anything. You can't. Please leave the stage. You don't qualify for the conversation, okay?
Why?
Fuck is
Are
wrong
you
with
dumb?
people? What
Well,
the fuck is wrong with y'all? You don't understand boundaries. I say you don't qualify. You don't fucking qualify. I don't owe you a fucking why. I said no, motherfucker.
That's crazy.
No, that wasn't John. That wasn't what's his name? At least it didn't sound like it.
No, that was a different voice.
Yeah. Mr. Superhero.
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing your belief or an atheist?
I'm a believer in God the Father.
The God of the Bible? Or are you a
I don't
Muslim?
know
I'm
what
not
that
looking to
means.
speak to Muslims. I'm only looking to speak to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing that belief, or atheists. If you are Islam, you don't qualify for the conversation, okay? I'm not that I'm saying that I have anything. Well, I do have things against that, but that's not the conversation in here, okay? We're talking to people who believe in the God of the Bible, not Allah.
I'll say this, I'm Muslim, but I got a better understanding
Okay,
of
so I'm
Adam
gonna
than you.
drop you. Okay, so you don't qualify for the conversation, but I hope you
Better
have a good night.
understanding of
Okay.
Adam than you.
God damn, y'all men get on my fucking nerves. If I fucking say no, that's what the fuck I mean. And then y'all will start whining and say, she's a bitch. She's rude. Don't fucking stay on my stage if I tell you you don't qualify. E.T. Garden, did you come up on purpose or on accident?
Accident. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
Okay, you too.
All right. Den Davis.
Hi, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, so I'm 27 and currently I am deconstructing religion, but I still do believe in God from the Bible, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so you would be in the deconstructing phase. Which of the topics on the board did you want to discuss? Just pick one, please. Now, do you know? So, let me explain because I
Sorry.
know that. No, that's okay. So I know I have because of the song that I wrote. What if Adam was abusive? I've gained like 4,000 followers in the last 3 days, and people are just learning who I am and about the live. So I just want to let y'all know where y'all are. So I am an atheist. I do not believe in a God. I don't claim a belief in a God. I don't care if people have a belief in a God, but I do care about what people believe that God says to them, or the type of beliefs that they hold and how they carry those beliefs out in society, because that affects my life and it affects the lives of people that I love and just society as a whole. So I talk about, and I'm a former believer, former Christian, missionary, pastor's kid, evangelist kid. And so I've been deconstructing for 6 years now. And so I started these lives for my deconstruction process and research and all of that. So the conversations we have in here are not debate. They are that you do get pushback on ideals because it is to discuss real topics from a critical lens. Okay, and sometimes it can get uncomfortable. So I do just want to make sure that you know where you are, so that it doesn't strike you when we push back on ideas. Okay.
Oh yeah, I feel comfortable with that. Like I said, I'm deconstructing religion, and also I'm a free thinker, so I am open to other points of view, especially when it comes to historical context and cultural context that surrounds the Bible. With that being said, the topic that I did want to discuss was the one about the believers not understanding the knowledge of good and evil. And I do agree with that because I was raised in church as well, literally born in church. My mama was pregnant with me while she was attending church, and that was pretty much my whole life until about 17. And I do realize a lot of people they don't know good and evil because they don't know the God that they think that they're following. They're following, like you said, this is a man-made Bible, right? So a lot of this was edited many times, and stories are told that conflict with other stories in the Bible, and I do agree with that. And I just would like to say, I was pretty much coming on here to agree with that. Because a lot of people follow the words of Paul and they will put Paul in a hierarchy above the Jesus that they claim to follow or the God that they claim to follow. Even with that, I know, like a lot of men weaponize, oh, women shouldn't be leaders in the church, right? But then they also fail to acknowledge the fact that Jesus chose a prophetess as a woman. Well, God chose a prophetess as a woman to lead Israel out of bondage and captivity. So a lot of Paul does contradict Jesus in a lot of ways. Paul didn't even know Jesus. So when people look at the Bible, especially the New Testament, they have to read it with a grain of salt. Honestly, only the first four chapters really should be acknowledged because the rest of it was essentially written by Paul or other people. And Paul never knew Jesus. Paul never met Jesus. Paul was persecuting Christians, and then
Hold on,
he
but I
said
don't.
he came to
Hold
the
on.
light.
I don't want you to get too far away from the knowledge of good and evil.
Sorry, but yeah, that brings me
Okay.
back to my point is that they are following a religion. People are following a religion, so they do not know good and evil because they think with their head. They're prideful in their ways, and they are following a religion. So that hinders them from even knowing the truth, which is to know the difference between good and evil.
So let me ask you a question because it sounds like you lean more towards the God in the Old Testament and Jesus in the four Gospels than you do the Pauline letters, the Pauline epistles. And it sounds like you feel that the God in the Old Testament is different than what you see in society today. And so I want to ask you, because if we go to Genesis 2 and Genesis 3, where the God says to Adam, you can eat of any tree in the garden, but for the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, because the day that you eat it you will die. What was the God telling Adam, in your words, what was he telling Adam not to acquire?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. In your own words, what was the God commanding Adam not to acquire when he said, "Don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil"? What was he telling him not to obtain?
That's a good one. I would say in my own words, he was telling him not to obtain the same prideful ways that leads to destruction. The same way
Which are
that
what? Like which are what? Can you not type in caps in the comments, y'all? Please, caps are for mods, and for people who have a vision impairment. The rule exists for a reason, so please type in lowercase. Amai will mute you for 5 minutes if you type in all caps. So I want to read your comments. I want you to be here. Just please respect that rule, and I appreciate y'all. Can like what is it that you're saying he didn't want them to obtain, like the evil ways? Like, can you be more specific? Because keep in mind, it is the knowledge of good and evil that he said you can't eat from that tree.
the good was the I would say the good is right. So when we're talking about a tree, the Bible refers to fruits of the spirit all the time. So the good would be love, joy, peace, kindness, forgiveness, all of that. The bad fruits I would say, would be the pridefulness, the jealousy, the, set in their own ways, idolatry, all of these things that ended up happening when they ate the bad from the tree. That's what I would say. And broadest terms.
Okay. And are you saying that they're if they ate from the tree, then that means they could do these things?
When they ate from the tree, that gave them that experience. So it opened their eyes to these experiences.
Right. Like, does the experience including action, like doing the things, or just awareness of whether they are morally good or morally evil? Which one are you saying?
I would say both because it inherently, right? They ate the bad knowledge, right? They took the evil knowledge, and that made them in God's eyes sinners, right? And they were naked, they were unclothed, but also that affected their children, their next generation, right? And that through their disobedience, their children took on that murderous spirit that was never, here before, if that makes sense. I know I'm kind of like skipping, but
No,
essentially,
that's
yes,
okay.
they're
Okay.
they're acquiring this, like they're opening their eyes to realize good and bad, but also they take on these things as well. Like now they have the capabilities of carrying out these things.
Okay. So was the act of disobeying their God evil? Was that a sin?
Disobedience, yeah, that was their sin.
Okay. And so prior to eating from the tree, that means they had the ability to think, to disobey, and then they disobeyed, and then that sin happened. So it doesn't make sense to say that they could not do evil prior to eating from the tree, because they had to have the conscious mind to think to go against the command, which is the and then actually do it, and that's the act of doing a bad thing or evil thing to your God, right? So they had the ability to do evil, similar to they would have had the ability to do good, right? But they would not know how to classify it as morally good or morally evil because they lacked that knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with that because essentially knowledge would be experience. And when God made us, in the Bible it says that he made us with our own free will. So though they did not have knowledge or they did not have experience in doing wrong when they ate the evil fruits, that did open their moral compass to see, oh, that was wrong. They didn't know inherently it was wrong, but again, it's basically like, right, when you're raising a child, they only know mommy and daddy's way, right? They don't know that there's other ways out there. But when they get to a certain age, they learn from other people, they hear other influences, but they still have that conscious choice to be like, I'm going to stick with what I know, or maybe I do want to venture out. But either way, that was their choice because they got that free will. And that's another thing that believers don't understand is we have free will. You can't blame everything on the devil because at the end of the day, you have free will. This is you wanting to do
I don't
something.
want you to go into too
Sorry,
many
sorry. But
concepts.
yeah,
Apostle,
that's
can
what
you put a
happened. That's
period?
pretty much what happened.
Okay. So you say that knowledge is experience, right? But do you know what the definition of knowledge is, right? Knowledge is facts, information, skills, education, theory, concepts that can come through, experience with these things. But knowledge isn't just experience. Wisdom is experience, right? Wisdom is knowledge from experience in order that allows you to make rational decisions, moral decisions. And that's what they lacked. They lacked the wisdom. So if we look at Genesis 3, it says Eve, when she looked at the fruit, she wondered what it would be like to be wise, right? So they lacked the ability to make sound judgments about their actions. It's not saying they didn't have any knowledge whatsoever. Let's see. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, right? So it's talking about wisdom here, which includes like the ability to uh, morally judge their actions. Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was reading what it was saying.
And like when you say that your God gave them free will, I normally don't bring in the other topics here, but I do have to ask, like, how free was their will? If if He gave them free will, wouldn't that include them being able to do harmful things, and while they are in this amoral state, lacking a moral conscience?
He did, but he already knew what the outcome was going to be. That's why he already had like 6 different plans ahead of time. Because if you recall, Jesus was in heaven with him, just like Lucifer was in heaven. Like there was a family before the whole man and woman thing, anyway, right? So that was free will given to them. But he knew because he created them, he already knew everything, how it was going to play out.
Okay. So okay, I'm not. So I don't know. I'm not sure what that has to do with the question that I asked. So we're talking about him commanding them not to gain a moral conscience, and we're talking about what could their free will do prior to gaining this moral conscience. Like, what could their free will allow them to do? Right? Could they? Did they have a limited free will to where they could not do harm? Um, like was their free will controlled by the God?
There was free will with boundaries. Yeah, just like you would
So,
give your child, right? You can drive, but don't drink and drive. Don't smoke and drive. Don't have your friends
no, I'm
hanging
not
out the
talking.
car with
I'm not.
guns and drive. It was free will with boundaries.
That's rules. That's
Yeah.
rules. That's not boundaries. But I'm not asking if your God didn't give commandments. If humans have free will, then that means they have the free will to disobey these rules or boundaries, as you call them. What could the free will of the humans allow them to do prior to eating from the tree? Did it allow them to be evil and not know it? Did it allow them to be good and not know it? What did this free will allow them to do before they ate from the tree?
Before they ate from the tree, their free will was pretty much to be limitless. They were, well, Adam specifically. Eve, she really didn't have anything going for her. But I would say Adam, he had the free will to name animals and walk about the earth and do as he pleased, essentially, whatever he thought at the time was right, that was pleasing to God, he had the free will to do.
What do you mean Eve didn't have anything going for it? What do you mean by that?
I just mean, like,
Eve
in the Bible,
Eve
it
had
doesn't reference to many things that she was tending to prior to her eating from the tree. That's what I mean.
but like, so I'm asking about what could their free will do? Like, are you saying Eve didn't have free will?
She had free will.
Okay. So I'm I'm gonna ask again, but really quickly. I don't know if you know this, but in the story, the word helpmate in Hebrew is azer. Okay, that word means to be a equal companion, not even companion, like an equal counterpart, an equal opposite. It has nothing to do with being a soulmate or being a an intimate companion. That word azer that used to describe the helpmate is the same word that is used to describe the God of Israel to Israel, and it's not used anywhere else in the Bible. It's when the Israelites look for an azer in other nations, they get punished because their God is supposed to be their azer. And Eve, when the God says, "Let me make an azer for man," it was the woman, and that she's close. She's about the closest thing. She's supposed to be the strength, like the God was the strength to Israel. So saying that Eve didn't have much going for her, she really was like his supervisor. If you read it in the Hebrew and you understand the Hebrew context, she would have been like his supervisor. That if we see that she gets demoted, right? She gets demoted when he puts the curse on her. He gets demoted. She gets demoted, and he is said to rule over her. right? But what I'm asking you, and anybody in the comments that's like losing their shit right now, you can go to a Hebrew lexicon, look up the word azer. It is spelled in the transliteration for that word is Ezer, and verify what I'm saying. There's no need for you having a hissy fit in my comments, okay? But what I'm asking you, Den Davis, is to tell me, like, if you can describe for me what they could do on a daily basis with their free will prior to eating from the tree. Just use your imagination. What could their free will allow their bodies to do on a daily basis in the garden prior to eating from the tree? And what, better yet, should I ask you what couldn't they do? Would that be easier? What couldn't they do with this free will prior to eating from the tree in the garden?
The only thing they were not able to do was turn against or have thoughts against God or go against him. Rebellion, essentially rebellion. Rebellion was the only thing they weren't able to do. Rebel against what he commanded for them.
But they did.
Mm-hmm.
But they did, right? When they ate from the tree, despite the command saying the day that you eat from it you will die, they rebelled against his command. So that wouldn't be true. So they did have the ability to rebel prior to eating from the tree.
I will be honest, I really only think Adam had free will. I will be honest. Because Eve,
but
yeah, I will just be honest. I think only Adam had free will. And when he went against what was supposed to be right in God's eyes, that's when Eve, carried that burden.
But we're talking about we're talking about the ability to make decisions without consequences. I mean, without constraint. That's the definition of free will, right? Free will is the ability to make a decision without the constraint of an outside influence, like your God, like your parents, your upbringing, your government, things like that. Necessity, food, water, clothes, or fate, death, the expected end, death, right? So Eve had been told by either the God or Adam not to eat from that tree, or else she would die the day that she ate from that tree. And she did it anyway. So that would mean that in y'all's definition, right? Because I don't think any human has free will, but I think you all are talking about choice. So I'm not going to fight about the terminology. But that would mean that Eve had the ability to rebel against what she was told the God's command was.
Yes, and she chose rebellion.
Right. So prior to eating from the tree, what could their free will allow them to do? Could it sounds like you're not grasping that they had the ability to do evil without knowing it is evil.
Oh
Because
no, I
they
can I,
did.
I can grasp that. I can agree with that. They wouldn't have known it was evil. They wouldn't have known, just like they were naked. They didn't know they were naked, right? Until after they ate from the tree, then they were able to see, oh, even though that's not inherently evil, but that was just an example of they very much could have been doing evil and not known that it was evil before eating from the tree. I can agree with that.
Okay. Why would your God command humans who have the ability to do evil to not gain the wisdom to know when they are doing evil?
Because they weren't going against him. If that makes
I
sense.
understand
Like,
they were going against. Hold on. I understand they were going against him. My question is, why would your God not want humans who have the ability to do evil to not gain the wisdom to know when their actions are evil? Why would he want them to stay in a amoral conscious state? with the ability to be evil and to do evil. It's like having a weapon with no moral conscience. Why would he want that? Dean, are you there?
Can you hear me? Sorry. My connection went out. I was saying basically it wasn't directly against him. As long as they were not doing something that he deemed as rebellion against him or rejection against him, then to him that was something that he could overlook at the time.
Why would he want humans who could harm other humans without a moral compass on earth?
I don't think he did.
No, we
I
just
think this
talked
is
about that.
exactly why it played out how it did, because
Hold on. We just talked about that, right? He commanded them not to gain this wisdom, right? To know whether their actions were morally good and morally evil. He threatened them with death or told them they would die if they gained that moral conscience. Right? We just talked about you saying they had free will, and that free will allowed them to do evil prior to eating from the tree. So they're prior to eating from the tree, they're in this amoral conscious state with the full capability of doing harmful shit and just not caring or knowing. They were not ashamed of their actions. So he did.
can I ask a question? What was the evil?
What was what
Because
evil?
sin was introduced through eating
Hold on, what was what
from the
evil you're
tree.
asking?
You're saying that if they were able to do evil and not know that they were doing evil before they ate from the tree, what was that evil? Is that evil the same thing as the killing, the stealing, the destroying nations? Is that the same thing? Because remember, we're talking about the first people that God created. So what was the evil that you're referring to that they would have partaken in prior to eating the fruits of the tree that they wouldn't have known about?
Adam could have slapped the shit out of Eve, or Eve could have slapped the shit out of Adam.
Could have, or he did.
We don't know. This is what
exactly. Is this in historical context? Is this in the Torah? Is this
then what we do know that is in your Bible is that your God created humans with free will, with the ability to do evil, and commanded them not to gain a moral conscience, and then got mad at them for gaining a moral conscience. My question is, why would your God not want his creation to know when their actions are morally good or morally evil?
And that's what I'm saying. What did they do prior to eating
No, I'm
from the
not.
tree that would have?
I'm not asking what they did. Why would your God want amoral humans on the earth with the ability to do evil actions without knowing that they're doing evil?
Because that never happened. That's why
That's what
everything
the
happened in the
story
first.
says. That's
In
what
the
the
first
story
book,
says.
it
The
shows
story
that literally she had the
then
choice of good and bad, right? She chose bad, and that opened her.
then chill. That
Trying not to
the
mute me.
story literally says that he commanded them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That is the wisdom to morally analyze your actions, your behaviors, the things that you do and say. He commanded them not to gain that wisdom. He created them with an amoral conscience, with the ability to do. That's like creating robots who have the ability to harm and they have no conscience. And then when they gained the conscience, they were not useful to him anymore. And he kicked them out of the garden. He got mad. I'm asking why. Why did he not want them to have this moral conscience?
He did. That's why he gave it to them.
How did he? If he did not give it to them, where did all right,
did.
D? Where did he? Then where did he give them the knowledge of good and evil? Where?
He gave it to them when they ate the tree. Didn't that open their eyes? No.
Hold on, your God gave that to them?
Does the devil give out wisdom, or does he warp wisdom that God has already created?
Are you serious right now, then?
I'm
So he gave
asking.
them the hold on, he gave them the knowledge and then punished them for him giving it to them?
God gave them the choice of what kind of knowledge they would get. They decided to
What?
go for the easy evil knowledge, and that's what they ate.
Why is a moral
The
conscience
what?
evil? Why is having a moral compass evil knowledge? Can you
It's
explain that to
not
me?
evil. It's the way they went
That's what
about
you're
it that
calling.
was evil. They rebelled,
How
and
would
that
they
was
know if they
inherently
lacked?
evil.
How would they know the way they went about it was evil if they lacked a moral compass? They were amoral. They would not have known they were doing evil. They
So
they
how did she lack a moral compass if she
because
chose
she
inherently
they
to
didn't
go
have
against
they
what she was told?
I don't. Oh my goodness. This is why I say believers don't understand the knowledge of good and
They
evil.
don't.
They the knowledge of good and evil in that story is the wisdom to know whether your actions are morally good or morally evil. They did not have that prior to eating from the tree. The act of disobeying gave them that ability. Prior to that, their morality was dependent on whatever the God saw was good, whatever the God saw was evil. And the God didn't share that information with them. They were to just be in the garden, tend the garden, and whatever the God said do, they do. They were like humans created to just do. We're talking about a God who commanded humans to enslave other humans on the basis of ethnicity.
God commanded that, or people did?
Your God did through
God.
Moses in Leviticus 25. Leviticus 25, start at verse 39. Hold on, I'm going to bring it up.
I'm quite honestly still stuck on the evil fruit.
I thought this was a discussion, not a judgment place, right? Because people who are deconstructing religion
I
are trying to
said
learn.
I
Tell
was not
me.
judging. I said I'm stuck on the evil fruit.
Hmm.
Um, y'all, I only, Baghdad, you done been in here before. You know I only have one person on stage at a time. Um, okay, Leviticus 25, starting at verse 39. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished. First off, let me start at verse 1 so you know who's talking here. I don't want to. I'm not sure if you've read this before. So it says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them." So this is the Lord speaking to Moses, giving Moses the Levitical law for the Israelites. Okay, for the law of Moses or the law of Israel governed the land of Israel and Israelites. So it's like the law in America governs the land of North America and Americans. Okay. And so if we go to verse 39, let me start there. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So Israelites could not be sold as slaves. They could not be made to work as slaves at this point in time. There was a time where, the God gave Moses laws where the Israelite women and children were slaves for life. But for this one, when the law got codified after Josiah, during like Josiah's reign later on, Israelites could not serve as slaves anymore. They were to be sekirs, which were hired workers, or debt slaves or debt servants for a period of 7 years, or for a period of 6 years released in the 7th year, or 49 years released in the 50th year, depending on their debt that they owed, or in whichever Jubilee came first, right? If they still owed money when Jubilee came, their debt was cleared and you had to let them go. They could not be enslaved for life. They could not be treated like a slave. They could not be ruled over harshly because they were Israelite. But when we get to verse 44, he says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness." So non-Israelites, which are foreigners from any nation other than Israel, could be slaves of Israelites. They could buy them from other nations, bring them back to Israel, and enslave them for life, and pass them down to their children as property, as an inheritance. So we're talking about a God that gave laws to his chosen people who don't care, right? Who don't care, who don't think about the moral entailment of that. There's a guy in the chat right now who's claiming to be an Israelite, and he says there's nothing wrong with that. That would be the type of mindset, right? Like that would be the type of mindset that this God needs in order to carry that type of command out. And so when the God says to Adam and Eve, do not gain the moral conscience, do not gain the wisdom of being able to decide your own actions. Because if I tell you to go into a land and enslave a group of people because they're not Israelite, I don't want you saying that's not right to do, God. Why are we doing that? Are you there? Then you got to come off mute.
I'm sorry. I'm reading that right now for myself. So you're saying that, just so I understand, that God never gave them free will.
I'm not talking about free will. No, I didn't say that. I asked what could they do with their free will prior to eating from the tree. I didn't say it. I'm talking. He never gave them a moral conscience.
Okay.
He created them amoral. Do you know what amoral is?
It's without. It's to not have it. It was
Right.
not existent, non-existent, or dormant, I would say.
Right, like without a moral compass. He didn't. They didn't have that. When they gained the knowledge, the wisdom to make sound moral judgments, they gained the moral awareness. They didn't know good and evil. It doesn't mean they couldn't do good or do evil. Because other than that, you would also have to say that they didn't know whether your God was good, right? How would they know that if the God is good or if the God is evil? Other than him saying, "Hey, I'm good." And I mean, hear people tell us all the time they're good and they usually are not.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, that's a good one. Yeah, that's something to ponder on.
Yeah, this is why I say I don't think like a lot of believers, and to be honest, like when I was a believer, I didn't ask. It never dawned on me that they lacked the moral conscience. I always thought, and this is the way pastors teach it, right? Oh, evil is in the world because they gained a moral conscience. Does that make sense? They gained wisdom to make sound moral judgment. Does that make sense?
They gained the experience because they took a choice. Yeah.
How does that make sense?
They
How does it
took two
make sense
choices.
that
They
now
didn't.
hold on. How does it make sense that now you have the ability, because they ate from the tree, you have the ability to make sound moral decisions, and that's what increased evil in the earth? That makes sense to you?
So they had no moral compass before. That's what you're saying.
That's, we just discussed that. That's what I mean when I say they were amoral.
Yeah. They did. They had a. I believe that they did have a moral compass, and that's why they were able. She was able to choose or even think like, I think I want to be wise.
Was that a good or a bad thing? Did she know that wanting to be wise was morally evil or morally good?
I mean, if she was told she will surely die, then she knew it was not good.
Is dying morality? Is dying a moral thing or an
Dying
immoral
is
thing?
immortal.
Not immortal, immoral.
Oh,
Is
sorry.
dying is dying a moral thing to do or an immoral thing to do?
Neither. It's just something that
Right.
happened.
So she wasn't making a moral decision there when it came to dying. She wasn't making a moral decision about death. The moral decision came in: should I disobey or not? Should I disobey what Adam said, our creator said, or what the creator told me? That's the moral decision. But did she know that she was making a moral evil decision?
Yes, she just didn't
Okay,
understand the consequences of
hold on.
that evil moral
Hold on.
decision.
Hold on for a second. So you're saying she knew she was making a moral decision. So then the knowledge that she gained from the tree, the knowledge of good and evil, is consequences?
The knowledge was to see the evil, to really
Well,
understand it
how could she
through
see?
that
Hold on,
experience.
hold on. How could she? I need you. We're gonna go a little bit at a time. How could she know she was making a evil moral decision if she couldn't see the evil before eating from the tree? I don't have to
It
be
wasn't
careful
an
with
it
shit.
was a bad
Hold
it
on,
was a bad
hold on,
decision, not inherently
Dan,
evil.
hold on. I don't have to be careful with shit. If you don't like my topics, don't come in here. Your threats are not gonna make me stop talking about what the fuck I want to talk about. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I was saying a bad choice wasn't an evil choice. Those are not interchangeably words. You know what I
I
mean?
didn't
So
ask about a
her
bad choice though. You called it evil. I didn't ask about a
because
bad
those were the
choice.
terminologies I was presented. But yes, she made a
No,
bad
you
choice,
no
which exposed her
no.
to the evil.
So then we're not talking about bad. We're talking about evil. You're saying they had a moral conscience. Morality deals with the moral goodness and moral evilness or wickedness. So did they have a moral conscience prior to eating from the tree, as you said earlier?
They did.
Okay, so if they did, you are saying that Eve knew that she was making a moral evil decision to disobey. And if that is the case, then what is the knowledge that she gained after eating from that tree if she already had a moral conscience?
The knowledge she gained was to see their sins in a way that she never saw them before. Things
Like
that
what?
that
Be more specific.
murder, coveting,
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
idolatry.
Wait. You're saying that she knew she understood disobedience, but she didn't understand murder or coveting?
Yes, because I wasn't
Okay.
exposed to her prior
Hold
to
on.
eating from the tree.
Hold on. How did she gain that knowledge? Who was murdered the moment she ate from that tree?
That's when her eyes were exposed to all of the sins and that would
Hold
be
on. Hey,
exposed
hey,
into the world.
Dan, what murder did she experience when she ate from that tree and gained her moral conscience? Her eyes were open.
There wasn't a murder right away, but I'm saying she
Right,
was able
right.
to
So,
see all of
right. So
these things now.
that doesn't make any sense because you are saying that she didn't know that before because she hadn't seen one. And then you're saying when she ate from the tree, she just all of a sudden knew it, even though she hadn't seen one. That doesn't make sense. And then you're saying the only moral evil she knew was disobedience prior to eating from the tree. That doesn't make sense.
It does when you realize that one inherently evil or bad choice ushers in all the other ones. So yes, she only knew of one when she ate from the
Listen,
tree. That
oh
opened
my
her
God,
eyes to everything else.
that you are equating the knowledge of good and evil with the ability to do or the ability to experience. That's like saying a child does not experience the evil of being essayed because a child doesn't essay. That doesn't make sense. You can experience moral evil without knowing it's evil, without being the one doing it. You can do a moral evil without knowing it is a moral evil. That doesn't make sense. The knowledge of good and evil is not the ability to do good and evil or the ability to experience good or evil. It is the conscious awareness to know whether your actions are good or evil, to make sound moral judgments. That's the knowledge of good and evil. I literally just said you can know something is wrong without having to do wrong. I just said that. Unless you're talking to Den. People experience moral evils all the time without knowing it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm reading the comments.
Don't read the comments while you're on stage. If you could just have a conversation with us.
I'm not in denial because I'm not a Christian, so I'm not offended.
Then please don't read the comments while you're on stage. I just asked you not
Sorry.
to do that.
But yeah, my stance, is the same. I believe that she made that evil choice. She only knew of one evil. When she made that choice, that opened her up to plenty other evils, everything else.
So the only evil, the only moral evil your God allowed them to know is to not disobey him. Anything else they could not know. He kept it.
Yes,
He did
because
not
that
download. Hold
introduced
on.
them to everything else.
Okay.
Just like
Okay.
one,
Hold
typically
on. Hold
one
on.
sin will usher in
Hold on.
7
Dan, I
more.
was still
That's the same thing.
talking. I was still talking. Why are you
Calm down,
doing that? We're
Savannah.
having a
Slow
good
down. Slow down,
No, no,
Savannah.
no, 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 no. That you I was still talking and then you came in and started talking. Like, I don't know why you keep doing that. Like, we were having a good conversation, but that's unnecessary. God damn. And y'all talk about the knowledge of good and evil and your God, and then y'all get up here and just be rude for no damn reason. And this is exactly why I explained to you where you are. The conversation can get uncomfortable because you may have to have yourself think about things that you've not ever thought about. But that is no reason for you to get rude with me because you feel uncomfortable. If we go by what you are saying, that your God only downloaded in the only moral code your God downloaded in the humans is to not disobey him. The only moral evil they knew was don't disobey your God, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I
Okay.
said. Mhm.
All right. So let's do a hypothetical. Okay. Adam and Eve never disobeys. They have children. Humans grow on the earth. And then God says, there's too many humans on the earth. They are too loud, too whiny. Adam, go over, take about 500 of the humans, go over to the left side of Eden and slaughter all the humans over there. Should Adam just do it?
This is all hypothetical.
I just literally.
Thing you're
Why would
saying
you?
from.
Hold on, Dan.
Wait,
Why would you
honey,
say?
you
Dan,
just
no,
said
no, no,
don't
no,
talk over
Dan,
you, and you're
Dan,
talking over me,
Dan,
honey.
Dan. Why this is yeah. You're. Why would you say this is all hypothetical when I said let's do a hypothetical? If I start off by saying let's do a hypothetical, and I give you a hypothetical, why is your response this is all hypothetical? Why would you do? Why would you do that?
So what's the ending of your hypothetical? If you had to answer that yourself, what would it be? Would he go?
First, I want you to answer that for me. I want you to answer it for me. Should they just obey?
I'm not going to answer that hypothetical.
Sure. Let's talk about
It's not
Canaan.
hypothetical.
Okay, forget the hypothetical. Forget the hypothetical. Your God commanded the Israelites to go into Canaan and slaughter people, babies, every man, every child, every boy, as a sacrifice to him before the conquest of Canaan. Should the Israelites have just obeyed that without asking questions? We don't. That's not a hypothetical. That's Bible.
Yes. What did the Canaanites do in the Bible? What happened prior to him doing that?
They worshipped other gods. They didn't sacrifice their children like the Israelites did.
They didn't throw them
They
into
were
the fire and sacrifice them live?
No, that was Israelites, and that's in your Bible too. The Israelites built the Tophet to Molech. The Israelites sacrificed their children to Molech. There's absolutely nothing in this Bible that says the Canaanites sacrificed their children to Molech. But it explicitly says the Israelites built the Tophet. The Israelites sacrificed their children. And Yahweh accepted human sacrifices. Yahweh required human sacrifices. It explicitly states that in your book. But the reason your God had them go into Canaan to slaughter them is because they were worshiping other gods, and your God did not like the way they were worshiping other gods, similar to how he didn't like the way Egypt was worshiping other gods. He didn't like the way Nineveh was worshiping other gods. So he commanded his militia to go into a land, take their land, live in their houses, eat their foods, as he say. You will live in houses you did not build. You will eat food you did not grow. He promised them wealth, and this was the way they were going to get that wealth. Should the Israelites have just obeyed that and not question, well, let me see if the Canaanites are actually sacrificing their children before we go in here and kill them?
Can you pull up the scripture where it says that the Israelites were the ones throwing their kids into the fire?
Sure. Jeremiah 7:21. Hold on.
And also where the Canaanites were serving the other gods, because it will reference that they were throwing their kids in the fire.
Sure. No. You need to provide that one. You need to provide the one that says the Canaanites were throwing their kids in the fire. That's the claim you made. See, we're going to actually. For the people of Judah have done evil in my sight, says the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house that is called by my name, defiling it. And they go on building the high place of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind. Are you there? You're on mute if you're talking.
I'm still here. I'm in the Bible at the looking for the one you asked me to find.
Okay. So this is where Yahweh commanded them to burn their children so he could scare them. Ezekiel 20, starting at verse 25. He says, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts and their offering up all their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord. So if he gave them statutes that he knew they couldn't live by, with a moral conscience that says, just do what God says, because the only moral conscience I need is to know to not to disobey God. If he intentionally gives them bad laws that causes them to sacrifice their children, don't you think a moral conscience to say, wait, what the fuck?
Okay. And that one, that says, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live by. Okay. So you're saying they also didn't have a moral compass?
No, they had a moral compass. They had just gave their will over to Yahweh. They had just decided to follow Yahweh, follow whatever Moses says Yahweh said. They had a moral conscience. There's a time in this book where the Israelites are saying, we don't fucking want to kill anymore. We're tired of all the blood. And they got in trouble for that. They tried to exercise their moral conscience. One time I did a live and I said, why did the Israelites keep going to worship other gods? They had the so-called Almighty God that gave them land, that gave them wealth. They had women. Like their women were their slaves, right? Like, why would they go worship other gods? What could they possibly want from other gods? And if you read in Jeremiah, when the women escaped to Egypt because the God had sent Nebuchadnezzar in there to fucking rape them. When you read what the women say, we don't want Yahweh because it's too much death, too much suffering. When we're worshiping the Queen of Heaven, we're blessed. We eat. There's peace.
And do you know what the Bible is referring to when it says statues?
Yes. What do you think it's referring to?
Their ancestors.
You said their ancestors?
Things that they sent before, the things that he sent prior to. Yeah.
What makes you say that?
I'm just reading the verse before.
No,
Because he
that's not.
wouldn't give them something that was not good.
He said he did. He explicitly said he did. But let's go to the Blue Letter Bible, right quick. I'm gonna show you what that word means in Hebrew. Okay, so if I click on tools here, and we go to statues, that word is hokim. Hook, it actually is hukim here. And we go to the lexicon, the Brown Drivers Briggs lexicon. And a prescribed task. Let's see, hold on. Okay, here we go. Enactment, decree, ordinance of either God or man. A specific decree, law. Let me see if I could find Ezekiel. Okay. Ezekiel 20:18, given by God as a punishment for disobedience, Ezekiel 20:5. Wherefore I gave them also enactments that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live.
Yes, I was wrong on the statues part. I apologize for that. Yeah, that was wrong.
You don't have to apologize for that. We're not. We learn and
Not
we
apologize, but own up to
adjust.
it. Yeah, yeah. I can see, I can hold myself accountable. Yeah, that was wrong. He gave them these things. He put this judgment on them because they were idly worshiping their ancestors. They
The
were idly
judgment that
worshiping all of the other gods that they thought would bring them more blessings. The Israelites, they thought at the time, the more gods that they worship, the more blessings they would get.
well, I need you to back that up with scripture. But the judgment that he gave them was to defile their children and offer their children up so that he would horrify them. That's so my question is, would you just be like, "Yes, God, I'm going to sacrifice my baby because you worship this God?"
Did they not do that with all of the gods they were
I'm
worshiping?
asking about this God. I'm asking about this God.
Yes, because that was their standard back in
You
the day.
no no
They
no.
did it for all of their gods.
Would you just be like, "Yes, God, I'm going to sacrifice my kid because you told me to"?
No.
Right. You know why you wouldn't? Because you have a moral compass. And it is a good thing to have a moral compass. It is a good thing to question when someone says, God said do a thing. The thing about this book is that it is written by men who say a God spoke to their mind and gave them laws, gave them commandments for how humans should live. And they told those people, you don't question God. So people took that and they just did all kind of egregious shit. They enslaved, encaged the morality of humanity. That's why we see a lot of wicked shit. That's why people were able to enslave people on the basis of discrimination and superiority. That's why women get subjugated and abused, because a human said, God talks to me, and therefore, because God talks to me, you have to do what I say. And God is the objective moral standard. You were never supposed to gain your own ability to decide good and evil, right and wrong. That's God. And I speak for God.
Yeah, and it was wrong. That was all wrong. That's why Jesus came and literally told them, like, yo, you guys have no common sense. This is literally not what anything meant. He came to educate people because people were doing everything completely wrong.
Jesus literally backed up his father in this book. You have a Luke's Jesus is the more pacifist, social justice Jesus that most of you lean towards. But even that Jesus is priming your mind to bow down to powerful systems. He says, turn the other cheek, don't fight back. He says, if they come and take your cloak, give them your pants too. Give them everything you got. If they ask you to go 1 mile, go 2. Pray. Don't fight back. But the Israelites, who are expected to be the rulers, their law says, now go in there and take that shit. Go in there and enslave them. Take their land. And when when the Israelites come into the Gentile land, right? The Gentiles have been preached to by Luke's Jesus. Don't fight back when they come. Give them everything you got when they come. You'll get your reward when you die. You're on mute.
Yeah. I am replying. I'm gonna follow you. I don't know um what do you call it? What time zone you guys are in, but I'm in Eastern, so I will be honest, I'm not making sense and I am really tired. But I do see her on live often, so I'm willing to jump back on another night because I'm willing to, understand things and interpret them for my own self, like I said. Um, so I do appreciate it. And thank you for having a respectful conversation with me because honestly, a lot of Christians that are even on TikTok, they are so divisive and it's disgusting. So the fact that I'm sitting here with an atheist and having more of a respectful conversation than I've had or heard with other Christians on here, that says a lot. So I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having a good conversation as well. And I look forward to you coming back. And again, like I said, my goal is not to take your belief in a God away. It's
To open my
to
mind. I
yeah.
definitely I appreciate that because honestly, my life path that I'm on right now, I am like I said when I came in, I'm deconstructing religion. And I did, I could relate to you with growing up in church. So I understand there are a lot of things that my faith aligns with religiously, and I don't like that, and I am deconstructing things like that. So I'm open to hear things. Seriously. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
You too. Y'all have a good night.
Selena, are you still awake? Joshua, are you able to bring up a guest? Never mind, it just opened. Sherman? What the fuck? Sherman faggot? What the? What the fuck?
My thing went on mute just now.
Oh my.
Yikes on bikes.
Oh my goodness. No, I'm good. I'm good on that Mac time. Oh my goodness. No, that was a movie. Oh, so okay. Don't act like it ain't happened before. Also,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. Don't act like that ain't happened before. Okay, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, you said that's how you know the difference. Um, I don't know. The guest box is open, y'all. It's in Jeremiah. Hold on, Constant.
Y'all tap the screen. We're still under 100K. You need to tap it up. I almost said get it up, and then I had to rethink that.
Um, is there nobody else that want to come up? Let's see. So there's several constant. You can use Jeremiah 6:24 through 25. You can use Ezekiel chapter 7, verses 26 through 27. Uh, Jeremiah 6:24. Yeah. Um, that's gonna be the one where they just refuse to go out and fight. But let me find you the one where the women of Judah. Give me just a second. Selena, can you see? Can you open the guest box?
Yeah. Um.
Please go on mute. Like, don't come up here with all that shit.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Jeremiah.
joy.
Please go on mute. Goodness. Constant Jeremiah 44:16 through 19 is where the women of Judah are saying they won't listen to Yahweh anymore and that they prefer the Queen of Heaven. Dixon, and then Constant. I'll get the other scriptures for you after the live.
He a troll.
Dixon, he's a troll. You
Troll
know who
what?
this is?
Don't
What do you
say.
mean
Yeah.
troll? Don't be capping, boy.
Oh yeah, we already can see that.
Your daddy a boy. Your mama one too.
Yeah, he's a troll. She called me Batman. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Dixon, don't be dumb and keep requesting like I'm going to accept it. Be a smart troll and move the fuck on. Can you see him in the request? He's
Oh yeah, I
dumb
see him now.
because he keeps requesting like he just magically are going to be able to pop up. Are you able to block him?
Mm-hmm. I
Thank
got
you.
him. Done and done.
She called me Batman. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Somebody in the chat was asking for scriptures, Lobster Lars. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I don't want to end early. I did invite a couple of people who were challenging me on the songs that I wrote. Somebody stitched the He's Mine song and asked me why was I trolling atheists. And I responded and I said these are direct quotes from believers, but I would like to know why they upset you. And she said that she had seen me on the Atheist Experience. And she has a podcast, and she asked me if I would come on her podcast, and she's going to come here also. And then there was another young lady, another group that I don't know. They were tagged. I was talking to one young lady. This is the one that was telling me about righteous free will, and then she tagged another creator, a female creator, and she said, "Should I?" LOL, LOL, and I said, "Please do," and I invited her to the live. Like the I don't know. The response was like, "Should I eat her up?" type thing. So I just responded and I invited her to the live and I told her that I'll be live until 10:30. And so I want to be able to be live when these people wake up so that I can have these conversations. And the only way to do that, y'all, is to keep the conversations flowing. But if I feel like we're just sitting here quiet, then we're gonna shut down because nobody wants to talk about the topics. I can't open the gift goal, y'all. That's what's making the live glitch because of this fucking live fest shit. So I don't want to open the gift goal. So just like if you want to give this gift, and then if you are in the Discord, please remember to go check the Discord. There's a community member that needs some support right now. If you are able to. Yeah, I think the gift goal is what was causing us to have to reset over and over again. Thank you, Yala. They definitely cannot. They definitely cannot also. I'm gonna play a song. Give y'all some time to get up, to get up and get up here. Thinker, why has El Joso never spoken? Because it's my backup account. That's my backup account. You didn't know that? That's my picture in the profile. In the profile. El Joso. Yeah, that's my other me, my alter ego. The shy me, the quiet me. The one with social anxiety. Coco doll, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Yeah, that's my quiet me. She doesn't post a lot. She's just there. She's there in case we get suspended in here. So if you're not following my alter ego, make sure you do in case we get suspended. That's where we go. I'm very shy, Gracie, but I'm not. I'm very shy. I like I'm. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not a. Goodness gracious. Did he get blocked? Did somebody just block him? Did he just get blocked? What happened? He was on stage.
I didn't touch him.
Oh, so did you block him? The your final warnings that they were on stage. I see he was muted, but I had him on stage. Oh, they must have left when they got muted. All right, y'all. I'm gonna play a song. See if we can get spend some pass some time to see if we can get some conversations.
Didn't know the word for danger.
skin. The way he spoke of order and the world he trapped her in. He got a desire to find that life was called paradise. But what if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got out of the questions, told her thinking was rebellion? Twisted lies into the truth, convinced her curiosity was rude. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if while walking in Eden, he prayed for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent wasn't danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurt and called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if Eve was never fragile, just convinced she had to be? What if women learned the danger long before they learned it free? Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed someone new. Don't forget he had Lilith before you. What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? Oh. What if Adam was abusive? What if paradise is pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if Eve wasn't disobedient, she knew it was a lie? What if Eve was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying, so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety, just the place you learn to hide? What if leaving wasn't weakness, but a spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if Eve was never sinful, she was finally choosing right?
Well, I thought we had somebody on stage.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
Gabe
guys,
left.
I just wrote the song. I'm not singing it. Huh? What do you say?
I said, oh, Gabe left.
Yeah. So keep in mind that it's not just Christians to come on stage. If you are someone who is deconstructing your belief or thinking about it, someone who is an atheist and you have a different perspective on the topics, or you want to share your perspective on the topics, the guest box is open, y'all. Thank you, Reese. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lindo. Y'all don't make us have to shut down early.
I know it's way too early. Come on, y'all, please.
Yeah, Oso performs the songs. It's Oso. I used to use Logic Pro a long time ago, y'all.
Well, I haven't heard Logic Pro in a while.
In a while, right? Yeah. Man, looks like we gonna be shutting down at 2 a.m.
Oh man.
This is crazy. I put the stitch out there too. Asking the men who say that I'm blaspheming. Like they feel like me asking this question is me blaspheming, and I'm asking them, how am I blaspheming against a mortal man? It's like, even though I do think this God is evil, um, the song isn't talking about the God being evil. It's talking about Adam being abusive. How? Why? Like, I want to know why they see it as something blasphemous to say about Adam, because it sounds like to me that even though they sinned and they disobeyed the God and they're responsible for sin coming in the world and their belief system, they still see Adam as like this holy figure, and I don't know that they realize they do. Like, is Adam divine? Like, did he have a different type of mortal uh, body than you as a human male today? Cha Cha.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good
I'm
morning,
do-
Jaja.
I'm doing good.
Um, I'm from Holland, so my English is not like very well, but I'm really trying, and I understand English better than that I can speak it. Um, but yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I can't see your profile, so I'm not sure if you are a community member or if you're new here. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Um, I don't know in which box before I'm a believer in the divine, yes, but I'm not a religion person. Hell no. But I'm distracting. I think distracting,
Okay.
distracting. Yeah.
Deconstructing.
Um,
Okay.
deconstructing. Yes, thank you. Like since 2019. Um,
Oh, right when I started.
yes, it was so like in that moment, like everything starting to open up for me. It was like I was losing my mind. But I was seeing through. I think yeah, I was seeing through some things like this isn't right. So I put the Bible aside and I didn't look at it for like 1-2 years. And then I open it and then things started to click. You understand what I mean? Like it's starting
Yeah.
to fall in places like, wow, yeah. So,
Yeah, that's similar to what happened to me. I was having a conversation. I always had questions, right? And I used to be a missionary in church, and I would preach. But the whenever my sermons came to me, it was always preaching on a different level of, like, we shouldn't be doing XYZ. In fact,
mm-hmm,
my last sermon was to, because I grew up Kojic, and it was come out from amongst them and be ye separate type preaching that I grew up around. It's like, don't talk to people who go to the club, who smoke cigarettes, if they wear pants and blah. Like, it was that type of teaching. Um,
ah,
yeah, and so I never lived by that, and all my friends were outside of the church. And my last sermon was go back and get the sinner man, and
mm,
I told them that them sitting in church with big hats and long skirts on and expensive suit
mm,
wasn't doing shit. That was my last. When they just sat there and looked at me like, "What the fuck is she talking about?" But that was my last
oh,
sermon, and
wow.
I was still a believer even though I stopped going to church. Um, I was still a believer, and I probably started deconstructing long before I actually claimed to be deconstructing. But it was a
Mm-hmm.
conversation that I was having with my brother, and my brother said, I don't think God like black people." Now, although my brother is a Christian, my brother is diehard Jesus, like he loves God. But
Mm-hmm.
he said, "I don't think God likes black people," and I was like, ding 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 ding. So I just started talking to him, and that was the day I gave myself permission to actually start studying and researching outside of the Bible, because I was always taught not to go outside of the Bible and
Yeah.
only read, what was in the Bible. And
In the
so
Bible.
I decided to start researching the questions that I had and looking for what I was studying in the Bible to match history. And when I started doing that, things just started opening up, and that's when I was like, "Holy shit!"
Mm,
Yeah,
mm.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's yeah. I could imagine that. What my story is about for me that it's open up is because I went to the foster care system, and I grew up with a lot of religions, and my grandmother was really a religious person. Like she was diehard Seventh Day Adventist and Jehovah Witness, I think. My other grandmother. So I really could understand because I was always in discussion with them, and it didn't it wasn't right for me. It didn't click. Like how God, who made God, When I was small, I was already questioning it, and they were like, "Shut up, don't ask no
Yeah.
questions." So yes, I do recognize your story in my own. So yes. Yeah, so I would like to yeah, klopt. I'm a Dutchie. How free was Adam and Eve's free will before eating the fruit? There was no either Adam was not free. He didn't have no free will. He had free will, but he wasn't aware of it. That's how I read it. And yeah, he didn't have the free will.
When you say he had free will but he wasn't aware of it, what do you mean? Like, what is your definition of free will?
Free will is being curious, going outside of the box, being, yeah, literally free, having your own will, going after your desires. You honest, yeah, I think your curiosity, being curious. So yes, free will is, yes, I think so. What is it, Tinker? Tell me.
Sure, sure. I think what you're describing is choice, like the ability to choose.
Yes.
Um, yeah, but free will is the ability to make decisions without the constraint of a God, having commands or influencing you, your parents influencing you, your upbringing influencing you, your societal culture, economic status, things like that. Without things like that influencing your decisions, without the necessity of life, like food, water, air, clothing, or a expected fate like death or going to jail or hurting yourself. So free will would be the ability to make decisions without any of those things influencing your decision. And so
Yeah.
I don't believe that humans have that ability. Right? I think every decision that we make we choose the best option, but even in that choice, I think it's influenced by our upbringings, whether we're a mother or a father or a sister or a brother, whether we have to eat,
Yes.
whether I don't think we have free will.
Yes, 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 I'm hearing you. I'm not like, let me say first, like I see this Bible and everything a lot like with psychology, mind, metaphor, metaphoric. So please, when I don't believe in a story like it stands, like how it's written, but the deeper meaning of it. And the moment that Eve came into the picture, Eve started to influence Adam, right? So when they took the apple or the fruit, they became aware. But what make my eye grow up, was the moment Adam Eve was like, when God came in our garden and say, "You all eat the fruit. Why y'all eat the fruit?" And Eve was like, "Yeah, I did eat the fruit." She was like honesty at the beginning, right? She say the truth. She eat the fruit. And Adam, that's like for like, okay, let me start by Adam. He didn't lie, but he gave blame. You understand? He started blaming. He started blaming Eve, and not even Eve. He also blamed God, and that makes me think of the birth of the ego. So the mind, so yeah, ego is like the ego, and Eve was more about the soul. When she eat the fruit, her process started from being literally Eve, like being curious, having the free will, going out, doing, you know, yeah, I don't know how to explain that, but that is like how I see it. Like by Adam, and you see it like till this day, how the ego of man became religious control, um, yeah, being ruled by ego. And I see like this story is from Genesis is about the mind, about ego and soul. I hope you
Yeah,
understand.
I could definitely I could definitely see that. It's definitely about um well, it's a etiological tale. It's about a lot of things, right? About the evolution of the the world and society, and humans, but also our mind and how we begin to think about things.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I could see the ego, um, where Adam blames Eve and the God for giving him that woman. There is a Jewish tradition in the Midrash, it's a rabbinic tradition, where Adam is talking to the God and he's mad about the God giving him Eve. And he says that he doesn't like her voice because her voice sounds like bones in a cauldron. He doesn't like the way she smells.
Oh
Um,
shit.
yeah, he says that her her body, like he just dogs her out. He's like, I didn't ask you for her.
Mm.
He didn't want Eve. It's in this story. So when he's like, the woman you gave me,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
yeah, like this wouldn't have happened if you had not given me.
Gave me this woman. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I feel like it's like this is also this how I see it is like this mindset of woman and man, female and male is also you could see it in the church, the ways yeah, I could see it. I don't know if you could see it, but like I feel like it really throughout the stories also it's like being physical now these days. um so yeah, that's like where I'm at. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you. What are your thoughts about what they could do? Because I know you said that they had free choice.
Mhm.
Do you think that they could do bad things or choose bad things prior to getting this awareness?
um uh you mean like if they didn't eat the fruit that they
Yeah, like if they didn't eat the fruit, do you think they could have still made bad choices but just didn't have the awareness of it being like they could
Mm,
have made like
yeah.
evil choices but just not have the awareness that they are evil?
Yes, yes. I think so. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I. It's like I like to put it like children. Sometimes they do just stupid things, but they're not really aware yet about their choices. Um, I think the fruit also and the snake. I don't see the snake as the devil. I just see the snake as the desire of something they truly wanted from the deep inside, because how can you know about good if you don't know about evil? And I think that Adam is the process of Adam is that evil, and the process of Eve is that good. And what I also believe is that these two got to become harmony, like our mind. We also have that little darkness and that little light. And I think that that need to be in harmony to understand our decisions in life. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
yeah, like I definitely can see like the symbolic like if we look at it from a interpretive lens and see Adam as a form of human, not necessarily
Yes.
just a
No.
man,
Yeah.
and then see Eve as a form of human, not necessarily just, a woman, one being inquisitive and the other being subservient, having the mind,
Oh,
scared to
sorry.
question.
My phone was dying. Sorry, my battery was dying. So
Uh-oh.
okay, all right. I hearing you. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was saying I definitely can see what you're saying, and one that, like, if we look at it from an interpretive lens, we could see that
Oh
Adam
no.
is the type of.
Sorry,
Are you
Tinker.
there?
Wait, one moment.
That's okay. Okay.
My phone is tripping. So sorry if my phone
That's okay.
tripping. Okay,
That's
okay,
okay.
okay. I hearing you.
Okay. If you need to come back, let me know. Okay.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. All right. No, that's okay. Um, so I was saying I agree with you, and I think if we look at the story through an interpretive lens, the way that
Mm,
I see it is that Adam represents the type of mind, right? Not necessarily
mm,
a male body, but like the type
mhm,
of mind that is subservient or expects obedience and not
mhm, mhm.
pushing back or questioning things. This acceptance
Yes.
of
What
leadership,
is?
right?
Yeah.
Obedience. Yeah, and then Eve is the curious mind, one that
Mhm,
asks questions, seeks knowledge, and
mhm,
and usually one that seeks knowledge is often seen as the rebellious one. And
mhm.
so
In
I definitely,
religious, yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
No, that's okay.
In religious setting, they say yeah that is rebellion, but she is exactly what we should supposed to do as humankind. Um, because that's why we are created, right? If you look at the first chapter, first verses in the Bible, to create mankind in likeness.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you was going very good. Sorry, go on.
No, that's okay.
I so
Uh,
agree with you, so that's why I feel it so enthusiastic.
um, no, I forgot what I was saying as far as I'm sorry. Um,
That's so,
yeah, I was just saying, like, there's not just one way to read the text, and I think
mm,
you're right when you say, like, that's the religious way to read it, because that's how the church keeps influence over its members, is
mm-hmm,
to tell them that there's only one way to read the text. But I think the Bible serves as a collection of tales to help mankind wrestle with their morality and ethics. And when
mm,
you're able to question and say, now, why would God require this? Or would the God that I believe in require this of me? And if the God did, like, what would I have the strength to use sound judgment if someone came to me and said God said. um Thank you, somebody just became a super fan. Thank you so much, I appreciate you. I can't see the name, but thank you. I think the book serves as a good exercise for that, and helps you have, like, deep conversations about that, so that you can begin to question your morality and how you are
Mhm.
showing up in society, how
Mm.
you're showing up for yourself, right? The decisions
Mhm.
that you make for yourself on a daily basis,
Mhm.
are they moral, and beneficial for you, even if you, whether you are spiritual or not. I think it could
Mhm.
make a person a more moral, conscious minded person. Or if it's taught to you from an authoritative stance, and you don't have the liberty of being inquisitive
Mhm.
or analyzing, right? Having this wisdom that they were denied in the beginning, then you become the type of person who just do what you're told.
Mhm. Mhm. And I find that's much more scarier than having your own moral compass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I ask, like, why would, in the story, the God commands humans not to gain this freedom of curiosity in assessing their own actions. Why would
Mhm.
this God want a human race without the ability to, you know, be aware of their actions?
I think that piece is rewritten and scrapped and put together through the 2,000 years of mankind wanted to stay at control and keep women down. I think that that type of scriptures verses are very twisted, and more for their own gain. That's why I say it sounds like Adam ruling with his ego to just stay in control. And um, yeah, there's also a lot of proof of it from that the Bible is not. I that the Bible is not very true, but there is a certain truth in it. And yeah, so to keep people in control, yes, that is, the people who are in control can be lead, I think, can be controlled. They can
So,
be easily controlled.
I do think that is being used for that, but I think that was its intended purpose when the text was put together. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like, when you say you think it was rewritten, why do you
Mm-hmm.
think that? Like, when you say you think that part was rewritten, is
Mm-hmm.
that a hope? Like, are you hoping that part was rewritten, or do you have some type
Like
of?
which part? Oh, no, I mean like rewritten that some verses or pieces are rewritten for their own gain. If I see like if I like the birth of Jesus, it doesn't make no sense. With some pieces, and then like if I see how the pattern from gods in the ancient times, they always get some superpower, whatever, just to make them a little bigger, to honest, yeah, to make them a little bigger, like uh, how do you say that? To give them a holy status, right? Or like
But
children
hold on.
sacrifice, children being brought by temples, and in that time the Greeks and the Romans were already in power. So they were giving up, thinking from, oh, I'm giving my child to God, but they're giving it to a temple. And like still to this day, now we call it tax, or the government child as foster care, but it still is like a sacrifice to a authority. You understand what I mean? um, to just for their own gain. Just I don't know why they're doing it. Maybe to keep control, maybe to be in power. That's like where I'm now at now. From why would you? But yeah, that's yeah. Or did I didn't answer your question?
No, so I agree with you. You're explaining why they would do it. And I agree, and I can see a purpose for why they would rewrite it. I don't think it was rewritten. I think it says exactly what it originally said. And and the reason why I'm saying that is because I've read, I can read the Hebrew scriptures, and I've not seen it say anything different than what it says in the Hebrew, and so I'm asking, why do you feel that it was rewritten? Like, is this a hope? Like, do you hope it was rewritten because you hope that your God would not command humans to not gain a moral conscience, or have you read something where it's different, where the God never had this conversation with
Yes,
Adam and Eve?
yes. Like in the Bible, like we read it in English, there's a lot of manly verbs and nouns, and everything is male, male, male. They have some in Isaiah, they have some female versions, and like God is a female, and that's like what makes me twink a little bit, because um like if you tell a Christian God is a woman, they will go crazy. They will go crazy on you. But
Yeah.
that's
So
like for
you're
me,
saying you read a Hebrew tradition where the God was a
yeah,
woman?
if yes, if
What
now
was the
not
name
is
of
a
it?
woman, ruach,
Oh.
ruach,
Oh,
yeah,
the
that's a,
Ruach, the spirit.
yeah, the spirit is feminine, and also the soul, shefa, is also a feminine pronounce, right? But in the Bible, in the English version, it is a lot of male and masculine pronouns. And if you say from, yeah, but God is either a woman or man, it has the masculine and the feminine energies. They don't understand Christians. But when you say from, okay, so if you say your father, I can say mother, my mother God, because God is neither a female or a male, or it has both qualities. So from that on, I already be like, yes, that's why I'm a believer in the divine, but I'm not, yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but okay, so nefesh can be, you have nefesh and nefesha. So the nefesh is the masculine soul, right? It's just the life force of a human. So I get that, and
Mhm,
the ruach is feminine. I agree with you,
mhm,
and I think this is why some people say that the Holy Spirit was feminine, and they
mhm.
compare the Holy Spirit with Sophia,
Yes,
and not,
yes, yes.
yeah, and not necessarily the guy. But what I'm asking is, if you've
Yeah.
read a tradition where this conversation to not gain a moral compass, like to not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, it never happened, because whether the God is feminine or masculine,
Mhm.
that God still commanded humanity to not gain this wisdom of being able to make sound moral judgments.
Yeah,
And so
I
my
feel
question
like
is,
he, oh,
my
yeah.
my question is, like, what do you think about that? Like, have you thought about why a God would not want humans to
To
know
get
whether
that more,
they're,
I feel God didn't say anything to Eve. I didn't read in the Bible anytime God telling Eve to not eat from the eat from the fruit. She heard it from Adam, and God told it to Adam, not to Eve. So I feel like Eve was more, or like if you like in mind, like if I say from, if I didn't,
but even if he said it
but
to Adam, even if he didn't say it to Eve, he said it to Adam, right? So he said it regardless. And my question is, why would this God not want Adam to not have a moral compass?
because Adam, yeah, Adam was yeah. Good question. I'm going to deconstruct it, but I need to leave. I getting calls, but I will really love to continue this conversation another time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
Yes, I'm glad I'm not eating up by you, so you didn't bite me. Okay, bye.
Bye. I don't bite. I might nibble. Yeah, I like her. She was cool. Jethro, going once, going twice. Jethro, are you there? A niblet. Unattracted concoctions. Selena, are you able to take them down? They're not connecting, and I can't disconnect them. Selena, are you there? Joshua, are you able to take them down for me? Also, are you there? Is any mod with the ability to remove guests able to take them down for me? It won't let you. Oh shit. Yeah, I can't take them down either. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joshua. This person isn't connecting either. Oh wait, Stumpy Cottonwood.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Doing well, I hope you are.
I'm doing good, thank you. Can I get your age, please, and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
I am 56 and I am an agnostic atheist.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I was curious about the that believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. I felt like that was true.
Okay.
I don't think that they actually did anything wrong, given the fact that they did not have the knowledge of good and evil. Is that kind of where you were going with that?
Well, a lot of times when I talk to believers about the story of Adam and Eve in the garden, they they don't know how to articulate what the knowledge of good and evil is. We've heard some wild shit, but
Mm-hmm.
it typically boils down to it's the ability to do good and do evil. So they think that Adam and Eve couldn't do any evil. Well, they don't even say the ability to do good because somehow they were able to do good but couldn't do evil without the knowledge of good and evil. It's so confusing, but I don't think they know really what it was that the humans were being commanded to not obtain. They don't typically attach it to morality,
Uh-huh.
like a more awareness. They attach it to ability.
Well, my thoughts on that are that to me, and correct me if or just tell me if you think I'm onto something here. The knowledge of good and evil would also be the knowledge of right and wrong, to know what right and wrong is. Would you say that that's fair?
I think right and wrong, good and evil are different because
Okay.
it could be right to, it could be wrong to. Let me see. Okay, it could be wrong to pass a stop sign, right? That's wrong, but
Okay.
a person is doing it to save a life. That's morally good, right? So I think right and wrong are not the same as moral good and moral evil.
Okay. Um, do you feel like, from your perspective, that it was evil for them to eat the fruit?
No, not from my perspective, but from a believer's perspective, disobeying a your God or your creator, to them that's a moral evil because they
Right.
believe their God is their, you know, foundation for morality.
Well,
which is why I asked the question, like, why would their God not want them to have their own moral compass? And they typically like shut down at that question. But no, I don't think it was a moral evil for them to eat the fruit, because how else would they lacked the moral awareness, so they wouldn't have known that they were doing a evil thing. They would have only known that they were doing possibly doing something bad because they were told not to do it.
right.
Because death.
My argument is this, that they had no ability to take the command not to eat it because they had no knowledge of good and evil yet. So God can tell them all he wants not to eat it, but they have no knowledge of what's right or wrong, good or evil. This is just my thoughts. So how could they have done something wrong if they did not have the knowledge of good and evil yet? Am I tracking?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but okay, so if because he attached death to it, right? It's kind of like telling your child, "Don't stick scissors in the socket, or you'll die." Morality isn't attached to that, but a consequence is. So
Mm-hmm.
this is another thing that I think believers conflate with the knowledge of good and evil is consequences. So dying could have been a bad thing. They could have known what death was or not known what death meant. We don't know. But when Eve says to the serpent, we're not supposed to touch it because we're not supposed to eat or touch it because we will die. What did Eve understand about what death meant? Because you have Christians who say death was spiritual. It wasn't a physical
Right.
death,
Yep.
right? The Hebrew text says it was a physical death that Yahweh told them that they would experience. So, what did she understand? Did she understand that it was a physical death, that death was a bad thing or death was a good thing? We don't know. So she could have known that, hey, if I do this, it could be bad, but not morally evil. If I do this, it could be good, but not morally good, because the story says that she looked at it and she wondered, would it be good to have wisdom? Right? That's not a moral thing. That's a a benefit. Like, is it going to benefit me to get this wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
So I see right and wrong, uh, good and evil as two different things.
Okay. I kind of still stand by the fact that I don't think that they had enough knowledge at that point to make a valid decision. However, who told the truth in the garden? Because God said, the day you eat of it or touch it, you shall surely unalive. But the serpent told them that that would not happen. So who told the truth that day? The
The
serpent told the
serpent
truth,
definitely
and
told the
God
truth.
lied. Yep.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether they knew that disobeying their God, like not even disobeying, because I don't even think that they had a understanding that they had to obey everything this God said. We don't see a commandment that says you shall do everything I say. You shall never disobey me. We don't see that. All we see is that the God lied to them and threatened them with a false consequence to detour them from eating from the tree. Right? So
Mm-hmm.
in Eve's head, was death a bad thing? Was death a good thing? Or did she know? That's
Right.
the thing we'll never know, right? And we can look at it from the those three things. If she did know that death was bad, and then she learned that the God lied, and then she ate the fruit, she still had no idea she was doing a moral evil thing by disobeying this God, right? And that's not the thing. That's not what Christians harp about. They harp about the disobedience, which is the moral evil,
Right.
right?
Right.
Yeah. So I don't typically harp on like the right or wrong thing, and they could not have known, you know, right or wrong. It doesn't say they didn't have any knowledge. They just lacked the knowledge of a moral compass.
Right. If they I guess I never thought of this before, but I guess if they hadn't eaten from the fruit, they didn't know the difference between good and evil.
Right.
Um, right? So they really had no discernment to make a decision until they had actually eaten from the fruit. You mentioned spiritual death, which they like to bring up a lot, and one that I've been hearing lately is to God is a day is as 1,000 years. But I don't think we're buying into that one either.
Absolutely not, because that's what is it? A simile? Um, because it says like, right? And Peter was saying that because they were being mocked because they thought Jesus was going to come back when Paul died, and Paul had told them to get ready, and it didn't happen, and they were being mocked, and Peter's like, "Oh, don't worry about it, because one day." Oh, okay. I go back and forth between metaphor and simile, so
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. But
Well,
Peter is like, one day is like is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like one day. All Peter is doing is using poetic words to say that the God is outside of time and space, and his timing isn't our timing. He's not literally saying, here's how you calculate God's time and where he lives.
hmm well, and I think the eating of the fruit was more of a transition from being an animal, basically, like an animal that we would think of on the planet today. Even though we are animals, I'm thinking like we didn't achieve that level of awareness and consciousness as human beings until that fruit was eaten. So maybe the story, I mean, we know it's not true, but instead of taking it literally like many Christians do, you could take it from the perspective of that was when we became aware. We became human beings at that moment.
I
And,
can
and
see
you,
what you're I can see
yeah,
what you're saying. Um because we call people who behave, in immoral ways, like, we call them animals, because it's like they're not using any form of thought to make the decisions that they make.
right,
And so in that mindset, using that interpretive lens, the humans were just like animals, just acting on instinct and not necessarily critical thought or rational thought
yep.
until they ate the fruit. Yeah, I could definitely see that interpretive
And really,
lens.
what was he trying to keep humanity from? Why was he concealing the knowledge? And then once they ate from the fruit, he said to himself, they have become like us. Let's kick them out of here before they eat from the tree of life, because then they would have been immortal, according to the story. It almost seems like he was really scared of us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if we look at oppressive regimes today,
Mm-hmm.
when the people start to catch on to how they have been lying or manipulating us through media and propaganda, and the people start pushing back against that regime, what do they typically do?
Right. They crack down.
Yeah, and they start banning types of knowledge. They start banning books, right?
Yep.
Creating laws, yeah, so that they can control what the people know, because if they don't want to lose power. And so I definitely think um, humans who are able to push back against the God and question the God, or the entity that is claiming to be a God, because it could have been all a lie, right? And the God is like, I can't have them living forever challenging me. So
Right.
let me get them out of the garden. Yeah. But because then they'll realize that it's just another man who
Right.
has eaten from the tree of life, right? Like anything like that. But it's symbolic for, you know, for me, like oppressive regimes, those that usually are in control, and they
Right. And
need
I'll,
to be able to, um, you know, influence the people that they're leading. Go ahead.
I'll make one more unpopular comment and then I'll step down. Really, when you think about it, the serpent was like George Washington. He was the freedom fighter fighting against tyranny. So the real hero of the story is the serpent.
George
Unpopular
Washington was a
comment.
freedom fighter.
Yeah, fought against tyranny, against the England Empire.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was a piece of shit to me, but okay.
That's my take.
All right. Thank you so much for
Hey,
coming up.
thanks
I
for
hope you have
having
a
me. You
good
got a
day.
great room here.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Matthew, you've never come up before. You've only talked bad about me from the comments.
Good night. Good morning. Have I talked bad? What did I say that was bad?
I don't feel like going through that, but um, which topic did you want to discuss?
Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I believe that they did have the knowledge prior to eating the fruit or partaking of the fruit. That's what I actually believe.
It's interesting that that's your answer. Matthew, uh, am I asking if Adam and Eve had knowledge of good and evil? Or does that topic say believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil? Do you feel like you addressed the topic?
I thought it was part of the topic, but no, you're right. Yeah, that's not what you're asking.
Can you address the topic and then add in what you just said, like expand,
Yeah,
but
no
at least
problem.
address the topic? Okay.
No problem. The knowledge of good and evil is um, well, so if you're referring to the tree, it's a fruit. The Bible doesn't necessarily say what it is. Um, if it's moral good or not. Um, so we only have what is revealed in the scripture. So when you say believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, it's not that we don't understand, it's that there's limited information on what the tree actually is.
So there's a lot that you said, and I'm going to try to address what you said. But and I'm going to start with a question, but I don't want you to answer the question just yet. If there's limited information in the story regarding what the knowledge of good and evil is, then wouldn't that logically track that you don't understand what it is because there's limited information in the story? And then you said that the story doesn't say what it is. But after they ate from the tree, their eyes were open. I would like to know if you think that was their physical eyes, like if you think that they were walking around blind physically, or was that a mental awareness that happened? And then the last thing is you originally started out by saying they did have the knowledge of good and evil, and so for you to make that assertion, that means you know what the knowledge of good and evil is. And
Mm-hmm.
so your second response there, you know, there's no way that for you to understand what it is because the Bible doesn't say it, does doesn't make sense, and now your first response doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did any of that make sense?
Yeah. No, no. In a sense, you're right. But when I say the Bible gives limited information on the I'm talking about the tree, what the actual fruit is.
But I'm not asking about the
Okay.
fruit, right?
Oh, okay.
It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like you said, it doesn't say what the knowledge of good and evil is.
Oh no, no, no. I'm talking about the tree. When okay, so when we're talking about the knowledge of good and evil, right? So it it could refer to existential good and evil, like good and evil um as moral concepts, right? And it could be referring to that. But you
When
in
you
a
say
sense you're right when you say that we don't. In a sense you're right. I wouldn't say that it's not that we understand. It's that um the Bible gives limited information. So I mean,
so
I
can you
guess it's
answer
a
the question
semantic.
about the
I guess it's
no,
semantic.
it's semantics? Can you answer the question about their eyes opening? Like were they walking around with their eyes closed physically, or is that metaphorically speaking about their mind's eye
Yeah.
opening? What was closed and then what was opened?
So we believe it's the spiritual eyes. Spiritual eyes.
Which is
So
and
which is in
is
my
that mental? Is spiritual mental? Like what is that?
no, the spirit is metaphysical. The spirit is
The
it
spiritual
belongs
eyes
to,
were opened?
yes. So the eyes
Okay.
of the spirit, yes.
Okay. So your God wanted your spiritual eyes to stay closed?
That he wanted it to no.
So if he told them not to eat from the tree that would open their spiritual eyes, what what was his purpose for that? If he didn't want your spiritual eyes to stay closed, why would he tell you not to eat from the tree that would open them?
Well, what we know, okay, so when we know about God's commandment in Genesis 2 and verse 17, and what we know is that he says, don't eat of this fruit. He says, because in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. All right. And so we take that to mean a spiritual death. And then
I'm
what you're
I'm
talking
not
about
talking
is
about the spiritual
prophecy.
death. Hold on, don't go to something different. I'm not talking about the spiritual death. We're talking about their eyes opening after eating the fruit. You are saying that their eyes opening was their eyes being opened. It was a spiritual opening, like their spiritual eyes were opened. So now I need to understand from your perspective why your God would not want your spiritual eyes opened. Why would he want your spiritual eyes closed? If it's
I
a
have no
spiritual
idea.
eyes.
I have no idea. That's a good question.
Isn't the spiritual eyes how you guys communicate with the God today? Isn't that why you say atheists can't understand the Bible because we don't have spiritual eyes?
That's true.
So then it sounds like if that is the case, right, an atheist spiritual eyes are closed. So as an atheist, we are in the same uh, status as Adam and Eve were in the beginning prior to eating from the tree. And now you as a believer, your spiritual eyes are open and you are in the status of um, someone who disobeyed the God and punished and condemned to hell unless you accept Jesus. So it
Can you
sounds
repeat that?
like hold on. I'm just going by what you're saying.
Yeah.
Based off what you're saying, closed spiritual eyes is atheists and pre-tree Adam and Eve. Okay, opened spiritual eyes would be believers tricked by Satan, condemned to hell unless they accept Jesus. So it sounds like atheists who are have closed spiritual eyes are how your God wants us to be, not believing in them.
Not necessarily because this is pre-fall. So God had a specific plan for Adam and Eve. And his plan for Adam and Eve was for them to several things: be fruitful and multiply. And in fact, God says he created man to tend to the flora and fauna that were in the garden. So his plan didn't involve redemption in the beginning. It was because of the fall that then God had to create
No, I'm
provision.
not talking about the fall. We're talking about the closed spiritual eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah,
he
so what I'm
created.
saying.
Hold on. He created them with no access to their spiritual eyes being opened.
Mm-hmm.
And he commanded them not to open their spiritual eyes by eating from the tree, according to you. This is the logical entailment of what you are saying to me right now. And today, now that you all have the ability to have these spiritual eyes, because Eve disobeyed, even Adam disobeyed, you now have spiritual eyes that are open, correct? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's because of their disobedience. You now have spiritual eyes that are open. And today that's seen as a good thing. But it was seen
Mm-hmm.
as a bad thing. It was seen as a bad thing to acquire during Adam and Eve's time, which is why you are cursed with sin. Today, atheists have closed spiritual eyes, and that's seen as a bad thing. But your God originally wanted y'all to have closed spiritual eyes because Adam and Eve were originally created with closed spiritual eyes. That makes sense to you? That
No, well,
disobedience gave you the eyes to see the things of your God?
and so this is why I will agree with the prompt to an extent in terms of that we do not fully understand what the knowledge of good and evil is. And I'm all right with saying it if I misspoke because it could not be spiritual eyes. It could be something else, right? Which is why I said because it does not make sense that it was spiritual eyes, because the Bible says that even prior to all of this, that God walked with Adam in the cool of the day, and that
It
Adam and
doesn't say that. It
it
doesn't
does
say
say
he
that.
walked with Adam. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It does. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It does. It doesn't say that. Can you read it to me?
Okay. Genesis 3 and verse 8. Then a man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the
Where
cool of
is the God walked with Adam? Where is the God walked with Adam? Where's the with Adam part?
Okay, well, yeah, in the sense that okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay. Well, it says they heard the sound of him walking in the garden
Mm-hmm.
and they hid from the Lord.
Right.
So well and yeah, well, yeah. So it could be as I mean I'm agreeing. It's not it's something that we don't fully understand. You're right.
Okay, that's interesting to me, right? Because it says that their eyes were open.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you think the eyes being opened was their physical eyes, the only other thing it could be is a mental awareness, like a change in their mental uh, abilities, like their cognitive abilities,
Mm-hmm.
like the mind's eye, their understanding changed,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's interesting that you don't understand it, but with this lack of understanding, you accept that you are in debt. 5,000 years later, 8,000 years later, for this story, and you are born in sin, you are wretched, and you need Jesus for something you don't understand. You serve a God that would put you in debt and condemn you before you're born for something you don't understand.
Oh, we understand that we understand God's command. right? And so the concept of disobedience for me is the greatest part of the story, which is that even if we can agree that the knowledge of good and that what the knowledge of good and evil actually is kind of um left to the Bible doesn't really is not clear. What we do know is that God commands that Adam and Eve does something, or that they do not do something, right? God commands that, and as a result of Adam and Eve's disobedience, the Bible says sin comes into the world, right? And so there isn't anything ambiguous with the commandment of God and the reasoning as to why sin comes into the world. The ambiguity is with what does the Bible mean when it's saying knowledge of good and evil? Is it more? Is it a moral good? Is it just
Well, you don't know,
yeah?
right? That this is something that your God. If you have spiritual eyes and you don't know
Mm-hmm.
what the knowledge of good and evil is, I don't know what spirit you could possibly be talking to, except one that don't want you to know what the knowledge of good and evil is, which I think was this God's original goal for humans. Now, you say that the disobedience is the main thing, and earlier I was saying that looking at this story from an interpretive lens, right? Because one could use the stories in this book to assess their moral compass, their ethical framework, their ability to question, their ability to reject information or accept information, right? To test themselves. But it sounds like to me you have agreed to not do that, and you've if I look at this story not from a gender perspective, but from a a mindset, and that Adam's mindset represents a subservient mindset, one that does not question, one that just obeys. And then Eve represents a mindset of one that questions, that's curious, that adjust and pivot, and which typically rebels against information. Like they question, they find out if they're being told the truth, and then once they learn that they're being lied to, they adjust, right? And those are the two types of mindsets that I see in this story. And it seems like you identify more with Adam's mindset. You don't question the God. You don't question information you've been given. You don't care if you understand it. You don't care if it's logical. You just do, right? And do you think that type of mindset could be dangerous to society
I
or
think
helpful
that
to society?
I think that 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 um it's irrelevant. I think those things are
How is that irrelevant?
yeah.
How is that irrelevant?
Let me explain. Let me explain. I think it's irrelevant if Christianity is true and God is real, because
No, no,
from the
no,
Christ.
no, 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 no. I don't. I'm not talking about if God is real. I'm not talking about that. And I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about the type
Mhm.
of mindset in society that just says, just do, just obey, don't question, right? Obey authority, don't question authority, just obey authority. Is that type of mindset helpful to society or harmful to society? What are your thoughts?
But in simply a mundane like okay, if we're just talking about for the good of society, obviously not. I think we could both agree. But um, if you're talking about from the point of view that again, as I was saying, that if God is real, then you have a reality um, um, that is beyond us. You have a being
Hold
that has
on, that's
created.
you're just justifying it. I'm not, whether your God is real or not does not change the fact that this mindset exists in society. your reason for having that mindset does not change, that you exist in society with that mindset. And so my question was, is that mindset, whether it's because of your God or not, is that mindset helpful to society or harmful? And you just said that it's harmful to society. So
It's harmful in
with
any
you,
sense. It's harmful in
okay,
any sense. In the
okay,
sense.
okay, hold on, Matthew. With this mindset, even coming from your God, or because it being influenced by your desire to obey a God,
Hmm.
it's harmful in society, even in your perspective.
It's harmful in any sense if of human beings because
Well,
if
that's
you
all you are around. You're only around human beings in society, Matthew.
well, well according to you,
Matthew,
but we believe we
well,
believe in a spiritual
Matthew,
dimension.
do spirituals have social security numbers, Matthew? Can you crash your car into a spirit, Matthew? Do
Definitely.
you vote for spirit rights? Like, do spirits have rights on earth? Like, do you have to go and cast your ballot to make sure spirits can get married, or spirits can have food or have health insurance? Like, I'm trying to understand, to what degree do these spirits are these spirits relevant in the harm of society?
No, I was trying to explain, but I keep getting interrupted.
We're talking about your mindset in society, Matthew.
And
You
I and
keep
I,
wanting to
I
go to
agree. I agree with you.
Matthew, you keep wanting to go to the spirit realm as if you exist in the spirit realm, and the actions that you do here on earth only have effect in the spirit realm.
We
You are a
yeah,
human. You are,
we
hold,
believe
Matthew, let me
that. I'm
finish.
a Christian. That's what I believe.
Let me finish. Matthew, let me finish. You said you are a Christian. That's what you believe. That's the problem that I'm trying to convey to you. You are a human. You matter. If you hit someone, that human will feel it. Your hits are not spiritual.
I never
So
said that.
we're talking about the harm a human can cause in society to other humans, to our physical world, when they don't question what they're being told, when they just obey, when they just accept, when they just do.
Hmm.
That type of mindset can cause real harm to humans in our physical world, to animals, to the environment. Why do you keep trying to go the spiritual route?
In fact, as Christians, we believe in obedience to authority. That's
And
what
and
that's
I
what the
already
Apostle
already
Paul
said
says.
that. I already said that. I already said, regardless if you attach this to your loyalty to your God is the reason you have the mindset that is dangerous in society. It does not negate the fact that your mindset is dangerous. Just because you say the reason I have the dangerous mindset is because I'm a Christian and I believe in God. And the fact that you can't hear yourself saying that, and you don't understand the logical entailment of what you're saying.
Yeah, but it seems to me that it's true, man. I never said that it's not that it's wrong to question. I never said that. You came up with that.
You said that, you literally said obedience is the most important thing. And when I
No,
talk to you about the two different mindsets, Matthew, we're talking about the two different mindsets. I said Adam represents the mindset that does not question. Eve represents the mindset that does question, that rebels against what they're being told. They don't just accept it. They research. They ask questions. And when they learn that they've been lied to or that the information is wrong, they adjust. You
Why would
said obedience is the most important thing. And I asked you, that mindset, could it be harmful to society? You said yes.
yeah.
You think that having the mindset because you believe in God makes it less harmful. Your body still can do harm in society, even if you dedicated your life to your God. We can see in this Bible, people who believe in this Bible have done a lot of harm in the world because they believe in your God. And because they believe that they can't question. They just have to obey.
Well, in response to what you're saying, the point that I was making was to your point on why, because you were talking about spiritual eyes being open, all right, and you're talking about the fact that Christians don't know whether it's the spiritual eyes or what the knowledge of good and evil is, and that we place our salvation, we hinge our salvation on that. And my retort to you was that's not what we place our salvation on. We
I
place our
never said that. I never said that. I said you said that you can understand the Bible because you have spiritual eyes. I never said you hinge your
no,
salvation on that. I did not say that. Don't put words in my
yes, you
mouth.
said you
I
actually did.
said you said that you can understand the Bible because you have spiritual eyes and we cannot because our spiritual eyes was closed. That's what I said. I
You,
didn't say
you,
anything about your salvation. That's
you
not true.
yes, you said that and
Do I need to play it
I don't
back?
have the I don't have the words verbatim. I don't have the words verbatim.
I'll play it.
But
Let me play it back because I don't like words being put in my mouth. Hold on. Spiritual eyes. Isn't the spiritual eyes how you guys communicate with the God today? Isn't that why you say atheists can't understand the Bible because we don't have spiritual eyes?
that's true.
I didn't say anything about your salvation being hinged on that. That's not true.
Okay, let me kind of if I could just respond to because you made a lot of points, right?
Wait, are you going to admit that I did not say that?
You did, but you're gonna have to
No,
go
I
back.
just played it for you. I just played it for you. I never said your salvation. I don't even think your salvation is hinged. I stop because I don't like to be lied on, Matthew, and you know that. I don't understand why y'all stop talking while I'm talking. I don't understand why y'all do this. I just played it back for you what I said. Your spiritual eyes allows you to understand this Bible because you believe that that is how you access the Spirit, the Holy Spirit. Your salvation comes from Jesus dying on the cross. I would never say your salvation is dependent on your fucking spiritual eyes. That doesn't even make sense. So do not lie on me.
I'm not lying.
You are lying.
Yeah,
And
because
you lack the shame. And you lack the shame in your lie.
the point you were making was that Christians don't understand what the knowledge of good and evil
That
is.
I didn't say shit about your spiritual eyes
That is
being
the
dependent
point.
on your foundation of your salvation. That's a fucking lie.
You said so
I
much. You
did not
can't.
say that. But I just played to you what I said about the spiritual eyes, and
You
you are
said
still lying. You lack the inability to adjust. You lack the inability to say I was wrong. Your loyalty to this God is all that matters. And that is why your mindset is dangerous for society.
This is obfuscation.
Sure.
This is just a red herring.
uh, go ahead and show everybody how what you're getting ready to do. You're getting ready to shift right? Because you know that what you believe in is dangerous. You know that I've proven it in this conversation, and so have you. You've even admitted to it being dangerous, and it's okay that it's dangerous because you're a Christian.
Yeah, but you wouldn't even let me finish a thought.
I'm not gonna let you lie on me.
You haven't let me finish any.
I'm not gonna let you lie on me. I'm not gonna let you do that. You're not gonna lie on me.
Okay, can we move? Can we move on from this to the
You don't
action?
have the ability. You don't have the ability to adjust. To admit that you lied on me.
It seems like you don't have the ability to move on.
You don't have the ability to admit that you lied on me
Why
for the
would I
sake
lie?
of your God.
What,
That's what I want to know, Matthew. That's what I want to know, Matthew. Why would you lie?
and that's what I'm saying. This is a red herring, just a distraction from the
It's
conversation.
not a. I literally just played to you what the fuck I said.
You said many things about spiritual
I
eyes.
didn't say shit about your spiritual eyes being connected to your salvation. That's not true. I literally said the spiritual eyes allows you to hear from your God, and y'all say we can't understand the Bible because we don't. Our spiritual eyes are closed.
Yeah,
I
and your
literally just
and
played that for you.
your whole point was that we depend on us on this
You
story.
can't tell me what my point was. You can't tell me what my point was. You can't tell me what my point was. And you trying to put words into my mouth to say I said a thing to keep you from admitting that you were wrong is exactly what the fuck I mean.
Can we move?
You were wrong.
Do you want to move past
No.
this or what?
No.
What do you
No.
want? What
No.
do you want to do?
Nope. Nope. This is what I mean. You all don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. You don't assess your own actions, but you want to point fingers at other people and tell other people that they need your God or they're going to burn in hell when you yourself don't even know or care when your actions are harmful to society. You don't even care that you
You,
just told a lie. Stop. You
you
don't even care that you
literally
just
just made
stop
the same
talking
point.
while I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. You don't even care that you just told a lie.
You just made the same
That
point.
you've just been proven. I did not make the same
You
point.
literally just made the same point. You
Are
literally
you
just did
fucking
it.
okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay? You just did it.
What did I just do?
You literally just said that we want to preach to you that you're gonna burn in hell when we don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. You literally just
What the
said
fuck does that have to do with saying that your
that is
foundation of your salvation
that's
is
literally the
your
same
spirit?
point I was
Stop.
saying.
Stop. Stop. What the fuck? How the fuck is me saying you don't understand the knowledge of good and evil? Me saying that the foundation of your salvation is your spiritual eyes. Please help me
This is
understand that.
it, it it literally is the same point. How can you not see that?
Explain it. Explain it.
What are you talking about? I literally said that.
Explain how
No,
me
it's fair. If
saying,
you
hold
if
on,
you just speak up.
stop. Explain how me saying that you don't understand the knowledge of good and evil,
Mm-hmm.
and you point fingers to other people and tell other people that they
You're
need
gonna.
your God or you're going to go to hell
Mhm.
is the same thing as me saying that the foundation of your salvation are your spiritual eyes.
It's the knowledge of whether your spiritual eyes open or not. That's the point I was
No.
making.
No.
That's the whole point I
No.
was making.
You are making shit
You
up.
you
You don't
you
have the
you haven't
ability.
let
Stop.
me complete.
No, because I'm not going to keep letting you fucking lie on me. And there is no point in us continuing a conversation from a fucking lie. And if you aren't able to adjust and say, my bad, I thought that's what you said, but here's the point I want to make, then you need to fucking leave.
Well, you could drop me. That's not a problem.
Did you hear me say you need to leave? If you are incapable of doing that, then Matthew, you need to leave. I shouldn't have to drop you. If you are not capable of doing that, then Matthew, you need to leave.
Okay, that's no problem. Thanks for having me. Have a good night.
Goodbye. It's fucking ridiculous. The voice merchant. The voice merchant. Are you there?
A few minutes now.
Okay. One. Going once. The voice merchant. Are you there? Okay. Abel, what topic?
Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Don't address anybody else's conversation. You know how it works in here. Start from your own perspective. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, for one, I think it's important to note, what the word says about knowledge. So the beginning of knowledge is having fear of the Lord. Now, this is something that's kind of like of reverential knowledge, reverential fear, and by that I mean basically, like being raised by your parents and everything. Of course, if they say something, you gotta listen. Sometimes you might not agree. Sometimes you're gonna trust them. Sometimes you're just doing it because it's kind of how they've been telling you. That's kind of how I see it. So with that, an understanding of good and evil comes from God first. So, I mean, I want to understand your perspective on the knowledge of good and evil. Where do you think that stems
Wait,
from?
do you think that you just explained the knowledge of good and evil by saying that they were supposed to fear your God, and that's the knowledge of good and evil? Is that
I didn't give an explanation of good and
what
evil.
that says? Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, and you gave like for the way that you explain that is if you think we're talking about all types of knowledge. It literally says what type of knowledge we're talking about. And so the topic says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, and then you go, I didn't give an explanation of what it is. Like everything that you just said is irrelevant to the topic if that's not your explanation of what the knowledge of good and evil is.
So you want me to, I mean, you want me to tell you that we do have an understanding of good and evil?
Do you or don't you? I don't know.
Hey, I believe we do, based off of a God who teaches us what morals are. Yes.
Okay, so what is it?
What is good and evil? Okay.
What is the knowledge of good and evil?
The knowledge, I mean, what is knowledge? It's knowing something, right? So we know good from evil. Yeah, I mean, I'm not understanding your question all the way.
That I think you not understanding the question is proving that you don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. The knowledge of good and evil is a moral awareness of uh, your actions, your behaviors, the ability to be able to make a moral sound judgment and identify whether your actions are morally good or morally evil. Now, you said that your God decides that for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Adam and Eve, is your God moral or immoral? Or is he amoral?
He's a just God. And
I
by
didn't ask
that
you
is
that.
that he is the definer of what moral is.
Is he moral, immoral, or amoral?
He's a moral God.
He's moral.
Yes.
Okay. Is it moral to enslave another person and pass them down as money to your children?
Can you repeat that question? Because I was just kind of like bouncing off of like when I say that, oh,
Well, let
God
me
is
repeat the
moral.
question. Let me repeat the question.
Sure.
Is it moral to own another human as property and pass them down to your children as money, as inheritance when you die?
Um, to my understanding, right? It's not, right? Because that's off of my understanding of my perception of the life I've lived. Do you understand? So with that being said, I first off, I don't know where you got that, but I'm not going to deny that if you found it in the Bible, it's there, right? But with that being said, it takes context and understanding, time, place, what the purpose, all of that. That's like shining a light into what is it? Into a setting, right? To understand the complete picture, you got to shine a light on it, right?
So Abel, are you talking to yourself? Are you talking from your lack of time in studying and shining a light? Because you can't speak for me.
Oh, I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Um,
So
so,
what you're
so
actually trying to say is you're not sure if
no, I told
your
you no.
God. I'm sorry. What you're trying to say is that you're not sure if your God, uh, telling the Israelites that they can enslave other people for life and pass them down as property, um, and treat enslaved people as kesef, is a moral thing because you haven't studied enough. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm telling you that I don't have a full understanding of why God would do that. Yes, and
I
it's
just
maybe
said,
yes.
you,
I
you
mean,
realize
yes.
that I
Basically,
just
you're
said
saying
that?
that. Yes, yes, yes. I do understand that. That's what you said. Okay, and I agree. But kind of like the way you're saying it, it comes off like, oh, you didn't study, you didn't do this. Sure.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, I
Um.
can't help that you don't like the way I talk. I'm very articulate. And that makes you feel some type of way. But I
It
said
doesn't.
exactly that. Evidently, because you said no, and then you turn around and said the exact same thing. And the
No, no.
reality
You
is
know
that
what?
you
It's
have
true
not
though.
studied it.
Can I speak on that? That's true though, because you're speaking from your perspective on on
Perspective of
on the
what?
topic. Your view on the topic. That's why you're
What
coming
did I
off and
say? What
defining it
is
in
my
a different
perspective?
way.
What is my
Uh,
perspective on the question that I asked you?
that you're
Have
saying
I
I
shared
didn't
it?
study. You're saying all
That's
this and
not a
that. So
perspective. You said you haven't. It is true
I
that you
mean,
have not studied that. That's not a
look,
perspective. That's
yes,
me taking you at your word.
yes, yes, I understand. Okay.
Are you okay? Like
I'm
I
okay.
like you feel some type of way about you not taking your God's word, I guess, seriously and actually studying it to understand or know
I
what
mean,
the
I can
God
study it right now. I can
want.
pull up the Bible,
But
look
you
it
but
up.
but you haven't. But you haven't. That's the reality,
I
right?
haven't.
Is that you?
No.
It stop. Hold on. You can't talk the same time I talk, Abel. You haven't done it, and you feel some type of way because I'm basically just repeating your words back to you. Is that you're saying that it takes time, it takes context, it takes understanding. And I asked you, who are you speaking for? Because you can't speak for me. You don't know if I've taken time to study this. You don't know if I understand the context. You don't know if I can read the Hebrew to understand the context in Hebrew. You can only speak for yourself.
Can
And
I
then
ask you a
you
question?
hold on. No, let me finish talking, and then you can respond.
Sure.
And then you said when I said you said I am speaking for myself, right? And then you tried to say that it's my perspective that you haven't studied. You feel some type of way about you not studying. That whatever you're feeling doesn't need to be projected onto me.
Can I answer to that?
Sure.
So with that, basically I don't feel some type of way of what you're pointing out. I feel like what you're pointing out is like you're trying to shine a light on it, like what I'm saying. But that's okay. You're right.
You are
I haven't studied that
you are
enough.
the one
You're
you
right.
are the one who said it. I didn't bring up studying, you did. You are the one when I asked, is it moral to own another human and pass them down to your children as inheritance? You are the one who tried to say it takes time to understand that, to understand the context. You brought up studying, and I asked you, who are you speaking for? And you said, I'm speaking for myself. I didn't do that. You shed the light on yourself that you don't study. You are feeling some type of way because I do study. I don't have anything to do with your lack of time that you have spent on your own God's word.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
I want to get back to the topic of believers not understanding the knowledge of good and evil.
Sure. What do you want to, is there some other key point you want to make? Or I mean, I hear you talking about, what they did if they,
No, don't change the topic. Do you feel like you've addressed the topic? Do you feel like you've answered like what the knowledge of good and evil is?
yes, yes,
You
yes.
do.
I told you that,
Interesting.
our knowledge of good, I mean, we can go dive into what is good and what is evil.
I
You know
asked you,
what I
I
mean?
literally asked you, is it moral to command or to allow
And
humans
I gave you a
to
response on that. I
right?
told
So
you
then you
no.
can't. Okay, so then that, and then you said, I don't know where you got that from, right? So I was getting ready to pull up the Bible and go to Leviticus 25, verse
Leviticus.
39. Verse 44, where your God is talking, giving laws to Moses for the Israelites pertaining to the slave system allowed to exist in ancient Israel. And in that law, in Leviticus 25, your God tells them that they can buy or acquire foreign people and make them lifetime slaves and pass them down to their children, but they cannot enslave an Israelite. Now, you said your God decides morality. So if you were saying, and you said your God is moral, but yet you say this type of thing is immoral. Help me understand that.
Okay. So, um, there's a reason why he says that, right? Why he allowed that, because a lot of these things were allowed due to the hardness of the Israelites' hearts, right? Okay. Jesus goes on and he talks about it, where he allowed for divorce, signed the paper, all of that, right? Okay. So, like I said, he is the definer of what is moral. Okay? So if at the time he gave it to them, now we don't live under the Levitical law. All right? Is that safe to say? I mean, that, would you agree with me that, Christians have an understanding that we are not under the Levitical law, but under a new covenant?
Let me ask you a quick question. Is homosexuality a sin?
Yes.
Is that in the Levitical law?
You see, the practice of homosexuality is a sin.
Is
But
it in the Levitical law?
I believe it is, but if it isn't,
So,
you
but hold on.
got me.
It
You
is.
got me.
It's Leviticus. It's in there. It's in there in the King. It's not in the Hebrew, but it is in there in the King James translation. But if you're not under the Levitical law, but somehow homosexuality that is still in the Levitical law still it still exists. You still go by that. How is it that y'all are able to pull from Leviticus 18 verse 22, pull that out and say, "Oop, this stays, but everything else goes." How are y'all able to do that?
Well, for one, we obviously don't practice, um, selling our children. I mean, it does happen in some countries, but
What does selling your children have to do with y'all nitpicking the law?
okay. Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, um, Jesus himself pointed out and said, if you even look at a woman with lust in your eyes, you've already committed adultery in your heart. Okay.
Do you know what that means?
Yes, that a lot of these issues,
What does that mean?
what does what mean? I just told you what. It's not that hard to understand.
It you're
It,
right. Let's go to Exodus 20. Let's go to Exodus 20 and see what it says about coveting.
I mean,
About
you're sticking to the old
hold on.
covenant. We could talk about Jesus,
Hey, hold on.
but that's okay.
Hold on. Exodus 20 says, "You shall not covet your neighbor's wife."
Okay.
Having lustful feelings for your neighbor's property, which his wife was his property, according to the law. She's listed with property in property laws. She was his property. She's listed with his house. She's listed with his ox. She's listed with his donkey. She's listed with his male and female slave. She belongs to the Israelite. Coveting, having sex with another man's wife or another man's betrothed or another man's slave is adultery, because you are having sex with his property. In ancient Israel, men could have sex with women as long as that woman didn't belong to another man. And they could be married. A man could be married, have sex with a woman who is not betrothed, who is not married, and it not be adultery. So when Jesus says, when you are coveting the property of another man, you are also committing adultery, because having sex with the property of another man is adultery. He's not changing anything.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Jesus is just quoting the law.
Okay. So can you define what coveting means?
To desire, to envy, to
Okay, there
lust.
you go. Desire and lust are not the same thing.
That to envy, to
Desire and
desire,
lust,
to lust, that is
is
coveting.
lust has to do with a desire for the opposite sex.
No, you
Okay.
think you can only lust for sex?
Well, that's in the context where Jesus is talking about, where he's talking about committing
Because
adultery.
coveting,
That's what he's
because
talking about.
coveting includes lust. Are you okay?
Okay, well, if it's in a general term, I won't take that away from you. But I'm talking about lust. I'm talking
You
about
can
lust.
lust after somebody's house. You can lust after a house you want to buy.
So
You
if
can
you
lust after
covet
a car.
somebody's wife,
Coveting
can you covet
includes
somebody?
lust.
I'm sorry. Can you covet your neighbor's wife and not have a desire to be intimate with them?
Yes, if she's a good cleaner.
Well,
If
can you
back
lust
then,
over
will you
somebody
stop
without
cutting
having
me
a?
off?
I'm
Stop
sorry.
cutting me
Yeah,
off,
you're
Abel.
right.
God
Well,
damn.
I mean, I didn't finish making my point, but that's okay.
Yes, you
But
did. You asked the question. If your neighbor back then had a wife that kept the house, most of the time when Israelites or even Romans had multiple wives, the first wife was the one who ruled the house. She ran the house. She was the organizer. And if she organized well, yeah, you can lust after that. You can covet for that wife to come and run your house well and not be sexually attracted to her. You're on mute.
Oh, you muted me. Okay.
I did not mute you, and Maud did. But if you keep talking over me, they're going to mute you.
Oh, I apologize. You're right. Okay, I heard what you said about that. You know, it's you're now moving on to the topic of the coveting and the definition of what coveting is with a wife and being part of their property in a sense, right? Can I ask you a question?
No, you just keep asking
I've been
questions
wanting to
and
ask
not.
this for
Will you
ages.
fucking stop talking over me?
Okay.
This is the last time I'm gonna ask you because I don't feel like fucking cussing you out. I got a long day ahead of me. I don't feel like cussing anybody out. You keep asking random ass questions and not dealing with the topic. You, once again, brought up this topic and then tried to blame that shit on me. I asked you if it was moral to for your God to allow the Israelites to own another human or humans as slaves and pass them down to their children as inheritance. You are trying to assert that Jesus changed that with the Levitical law while also trying to say that homosexuality is still a sin because y'all can nitpick the law. You are on mute. Good morning, Fee.
Good morning, friend.
With the new covenant, Jesus is pointing to the heart, right? So all matters flow from the heart. Okay. So now it's not really just a physical thing. You know what I mean? Now it's what is behind it, right? Like, what is your intention? You know what I mean? Because how it is for other people got their perspective on everything, right? Especially nowadays. Everybody's got their opinion, okay? But what Jesus points out is that all these matters flow from the heart. You know, it's not what goes in a man, but what comes out of a man that defiles him. And with that, I just want to point out that it's more so the intention. You know, what's the purpose? What's behind what they're doing? Because somebody could be doing good in the eyes of others, you know, but their heart is not in it. You know what I mean? Even Jesus pointed out, he said, that there was people that were like telling him, Lord, Lord, did we not do all these things in your name? You know, did we not cast out demons in your name? And Jesus pointed out, depart from me, for I never knew you. You know, because people can do things, but it comes down to what the heart of the person is, you know, and I'm pretty sure that's something that you can even agree with me on. You know, I mean,
What question are you answering right now, April?
I'm just letting him fucking ramble and just waiting for him to get done so I can bring it back to what did Jesus say about slavery?
well, for one, I'm a bondservant to Jesus Christ. I've become, in a sense, indebted to him, right? So there
My
used to be.
question was, what did Jesus say about slavery? The topic is more, is it moral? I don't care. You keep doing this. What did Jesus say about slavery?
I can't give you some exact quotes. I can't, but I mean, I could pull it up if you like.
Yeah, do
I
that.
mean, you. Well, for one, Jesus said, whoever goes first must be a slave of all, which I love that.
What
You
did Jesus
know,
say about physical slavery? I'm not asking about some metaphorical spiritual slavery. What did Jesus say about the institution of slavery that his father allowed the Israelites to participate in? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, devoted to devil worship. Goodness. Good morning, Lynn Ray. Good morning, Sapien. I can't reset the gift goal, y'all. TikTok is glitching because of the live fast thing. We had to start 5 times because of the gift goal. They got these live fest gifts uh that's causing the system to freeze. So fuck the gifts. If you want a gift, just do it. Just like I'm not setting a goal. Just gift whatever you want. And then if you are a nerd, there is a message in the Discord. Please check it. A community member needs us. If you are able to, cool. If not, cool. Just check the Discord if you can. I appreciate y'all so much. Abel, did you find it?
no, I
What did you
didn't.
look for, Abel? What did
I
you look for?
didn't. Well, he didn't physically. He didn't mention like actual slavery.
He does mention slavery
Oh well, then
several
what does he
times.
say?
Abel, he says that you should see yourself as your own worthless slave. You have slaves and you see them as worthless slaves. So say to yourself that you are a worthless slave and that you have only done what you ought to do. You're not going to say to your slave who's been out working and plowing in the field all day, come and sit down with me and eat with me. No, no, no. You're going to say to your slave, get in there and put on your apron. Fix me something to eat. And then watch me eat. And then later you can eat. And then you're not going to thank them because they don't deserve it because they're worthless slaves. And so are you. That's what he says to them in Luke 17, 7 through 10.
I mean, I'm not gonna look into it too much, but looking at it, he's talking about spiritual slavery, also. You know, which is
Hold
something.
on, hold on. I need you to break this down for me. Like I want to ask if it's moral or immoral to like explain stuff to people that you've never read, and then give it to them like fact, especially when it deals with this concept of eternal life or hell or whatever. Like I don't think you guys have a moral compass for that shit. Y'all just say shit and expect people to just accept it. But what I would like to understand is when he says, "Who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, where what is it a spiritual field? Is it a spiritual plowing?"
Well, first off, you're reading some like new revised standard version. Okay,
Oh, let
but
me
that's
go to the
cool.
King
But that's
James.
cool. But
Hold on.
that's
No, no,
cool.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no.
I don't
You
want
go
that. No, no,
go.
no, no, no,
That.
no. I don't want that. Nope. I don't want
But it's
that fucking
okay.
excuse. No, nope. I don't want that fucking excuse. Since y'all need the King's English, here we go. Y'all are under King James's authority. All right. But which of you, having a servant plowing or feeding cattle, now, is this a spiritual plowing? Are the cattle like ghost cattle? Like, help me understand the spiritual plowing here.
Okay. Well, for one, he's talking about he's saying having a servant plowing or feeding cattle, will say unto him, by and by.
No, stop. I asked you to explain the spiritualness of plowing or feeding cattle. How is this spiritual?
Plowing the field. Jesus
Yeah,
himself.
tell me, explain it to me. What's the spiritual plowing of the field? What is that?
It can mean a lot of things. When it comes spiritually, it's spiritual work. You know what I mean?
What is it?
Well, for one, it's like discipling, or another, evangelizing, right?
Okay, hold on.
That's doing God's work.
Okay,
right?
So, hold on. So, which one of you? So he's talking to his disciples. So the disciples have servants, right? That they own, that are out doing spiritual plowing.
Okay, I get what you mean. Back then, they used to have slaves. Yes, back then they
Yes,
used to
this
have
is
slaves.
physical This is physical slavery,
Yes.
not spiritual. So,
Yes.
so let me ask you a question, Abel. Do you think that it is a moral action, a moral good, or a moral evil for you to just be lying to motherfuckers about your understanding of this text?
He's speaking in a parable.
No, I'm talking about you, Abel. You coming back saying this is spiritual slavery, like without you even reading it, without you even understanding, just basic reading comprehension. Do you think that your ability to try to or to explain something that you yourself have not studied to a room full of people, to over 100 people on YouTube, to almost 600 people in here, some of which are Christians, some of which are new Christians, like, do you think that that is a good thing for you to do,
Well,
or
for
an
one,
evil
I'm
thing for
not.
you to
I'm
do?
not. I'm not over here claiming to be some sort of theologian,
But
some professional. Okay, it
I didn't
takes a
ask
lot.
you that. I didn't ask you that. You started explaining this as if you knew what you were talking about. So I'm asking, is that an okay thing to do?
Is what an okay thing to do? Like no, I mean, I get you. Okay, I know what you're saying. You're talking about, yeah, I get it. You think that it's wrong because I don't know. I mean, I'm
I'm
not
not
able
asking you what
to
I think. I'm
recite to
asking
you
what
all
do
of my
you think?
verses and everything. I have really
I'm
bad memory
asking
for
what do
one
you
thing.
think? I didn't
But
ask you. I'm not talking about what I think. I asked, what do you think? Is that an okay thing for you to do?
No, you're right. You're right. I should study my word more often. I try to open my word
Is
each
it?
day.
I didn't
You
say
know what
anything
I
like
mean?
that. Is it okay for you to be telling people or what this text means when you don't know? For you to just be making up shit on the fly. Is that okay?
I'm not making it up, but I mean,
You literally
all
made it up and
Christians would
said that
probably
this was
would
a
agree on this.
spiritual. You
All
made it
Christians would
up.
agree on this. We all
You
stand on
made
it.
it up.
You know
You
that.
made it up. So you just gonna double down? You're gonna double down on what you just did. And you wonder why atheists exist. Like if people had to assess whether or not to follow your God by listening to you or just looking at how you are incapable of saying I was wrong, no, it's not right for me to do that. Like, this would be why some atheists exist. I'm an atheist because I study. It's mythology. And on top of that, it causes harm. But there are people who are watching this live that you are responsible for, who are currently Christians. And a lot of times they decide to not be Christian anymore because of how y'all behave on this stage.
Okay, can I say this? Damn, you made me forget what I was gonna say, bro. You're just going off on me. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, so the word says to work out your own salvation, for one thing. So it's not my job to. My job is to spread the gospel, the good news, and that's Jesus Christ. He died on the cross for you. He loves you. All right, and if you have questions, that's why the Bible's there. Read the word. I'll read it with you. You know what I mean? I believe you can show yourself.
Motherfucker. You don't read this motherfucking
Oh,
book.
y'all be
And no, shut the fuck up.
pretty
I'm not about to
much,
let you
bro.
tell. I'm not about to let you tell people to do shit you don't even fucking do. You don't even read this book. How the hell are you going to tell other people that they need to read this book? And then you believe that you are saved by Jesus without doing it. And then you're going to sit up here and say that they have to read the book? You don't read the damn book.
I just told you I try to read my word every
Oh
day.
my God. Y'all are
I just
insufferable.
told you I'm not
Fee,
perfect.
is there something you want to say to him?
No, he's just gonna lie or talk about something completely different. So I don't even see the point. Like the fact that he's sitting up here, to your point, encouraging people to do the very thing that he's admitted himself he hasn't done, while trying to help us understand something about a book he hasn't read, is beyond me. I have no, no.
I'm lying. You're lying. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
She's lying. She's saying I don't read my word. I told you I read my word every day. I open it up. And yes, I
You're
might
not
not.
listening. You're not listening right now because you cut her off while she was talking.
No,
No,
you've
I just
tried
want
on
to.
2 occasions in this conversation alone to explain to Thinker something you didn't know about in this book. Well, what? And then you said, "Well, I'm not going to read that deeply into it, but this is what it's saying." How would you know what it's saying if you're not going to read deeply into it? It's just intellectual laziness.
Okay, you called me a liar. What part did I lie in?
You lied about what you said Thinker said. You've lied about what this book is referring to when you didn't even know it. If you don't know what you mean by spiritual slavery, then don't say it. If you posit an explanation without knowing that explanation is
That's
correct,
not what. That's
that's a
not what it
lie.
was. That wasn't the context.
I don't even know what context he's referring to.
We
Because
weren't
you don't
talking
have to
about the
read
I
in
don't
order
definition.
to
either.
gain that.
Can I speak?
When you don't speak over other people.
Um, we weren't talking about. And if I was, I'm sorry about that. All right, I'm really not. Because these are important topics. You know what I mean? I think everybody has questions. Everybody wants to come to an understanding of these things. But for one, we weren't talking about the definition of spiritual slavery. She was pointing out that the physical slavery, which I understand. Back then, there was slaves. All of that was permissible at the time, right? We're not at that time anymore. You know what I mean?
Who posited spiritual slavery, Abel? Who brought that up?
Who brought up spiritual slavery? I did.
Yeah. What and the reality is no one was talking about that, and you presented that as an explanation for what the scripture was talking about without knowing it. That is dishonest. That's what I was referring to.
I mean, the way that she presented it, she asked me, what does slavery mean in this verse? I looked at it and
No, I didn't.
I came to it. Okay,
I
well,
didn't ask you that. That's not true. You
you know
came
what?
back and said that's not talking about. I'm not going to read too much into it, but that's talking about spiritual slavery. You came back and said that, and then I asked you to show me to the interpretation of a spiritual field being plowed and spiritual cattle and what that meant.
Okay, I get that. And first off, I want to point out that I said I was a bondservant. I was indebted. I was an indentured servant. You could call me a slave, a bond slave, right? Because the NASB has that. It has it as bond slave, for one, to Jesus, right? I will forever be indebted to him. He saved me. Okay? I just want to say that. And yeah, another thing, I mean, if there's anything else we can talk about, I'd be glad to talk about it. But I think we've kind of delved in this topic quite a bit.
I think it's interesting. There's a person in the comments who thinks that we have crystals. Fee, do you pray to crystals?
No, not at all. Do you?
Selena, no. Selena, do you pray to crystals?
No.
Like it's so funny. Like, and they're in the comments just laughing, emojiing it up, just assuming that we have crystals.
The fuck would you pray to a crystal for?
I don't know.
There's something wrong with them. Like I told
They're
y'all,
not okay.
not at all. I mentioned this the other day that a marker of individuals who utilize critical thinking, a huge indicator is the ability to admit when you're wrong. And that's a pattern that you see with the believers like Abel, who are incapable of approaching any topic without feeling themselves the subject matter expert. And it's specifically so around religious topics when they haven't even really studied this book. They know they're out of Did I cut somebody off?
No, I added somebody to the stage and their microphone. Like I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they know they haven't put in any, not to say they've never cracked the book open, okay, whatever, but most of what they know about this book is what they've been told to know about this book. And it's just so dishonest and disheartening when you have these conversations when you know and they know that the right or the honest response for them is to say, you know what, I didn't know that, or I don't know about this, let me read a little bit more into it. But they don't have the ability to do that. They just stick 10 toes into their uninformed position and make it seem like we're the crazy ones.
Claiming to have met the devil and the devil helped you become a follower. Like the devil cared about you so much and wanted you to worship Jesus that he fucking showed himself to you. I want you to sit, if you have the ability, and think about that. And ask yourself, why does the devil want you to believe in Jesus? I mean, he manifested himself to you knowing that would make you run to Jesus. Why is the devil so fucking invested in your salvation? Fee, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I can. What's his name? The Voice.
The Voice Merchant.
Oh, the Voice Merchant. Good morning.
Hi, yes, good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. What are you, what's your age for TikTok purposes?
Oh, I'm 53.
Okay. And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in Jesus Christ.
All right. What are your thoughts on the prompt? Believers.
So it's 3 prompts.
It's
all 3 of them are, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and pick your topic.
Maybe I'll start from the bottom one. I think that's where most of our conversations have been around. Believers don't understand. Yeah.
Yeah, so you only get to do one topic, so make sure that's the one you want to do, and we don't have to stay on the same topic the whole time.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
is that the one you want to choose?
Yes, that's the one.
All right. What are your thoughts?
Okay. My thoughts are that we do have an understanding. I think the knowledge of good and evil is a reference to being able to determine good and evil for yourself. I think that's what it means.
Okay. Why do you think God would want to withhold that from Adam and Eve?
I actually don't think that he wanted to withhold it from them. I think probably he wanted to introduce it to them maybe on his own terms. So I don't think it was something where he was withholding it from them. But the other side to that is that maybe in introducing it to them on his own terms, they would still, they would still accept him as being the determiner of what is right and what is good and what is evil.
How would the timing have made a difference?
Sorry?
How would the timing have made a difference? Like, I mean, you're positing this intention of the God, but the book doesn't say that they were going to be made or granted access at a later date. That's just something that you're adding to the story. But the prohibition from eating from the tree is withholding. So when you say I don't think he was withholding it, like he literally was.
Okay, so um, I mean, it's like dealing with a child, right? It's not that you don't want them, especially when they're not mature. If you don't want them to do something, it's not really that you don't want them to do that thing. It's that you don't want them to do it at that time, right? Or you
No,
want to.
I don't think that's
No.
necessarily the case.
Okay. Well,
Well, give me an example of what you mean by that. I mean, if I'm giving my child, um, I don't know, a restriction or a limitation from doing something, having a reason for it, okay, cool. But what we're talking about is, we said this the other day. If this was about testing obedience, it could have been the tree of avocados. This was specifically the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So to your point, I agree. This wasn't ability. Most believers think it was the ability to do good or the ability to do evil, and they conveniently leave off the good part. But I agree with you that it was about awareness. Knowledge of good and evil is about being able to assess whether or not something is good or whether or not something is evil. So this, I think what this tree granted is important, because if it were really about obedience, it could have been anything, but it was specifically blocking or directed not to eat of this particular fruit.
Yes.
So why would a God who, according to most believers, want their followers or their worshipers to make good decisions, withhold from them the ability to assess whether or not those decisions are good?
Yeah. So the basis of me thinking that, like you said, it doesn't say it explicitly, but the basis for me thinking that he still wanted them to have it is that everything up to that point pointed in the same direction. He said you can freely eat of every tree, and then he put that tree in the garden along with the tree of life, right, in the midst of the garden, and then said, except this particular tree. All right. So it doesn't, if his aim was to withhold it from them, just for the sake of, withholding it from them, there wouldn't be a reason to even put it in the garden in the first place. I think there was just and again, maybe I'm taking some liberties. I think maybe either there was a certain process he needed them to go through, or maybe he just needed them to obey him. And maybe in the process of obeying him and showing that trust in him, maybe that would put them in a better light to accept or to deal with the knowledge of good and evil on his own terms. Am I making sense?
I mean, I follow what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know that I necessarily agree with it, because do you think that blind obedience historically has produced good outcomes?
Oh, it definitely has its place. I was even mentioning in the comments earlier that, for instance, the military, when you need united action from people, you need the kind of obedience that doesn't question first. It obeys and then questions later. The same thing, I gave an example with raising children. Yes, they can question, but you need them to obey. They need to learn obedience. They need to, and then the questions can come later.
And I think that what you just said is a perfect representation of one of the pillars of that hold up our system that's so flawed. Because the idea that blind obedience is more important than an informed decision is why you have people who can go to other countries and slaughter children. It's why you have parents who have primed their children from birth to just do what I say no matter what, because I'm the authority figure. And then they get in situations where another authority figure tells them to do something that's harmful or does something harmful to them, and they are not empowered to protect themselves or speak up for themselves. I think this authoritarian way of leading or guiding or governing is one of the largest ills of our world. The reality is, this God and this idea of of blind obedience to this God, and that blind obedience being framed as helpful, is why harm is perpetuated in this world. It's why parents parent the way that they do. Just do what I say and I'll explain it later. And that's seen as a laudable thing, which I think is extremely dangerous. Ultimately, what you're saying is that this being, and I don't know if you think this God is omniscient or not, because it depends, it varies from religion to religion, but you have this being who has knowledge of everything that he's equipped humans to understand. He also knows what he hasn't given them, and he puts them in a situation ill-equipped to make a good decision, to make the decision honestly that he wants them to make, because in addition to this tree, he let the serpent in as well, knowing that the serpent was cunning, knowing that they did not yet possess the knowledge to make an informed decision, and then punish them for the decision that they did make. I don't think that that's a good thing at all. And I think what it does is it perpetuates a system where you have those in leadership not beholden to those that they are leading, not responsible and accountable to educate and inform the people that are supposedly under them. I don't think that is a positive thing in any way, in any form, or in any shape, even from a parenting perspective. If I tell my child, don't go in the backyard, and I know that in the backyard are things that are dangerous, or maybe some work or some construction that maybe that child is not aware of, it's going to be much more beneficial for me to fully explain to this child the reasons, the consequences, the pros and the cons, as opposed to just saying, don't do it and expecting them not to do it. And then that blind obedience being something that I celebrate. I would much rather empower them with the ability to understand the full scope of everything, as opposed to just saying, do what I say. That's authoritarian. I don't see the benefit in that at all.
Well, you've said quite a lot, but I think maybe let's look at it from the point of I think one of the first things you said, which I think is important to clarify. I'm not saying that blind obedience is more important than informed decision. I'm saying that blind obedience has its place, just as informed decision has its place. Now, an example of where blind obedience is important, usually, or maybe not even usually, but is usually it's on occasions of crisis, right? It's on occasion of crisis. Sometimes when crisis comes up, I need, and I'll use my children as an example. I don't have time to explain at that moment, right? I need the child to just trust that if I say stop, and they can hear that tone in my voice, it's not time to ask me, why did you say stop? It's just time to stop. Why? You heard daddy say stop. And you trust daddy enough to know that when he says it with that stern voice, you just stop. It's not because you understand. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that it's better than informed decision. No. But I believe that it has its place, and its place is quite important.
What was
Now,
the
if I'm...
crisis? What was the
Yeah, go
crisis in
ahead.
the garden? What was the crisis in the garden?
Uh, I don't think with the example I gave, I don't think there's I can relate anything in the garden to the example that I just gave. No.
So how is blind obedience in that regard beneficial? Because that's what we're talking about, right? Like, I don't disagree with you on that analogy. If I've got a, a 4-year-old or a child that small, and I'm like, stop, of course, I want them to be safe. Sure, I'll grant you that. But that's not what we're talking about. And that's not the scenario that's painted in this book either. We
Okay.
don't know how old Adam and Eve were. The only thing that we do know is that they did not possess the knowledge of good and evil. So they did not know whether or not how to label their actions. I don't even know how they made decisions, because when I make a decision, every single decision that I make, I'm going to weigh the pros and cons. Ultimately, they had no scale, but God
Well,
was relying on them to make the choice that He wanted them to make.
hmm. I think if you follow the story, I think God had good reason. Now, his I think his confidence had already been demonstrated, in the process of Adam naming the animals. All right, and he's being able to allow Adam that latitude to do that.
How does that have
And
anything to do with the knowledge of good and evil?
yeah, so
How does that
so
also
so
how does that
sorry.
also show your
Mhm.
God's confidence? How does that show that Adam now has confidence in your God because he allowed Adam to name some animals? I don't understand that.
Okay, so the all right, so these were animals that God had created, right? Now bringing Adam on as I don't know, maybe the librarian, all right, giving Adam some kind of responsibility in creation, all right. Of course, he had talked about them having dominion and so on and so forth. So bringing Adam in shows some kind of relationship. Adam's attending to the task. I believe the scripture says that whatever he names the animal, that was its name. This also shows a positive response from Adam, that he did have some kind of abilities. I don't know to. Um, in my
I'm
mind, I
sorry.
mean,
You're saying a bunch of words, like, and you're not getting to what I'm trying to understand is how does that then equate to Adam has full confidence in your God or full trust in your God? Like, I don't understand how
yeah,
that equates.
no. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the fact that God would give Adam such a responsibility, and Adam would respond and carry it out perfectly, shows that definitely Adam had trust in God. There was a relationship there.
It doesn't show that. First off, Adam was
Oh,
created to
really?
be a laborer. It does not show that. Like you are asserting that Adam was created to work. He was doing a job. Their relationship was master servant. Do you have like this close relationship with the person that you work for?
Well, no, I don't. No, I don't.
No, right. It doesn't equate to that. I don't know why you said that, but we can get back to the knowledge of good and evil. Like Fee said, it doesn't have anything to do with the knowledge of good and evil either. But I just didn't understand that assertion.
Yeah.
I
So,
still, I
so
still
can
don't know
can
how
I
you. Oh,
can I can I just say something there? So the main reason, in fact, why I brought up the issue of the naming of the animals was just to establish that there was some kind of, let me just call it a cordial relationship. All right, there was something where God could expect obedience from Adam. If he said, "This is a tree, don't eat of it. This is what will happen if you eat of it." They've already been through some sort of a process where he can expect Adam to trust him. There's some kind of relationship between them, where he can expect Adam and Eve to trust him or to obey him if he says, do this for this reason, or, well,
Fee,
rather not for
Fee,
this reason, but if you do it, this is going to be the outcome.
Fee, when you are giving your son, I mean, your son is grown now, but when you were younger and you gave your son rules around the house, did you attach the consequence of death to it to make sure that they obeyed you?
quite literally never. Did
Did
Oh,
you always say if you don't do this or I'm gonna whoop your ass? Did you always have to like attach some type of harmful like consequence of harm or danger attached to it just to get them to obey you?
absolutely not.
And when you gave your rules or commands to your son, did he obey you because he trusted you without that threat?
Yeah, I didn't need the threat. Like the threat wasn't there.
Because he knows mommy means well. But here, you're saying that Adam just automatically knew or was expected to just obey, but your God had to attach death to it, a consequence of death to it. That doesn't say
yeah,
automatically obey, expectation of just automatically obeying, and it does not say trust. It says fear.
yeah, but
It's just the
but
opposite,
the, but
actually, in my
can I
opinion.
can I just respond? Now the word you've used is threat. Okay. How about just using the word consequence?
It's not a
Don't do this.
consequence.
It's
If
not
you
exactly because they did not
that
die.
Well, it's also
oh, but
not a
they did.
consequence because a
They
consequence is a natural following. Like you don't die from eating fruit. Like it's a punishment. It is a threat. It was an ultimatum. It's
no
either
no
do
no
what I say or suffer death.
no Fee, I wouldn't agree with you. You said it's a natural. The words I can't remember how you put it, but it's a natural following, right? And that's simply what he said. He said, if you eat this thing, in the day you eat it, you will die.
Did
It's
they
that
die?
simple.
Did they die the day they ate of the fruit?
Well, no, they
No, no,
didn't
no,
die
no.
that
Right?
day.
They did not. No, no. He told them they would die the same day, and
He
they
did
did
not
not
say the
die.
same. He did
Yes,
not say the
it
same day.
does. It does say
He
the same
he.
day. It
Hold
does.
on,
It says
hold
the
on,
same day.
hold
Hold on.
on.
No, you hold on.
He did
You
not
hold on.
say
Listen,
in the
listen.
same.
Don't ever cut me off. If I'm talking,
Oh,
don't ever cut me off.
all right.
It does say the same day. In the Hebrew, it says ki biom, which is on that day. It's the same day. If you read multiple translations, it says on the day, the same day. It's the same day. And then the Hebrew word there is mut tamut, which is a physical death. It's not a spiritual death. He told them their mortal bodies would die the same day, and that did not happen. Christians reinterpret that to say, well, God can't lie, so he must have meant a spiritual death, and he must have meant in his time 1,000 years from now, since Adam lived to be 930 years old, because of what Peter says in the New Testament. But the Hebrew scriptures read, on the day that you eat of the tree, you will die. Dying, you will die, is what he says.
Okay. Um, if Adam had not eaten the fruit, would he have died? Eventually, not that day.
Yes,
Would he have died eventually?
yes, yes.
Okay. I don't think that I don't think that he would. I
What was
also
the
think
purpose
that
of the
I
tree of
accept
life?
the definitions that you've given. You know, from
But
the
the
Hebrew,
voice.
that it's
What
the
would be
same day.
the
I just wanted to
voice?
ask a question. Sorry. Let me just ask.
Hang on a second.
Can the word?
Hang on just a second. You're pushing past a point that I think is important. If he would not have died, what would be the purpose of the tree of life? You got to come off mute.
Yeah. Come. Let me the question again, please.
What would be the purpose of the tree of life if they were not going to die? Because you remember he put two trees there, one of the knowledge of
Yeah.
good and evil and the tree of life. Which, by the way,
Mm.
after they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, your God blocked access to the tree of life. Because if they
Yeah.
ate from that, they would not die. Which means, logically, what would follow?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, I concede. I see your point. So that the tree of life would be the reason why they would live forever. So if they didn't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, it's likely that they would die unless they ate of the tree of life. I believe is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's logical.
Yeah. Okay. I think that follows. I was going to ask the question about the day, in the day that you eat it. Must is it is Now, I'm just asking, does the day refer to 24 hours, or could the day refer to the day in terms of your life?
What do you think the serpent meant when he said, oh, go ahead, thinker.
I just want to know, like, are you looking at the screen?
No, I'm looking
Can you
now.
look at? Yeah. Do you see the highlighted portion?
Yes.
What does that say?
Oh, you will die the same day. Okay. All right. I don't think I've seen it. I think this is the first time I'm seeing a version that says the same day.
And then Fee was about to ask you. Go ahead, Fee.
I think like what the serpent said loses its complete meaning if you're going to change the meaning of the word day. Because what he told Eve was that, and you can pull it up and read it when you have a chance, voice, but what he says that God knows that's not true. In the day you eat from it, your eyes will be open and you are bound to be like God. What time frame was the serpent referring to?
Yeah, in that case, because he's saying in the day you eat, it's about the eating, so it could be a 24-hour period, it could be your lifetime, but in the day or in the moment that you eat it, your eyes will be open. I
When
think
did
his
their
focus
eyes
was more on
open?
eating it, not
When did their eyes open in that story?
the moment they
Did
ate.
their eyes open? So he was saying the same day that you eat it, your eyes
Yeah,
will
the
be open.
moment. Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah.
day. Exactly. That's Fee's point. They use the same phrasing, ki biom. The serpent says ki biom. Your God says ki biom. Why would it mean a lifetime when your God said it, but it means the same day when the serpent say it?
Will you permit me one more question on this? I'm going to take some liberties with the scripture. Of course, someone said it that because I believe that God is, all knowing, all loving, he can't be wrong. I'm always going to read, try to reread it and reinterpret it in a way that will favor God. All right. One other thing that I've considered is this: when they ate it and their eyes were opened, the first, this was the first. It says that their eyes were opened and they knew that they were naked. Now, this was the first time they experienced certain, I think I should call them emotions, right? And many of these emotions, one, of course, naked, self-awareness, and then, the shame of being naked, and then fear, going in to hide. Now, for me, this shame, this fear, this maybe not so much, but even that self-awareness, these are all let me call them reflections or indications of death. That before now they would not, they had not experienced these emotions and they would not have.
No,
So
so
again, I
then they
still
had no
think
fear of
something
death.
happened to them and they died.
Okay, so they had no fear of death prior to this.
Prior to this, yes.
So then your God threatening them with death was moot. He shouldn't have done it in the first place.
It wasn't a threat. It was
That
just
meant
consequence.
your God telling them, let's say it was a consequence. Your God telling them they would die is a moot point because they didn't have a fear of death. They had no idea to
Yeah,
fear
that
death.
it. You see, if it's not a threat,
So then your God saying, hold on. So then your if it's not a threat and it is a natural consequence, and your God is like, hey, don't eat from the tree because the day that you eat it, you're gonna die, and they don't have a fear of death, what is going to stop them from going towards the tree?
his purpose was not to threaten them. His purpose was not to dissuade them.
But he
All right.
why give them the consequence if they lack a fear of death? Why even mention death if they lack a fear of death?
Because that is the consequence. Can I give you a quick example?
Why does
If,
what listen, why does communicating a consequence that they
yes,
have no fear of matter?
yes. They don't have to be afraid of it. He's just stating the obvious. If you do
Oh
this,
goodness.
this is what's going to happen. He's not, you see, if they had fear, then it would mean that his focus was on using that fear to dissuade them. Do you
So
understand? And if this,
your God
can I
punished them.
finish?
Your God punished them. Your God punished them with a consequence that they did not understand. They had no ability to understand the fullness of that consequence. He communicated a consequence. Stop. He communicated a consequence to them that they did not have the ability to fully understand because they lacked the ability to fear death, and then he put the consequence on them.
Again, you are using the word punish. You see, you're
Oh
still
my God.
focusing on this issue of threat and punishment. Just think of it as, if you do this,
Did
if you
your
jump
God
off the
curse
roof,
women? Did your
you
God
will,
curse
you will.
women with increased? Did your God curse women with increased pains during childbirth, or was that a natural consequence?
I think it was a consequence.
So when he says, "I curse you," when he uses the word curse, that's a natural consequence.
Yes, I think it's a consequence.
Fee, I'm passing them back to you. I fucking
Yeah,
can't.
I think this is a little ridiculous because you're trying to get away from the reality. A consequence is a natural or an inherent outcome. So if you do X, Y will naturally occur because X causes Y. A threat is if
Hold on, Fee. I'm sorry. Listen, to all of you that are new here, caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. I could give less than a fuck, vicious Christ, about you preaching. But since you said that I can't stop the word of God, tell Jesus to unmute you for the rest of the live. Don't type in caps in the comments, y'all. That is for people who have a vision impairment and for mods only. Okay, that's a simple rule. It's a simple rule. Sorry, Fee. Go ahead.
yeah, you're good. I think
Can
you're
can
trying
can
to
I can I
hang
address
on. Let me
Thinker?
finish. Let me finish my statement. You're
Okay,
because the crux
all
of
right.
what you're saying is hinged around the fact that you're uncomfortable with the fact that your God gave a threat, but he did. A threat is a statement that's intended to influence behavior. Would you agree? I.e., if you do
Yes,
X, I will make Y happen to you.
I agree.
A consequence is an inherent outcome. It's something that logically follows. I.e., if I jump off the top of my house, my ass is going to hit the ground because jumping off of
Yes.
a house causes a body to hit the ground. Your God issued a threat, meaning if you do this, this will happen to you. It is a punishment. That's not a natural consequence. And I think it's important to make a distinction there and not conflate those terms.
So I don't know how you determine that that was not the natural outcome of what God said to them. But there's something Thinker talked about. I believe it was Thinker that mentioned the curse on the woman, right? And you see, she talked about when God says, "I curse you," but it's a consequence. And if you actually read that spot, it says, "Because you have done this, this is going to be the outcome." All right? Because you've done this, you are cursed. Because you have done this, this is the outcome. So I don't see why there is a problem with you thinking
So
that
why is
if God
increased?
said,
How is increased labor pains death?
sorry, come again?
How are increased labor pains death? How is that death?
Sorry, I'm not understanding the last word you said. How is
The
it what?
consequence was death. The consequence that he communicated was death. You are saying the
Yes.
consequence of increasing her labor pains is death, correct?
Oh, no, 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 no. No, you misunderstood me.
Oh, so he added to it. He added to it. So this
No, no,
ain't
no,
got
no.
nothing to do with death. Hold on. This has nothing to do with death. So when he's saying to her that now your labor pains will be increased, not
Yes.
not you will now have labor pains. He said, I'm going to increase your labor pains. That's something he decided to do, right? Not a natural consequence, right? Because it has nothing to do with the consequence he originally communicated with them.
Okay. Well, if um hmm. Now because you have done this, um oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Did you did you
Well,
think that
it,
did you think that he did you think it said you will now have labor pains?
yeah, I think that's what it said. Maybe I ought to just open my Bible up and just
No, it says I will increase. Increase.
okay, okay, okay. Well, Yeah, I guess I could go along with that. Um, yeah. Well, anyway, hmm. But back to our main topic, though. Um, okay, okay.
Are you still reading, Void?
Okay. Yeah. I'm done reading. Yeah, but I see your point. It does say that I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception in pain will bring forth, and your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. Okay, all right. I see that there. Yeah, but okay. So let me still ask the question on, and I concede that point. The question on whether what he said to Adam was and Eve was a threat in terms of, if you eat the fruit, you know, it was, if you eat this, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. This is not me, you know, unaliving you because you disobeyed me, or if you disobey me, I will unalive you.
Well,
He
it
said
has to be.
because he said because in the day that you do, because that means the outcome of doing this is going to be this.
If it were the outcome, then that would have happened. But what actually happened is what the serpent said. The serpent said, God knows that in the day that you eat from this, your eyes are opened and you are bound to be like God, knowing good from evil. That is the consequence because their eyes actually opened and they knew right from wrong. The threat was the death that followed later. That was the, if you do this, I will do this to you. They did not
Okay.
die the day that they ate from the fruit. What the serpent said would happen is exactly what happened. If you're going to talk about a consequence, the serpent gave the consequence, although your God issued a threat that he did not follow through with.
Okay. So you're still insistent that that it's a threat.
Either that or your God just
The
flat out lied. And if he flat,
Yeah. Well,
if,
you
of course,
said that before.
hold on, let me finish. It's either that or your God just flat out lied. And if he flat out lied, it is still a threat.
Okay. So my question becomes that we're reading into a text where someone is writing. Look, even if this is fictional, right? Someone is writing a story. Don't you think it would be absurd to make your hero a liar, a narcissist, and yet this is the God that you want to exalt? You
Well,
know,
we don't.
don't
Well,
you
it
think
depends on
you
it
could be
depends on
missing
it.
something?
Hold on. It depends on who's reading it because the Jewish interpretation of this isn't the same as Christian. The Jewish people know their God lies, and this story is a was influenced by Babylonian tales where the gods of the Babylonians did lie to the human. If you read the story of Enki and Ea, Ea and Adapa, Ea, Adapa is in the same situation. Ea lies to Adapa and tells Adapa not to eat or drink the food and water that would give him eternal life because it would make him die. He lied to him. It's the and that story is older than this story. And there are multiple traditions like this in the ancient Near East.
Well, all right. So you've brought me to sort of a crossroads. where I think it's really bold of you to say that the ancient Israelites knew that their God was a liar. I don't know. I can't accept
I
that.
said Jewish people.
Fine.
I
The
said
ancient
Jewish
Jewish
people.
people.
I'm
Okay.
not talking about ancient Jewish people. I said Jewish people. They know their God lies. He says he lies in Ezekiel chapter 14. He flat out says that he will deceive you to test you. He flat out says he will deceive you and then kill you. He sent lying spirits to the prophets of Ahab so that they would lie to him and convince him to go up and fight at Ramoth Gilead because he wanted to kill Ahab. He sent a strong delusion to fuck the minds of the people up so that they would not believe the truth. He tells you in this book he will lie.
So the issue I have with this is that how does the belief system hold together? How? How
It
does the
doesn't.
belief system hold together?
It doesn't for anybody who thinks critically. It doesn't for anybody who's interested in actually investigating where these stories came from. I heard you chuckle when Thinker mentioned the throwback or the nod to Babylonian lore, but it's true. Like these stories predate the Bible. These stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, this is not hidden information. So when you talk about would it make sense for I guess the protagonist to be this narcissistic asshole. No, it wouldn't. But when you have a society of people who historically have been illiterate when these stories were passed on, they had to rely on the elite to tell them what the stories meant. And then you have a modern day society where this information is not hidden, but folks are so intellectually lazy that they don't put forth the effort to investigate the things that they accept as true before they accept them as true. Then that's how you get these conversations happening in 2025. We know these stories have been taught to people from pews when they sit and listen to folks tell them what to think about them. But in the same way you didn't realize that the labor pains of Eve had been increased as a result of that curse, as opposed to being imposed as a result of that curse, is why folks don't realize that this God did not tell the truth and the serpent did. It's the same reason why you think the serpent is Satan when this book does not say that.
Yeah. So one of the things I perhaps need, and I don't know, maybe this might be a me thing. I'm not sure it entirely is, but one of the things that I think is important, and that's why I asked how the whole thing holds up in the first place, or how it has even held up for all these years, is
Fear.
the concept.
Yep.
Is the concept. Well, it's the concept of God being omniscient, all powerful, all loving, all knowing, right? And holding that as an ideal and a standard,
But
right?
it's an
And
ideal.
That's
without
the
I
very thing that stops you from questioning
Yep.
that because of that you have a fear. This is why y'all quote the fear of the Lord is the beginning of all wisdom. Like if you read Against Celsius, which was a book written by an early church father, Origen, in response to a book that Celsius wrote about the early Christian movement in 248 AD. Celsus says that the Christians told them that the requirement to join their cult was to be ignorant, to be uneducated. Anybody ignorant, uneducated, foolish, unwise, because of the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and what being wise in God is all that mattered. And so if you have a fear of an omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, all-knowing God, and you think that God knows your thoughts, knows everything that you do, is watching everything that you do, and if you do something that goes against him, he's going to strike you down. Then that's coupled with the fear after death that you will burn for eternity. You won't question. You won't read. They can tell you anything. That's how it has held up.
well, there's one important, and I don't even consider it an attribute. God is love. Now, love undergirds all these other things. So the issue of fear, even when it says the fear of the Lord, it's reverential fear. It's a fear that is born of love. So it's not a fear where I am afraid that God is going to strike me. This has never been part of my Christianity. I don't
So
even see
would your
where this
God
is taught in Christianity.
has your God struck anybody before for not obeying him?
In this dispensation,
No. In the
not that I.
Bible. In the Bible, the
In the
God
Bible,
that you love,
absolutely.
the God that you right,
Absolutely.
the God that you are saying is love, has struck his own people, has struck nations that don't belong to him,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You do believe your God has the ability to strike you down. You do
Oh,
fear
yes.
that your
Absolutely.
God, right? You do fear when you pray to your God. You fear that your God has the ability to say, "Nope, I'm not answering your prayer. I'm gonna let your child die with cancer because because you didn't worship
No,
me the way I told you to."
he's my father. I don't have the fear.
Hold
But
on. So
even when he says
does your
no
God
to
answer
me,
all your prayer? Does your God answer all your prayers?
I would be afraid if he did.
He answers every prayer
I
that
would
you
be
have.
afraid. Do you know the things I've prayed for? Do you know the
Hold
what
on.
I've
He
prayed
answered.
for?
Okay. Wait. Let's test that now. Let's test that now.
Okay.
Right now. Okay. Right now. Now hold on. So he answers every prayer you have, right? Your faith is the only thing that matters,
That's not what I
right?
said.
You said he
You didn't.
answers
I think
every prayer. You said he answers every prayer you have. What are
on
the
the contrary, that's
stipulations?
not.
Okay,
On the
what are the
contrary, that's not
stipulations?
what I said.
What
That's
are
not what I
you
said.
did say he answers every prayer you have. Now you want to walk it back? You say he's my
No,
father. I would fear him
hold.
if he didn't. That's what you said. So now
Listen,
you want to add
listen.
stipulations?
No. There are no stipulations. You either misheard me or I misspoke.
No, I
I
think
said, just listen, just listen. I said
Hold on.
he
If I
does not
misheard you, then I'm
answer.
sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so your
said he
father
does
doesn't.
not.
Okay, so he doesn't answer all of your prayers. So then, when he
Yes,
doesn't answer all of your prayers, what is the reason he doesn't?
because as a father, like I said, I wouldn't even want him to answer all my prayers. There are many of
What's
my
the
prayers
reason
that
that he
come out of.
doesn't?
Let me answer.
What
That's
would be
what
the?
I'm answering. There are
I'm not
prayers.
asking. No, I asked you for a reason. What would be the reason that he wouldn't?
There are prayers that I pray that are out of my own selfishness. There are prayers I pray
Like
out of
what?
covetousness. He will
So
not answer those prayers.
hold on. So prayers uh, for like let's take the selfish prayers out. Prayers for basic needs, prayers for healing. He answers all of those prayers.
Yes.
Okay, every time you pray.
Yes, as long as it's in line with his what his word
What
has
are the
said.
stipulations? What are the stipulations?
Um, if I pray according to his will, he hears me and he'll give the answer.
Hold on. According to his will. So you're
Yes.
just praying. So he's not answering your prayers. You're just praying and asking him to let his will be done. He's not answering your prayer. You're just going
Well,
along with what he already wants to do.
if his will is that I prosper, if his will is that I am healthy and that I live a long life, yes, I agree with you. I'm just asking him
If
to
it's
do his will.
can you change his will?
No, I can't.
So then the point of you praying is moot. There is no point. He's not answering your prayers. He's doing what the fuck he want to do, and you're just saying words.
Not necessarily. He can have his will. I can't change his will, but there are other things that mitigate against his will being done on the earth. This is why I need to pray.
For what? If it has to be according to his will. If you can't change his will, then there is no need for you to pray. Other than
No.
thank you Jesus, thank you Jesus. That's it, just to worship him. But if there are no words that you can say that will change what he has already decided to do.
In fact, what he has already done. When I pray,
So there is no point in you praying.
there's absolutely
There's no
every
point in
point. I
you
just told
so
you
hold
that
on.
there are
If
things
he
that
has
mitigate
hold on.
against
If he
his
has
will.
already decided, if he has already decided that you are going to be someone who lives paycheck to paycheck for your whole life, can you pray and ask him to help you increase your finances to where you are living a comfortable life?
Your example.
No, answer the question. His will is already done. His
Mm-hmm.
will is that you live paycheck to paycheck your whole life. That's his will.
Mm-hmm.
Can you pray and ask him to increase your finances so that you can live a comfortable life?
I wouldn't want to. I think you can. I
No,
don't think
you
you'll get
don't
an
know his.
answer.
So you can't change his will. So
I
then your
just said that you
prayer,
can't.
so then your prayer is moot. He's not answering your prayer. He's not
Yes, but
answering your prayer. His will is already done. There's no need for you to pray. The only thing for you to say is thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus, because your prayer isn't changing anything.
I think if
What your prayer is changing is the fact that as much as his will is determined, there are things on this earth that mitigate against that will being performed.
but you
Okay?
said it
So your
always
Yeah,
prayer
you
happens.
is
yeah,
to
you said he
is to
answers your prayer,
insist.
not you praying against evil entities. You said he answers your prayer for basic needs and for healing. Will you stop lying?
How did
If
I
he's
lie?
already decided that you are going to die from cancer, your prayer isn't going to change that.
But how is that his will? Why would he decide that I die of cancer?
Why did he decide that my cousin died of cancer and she was a believer? She
Who
bent her
said he
nails
decided?
plumb. Is it his will?
You said
Is it his
everything that
will always
happens.
done?
Right. You
It's
said
not.
everything
That's
that
what.
happens is his will, right?
No, I didn't say everything that happens is his will. I said his will cannot be changed. He has already determined what will be done. But there are things on this earth that mitigate against that will being executed. That is why we pray. If
But
you
do
So
don't
you
then
pray,
there
then
are
his will
things
will not be done on
hold on.
earth.
So there are things on this earth that can change your God's will, but your prayer can't.
No, it doesn't change
That
his will. It can
what
change
does
the
mitigate
outcome.
mean? What does oh
Oh,
my
my
fuck.
goodness.
If it changes the outcome, then it changes his will. If his
No, it
will
doesn't.
isn't done, it literally does. If his will isn't done, then it changes his will.
No,
It
it does not.
changes whatever the hell yes it does. It changes whatever the hell he wanted done. His will was for you to not die of cancer, and then some entity came along and killed your ass.
So
You're saying
you
your
said it. You
prayer
said
can't
it.
do that.
Just
You're saying your prayer can't do what some evil entity can.
so it if we don't pray, his will not be done on earth. What I'm saying is
Wait,
that
so
because his will
hold on.
is not
So
done,
he hold on.
if
Wait.
can I
So
just
he
finish my sentence? You keep cutting me
No,
off.
wait.
Okay,
So he
I'm
has a
waiting.
will. Hold on. So he has a will, which is a plan. And that
Yes.
plan can't happen unless you pray. So he's subject to your prayer for his will to be done.
Yes, on the earth.
I swear y'all take power away from you. So you are your God's God. Your God can't do anything unless you pray.
No, I'm not my God's God. I partner with
Well,
him.
your God is subject to
I am
your prayer.
his I'm his
He's
representative
subject to
on the earth. I'm his
he's
agent on the
subject
earth.
he's subject to your prayer. He can't do anything unless you pray.
He delights to do his will through me. Yes. So I need to
So
pray
he
for that
can't
will
do
to come to
anything.
pass.
Right. So your God is subject to you. His power is subject to your prayer.
We're
He's
saying the same
limited.
thing. You're just saying it from your own bias.
Your God
And
is
I'm saying it from
limited. Do
my
you
own.
realize that he's limited? You just limited the hell out of your God.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Don't you understand the scripture says we have this glory in earthen vessels? That's his glory. He loves the fact that he, as an all-powerful God, a
He's
man
not all
would
powerful.
accept his will.
He's
Listen,
not all
listen.
powerful if he's limited by you.
By choice, he has decided to be
I
limited
don't give
by
a
me.
damn. I don't give a damn if he turned a
You don't
hopscotch flip
you don't have
and
to.
gave that shit to you for Christmas. He is still not all powerful because he is limited to your prayer. He can do nothing unless you pray. And then on top of that, when you pray, it has to be his will. This makes no fucking sense.
It's so
I wouldn't, you see, this is why the standard of an all loving, all powerful, omniscient God must be held. I wouldn't want anything else but his will.
See, and this is why I think y'all, I don't know if y'all, I hope you go back and listen to this YouTube replay because you have said some of the most incoherent things about your God, and I don't think you realize it. Because what you're saying is that my God is all powerful, but his will can't be accomplished on this earth unless I pray for it, which means the power of the God lies in your prayer. You've also said that his will always happens, but you have to pray for it to happen, and it can't be what you want, and what you want only happens if it aligns with what his will is, which ultimately means your prayer should be, God, make me okay with whatever the fuck your will is, and your desires are inconsequential. This doesn't make any sense.
Don't forget that there are evil spirits on this earth that can change the outcome of his God's will while his prayer can't. Don't forget that.
Oh, but God is all powerful at the same time. What does all mean?
All means all. In fact, I find it one of the marvels and the beautiful things about what the scriptures teach, that God is in demonstrating his power. He's not going around, blowing up mountains and cutting the sky in half to prove his power. Rather, he decides to confine himself and say, okay, boy, in your life, I will be manifested in your life. All I want you to do is love me and yield to me. Trust me. Let's go on a journey together. And everything I created you for, you will fulfill in this life.
Do you
To
know,
me, that is power.
do you realize how much you show us that you are your God every single time you tell us about his intentions or his desires? Because those ideas are coming from your mind. Now they may be framed from you reading this book and kind of cobbling together your understanding of the God. But the moment
Okay.
you tell me this is what God intends, you are betraying the fact that you are your God. You are the representative of his intent. And that's even more evident when the next believer comes up here and tells us God's intent and it doesn't align with yours. Your
Well,
God.
I think one of the helpful things are the scriptures, right? And this is why we look at the scriptures and we try to base whatever concepts we have on the scriptures. So this isn't something I'm just bringing up in my mind. This is
I just,
something he
you
has
just said,
revealed
you said the
about
same thing I
himself.
did. You just
Yes,
said the
I,
same
I, I
thing.
did.
But what
I
you're,
agree.
hold on. What you're missing is that you then position yourself as the mind of God, because you use these scriptures and you read them. And the way you synthesize and understand what you've read leads to the development and the building of the God that you're now telling us about. You're telling us about his desires. You're telling us about the beauty of your relationship with him. But ultimately, both that relationship and this God reside in your mind. And it aligns with the things that you see beautiful. There are people who do not see beautiful this relationship that you just described. But you also have to admit that they don't have access to the God that you're talking about.
But these things are also reflected in the pages of scripture, are they not?
They're reflected because you read them into it. There are people who
Uh,
read these scriptures and there are people who read the pages of this scripture that come away with a completely different version of God than you do, that come away with completely different intentions of the God from this same book than you do. The fact that the creation or the understanding of this God is subject to the mind of the reader is the very thing that we're talking about. You just sat up here and told us that God is love. And you also know that God commands some really fucked up shit in this book. So if love can include things that are harmful, what are we even talking about? Stop using words that we understand, such as love and just and compassion and kindness, to describe things that are anything but those things. That doesn't make any sense.
my apologies. One of the things that I try to do as much as I can is to use the right words to express what I mean. So far, I think I have tried to do that. And even when I have spoken and, I've spoken off point or, I've had to concede, I don't have a problem with that, right? So I'm not just using these words to paint a pretty picture.
But
As long
I
as
mean, you're
as long as
it sounds like
sorry, there's something you said about as long as the scripture
wait, but you
is
hold on, you
subject to a
paused.
person's
Hold on. Hello?
mind. The,
Hello? Hello? You paused and I started talking. Do you realize that?
sorry.
Do you realize that you paused and I started talking and then you wanted to talk while I was talking?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay,
didn't
okay. I'm
realize that?
sorry. No. I thought you were done speaking. My apologies.
Interesting. What I hear you saying is that it doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense, if it's illogical. I just want God. That's what I hear you saying. And then you taking scripture, reinterpreting the scripture to mean what you want it to mean, regardless if it makes sense or not. And you're saying
So,
that yeah,
mm,
and you're saying that that's God. And that's what you have to follow. And that is the fear, the reverence of this God. That is wisdom. That's what I hear you saying. And bringing in scripture when we're talking about application in today's time. We're talking about what is it that your God can do in today's time when you pray. And what you have told us is that your God can do nothing unless you pray, that there are evil entities that can change what your God's will is for you, can change the outcome of what your God originally wills for you. You don't know what your God's will is because when you do pray so that he could do that will, sometimes it could be different from what you actually want. And what you ask for could be a no. That's what you are telling us is the extent of your God. And then on top of that, like Fee said, you would be the one to say, well, God said it didn't happen the way I wanted it to happen. So God said no. It wasn't God's will. Or it happened the way I wanted it to happen. So that was God's will.
okay. Can I respond?
Mm-hmm.
the the last thing you said, I don't know that I said that about if it doesn't happen, then it wasn't God's will, and if it
I didn't
does
say you
happen,
said that. I said that's what I
okay.
hear.
Oh, okay. No. But that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. And look, I'm not even trying to say that this thing is, something that is easy to explain. For me personally, these are things I take good time just to meditate on for a long time. But what I
So hold
would
on for a
say
second.
is that
So hold on. If that is not what you are saying, when you pray and
yes,
the thing that you prayed for happens, was that your God's will?
yes, it was. Can
Okay.
I explain
So
why?
I said, hold on. So I said
Okay.
that's what you're saying. Then you say that's not what I'm saying. Hold on. So when you pray and the thing you prayed for does not happen, was that not your God's will?
Uh, all right. Can I just clarify something to
Can
you?
you can you answer that question for me? When you pray and
Mm-hmm.
the thing that you ask for does not happen,
Mm-hmm.
was that then not his will?
It it Yeah, it was not his will.
So you are saying what I said I'm hearing you say.
No, I'm not. That's why I wanted to
You
explain to
just
you.
said it. You just said it
Yes, but
twice.
I need to explain to you,
I
please.
don't need you to explain it. You are saying that when you pray and it happens, it's his will. When you pray and it does not happen, it's not his will. You just said it. There's no
Yes,
need for
but
you to explain it, but it's
there is.
crazy for you to say, stop. It's crazy for you to say that's not what I'm saying, and then you say it. The reason you're saying it does not negate the fact that you're saying it.
I accept. I said it. The reason I need to explain it to you is that the way your question is framed demands that I answer
I said what
straight.
you're. All I said was no. All I said was I hear you saying A and B. You say I'm not saying A and B, and then you say A and B. There is no question. We've already answered the question. Your reasoning behind it does not matter. You are in fact saying that.
So I don't understand what the problem is if I accept that I have said it and I want to give you an
There is
explanation.
no
Is it
need.
that
I don't need
there
an
is there,
explanation. I didn't ask you. No. I did not ask you for an explanation. That's what you're not getting. I don't care why you think that or why you're doing that. I just told you that's what I hear. And you
so
denied
and
it.
no, thinker, listen. You see, in our conversation, I'm trying to get whatever information I can across to you. If you ask me a question directly, I try to answer directly. Now, some of these questions, when I answer directly, like I just did, yes, I said it. But I have not
Did you
communicated
originally
what
say
I
that's not
wanted
what
to
you were saying?
communicate to you. And
Hold
that's
on.
what I want to
Did
do
you
by
did you
explaining
originally say?
what I
Did you
just
when I
said.
said hold on? When I originally said that that's what I hear you saying, did you say nope, that's not what I'm saying?
Yes, that is not what I'm
Okay.
saying in terms of
That
that is not
no
my
no no
meaning.
stop.
That is not what I'm
No,
saying.
no, 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 no. You, oh
What
my
do
gosh. You literally just said, when you pray, it is his will. And if it happens, and when you pray, it is not his will if it does not happen. That is straightforward. That's what you said. Now, if you, whatever explanation you put on that, it's not going to change the fact that that's what I heard you saying, and that is in fact what you were saying. I don't care to hear an explanation for it. You are the one that
if
need to give the explanation. I don't need the explanation for it.
look, if you're not going to listen to the explanation, then how do we have
I don't
a,
need. Why
a
do I need the
listen,
explanation for
listen,
it?
listen.
I didn't ask
Let,
you
let
for
me let
one.
me just make a statement. If you don't need an explanation, and I feel that my point hasn't gotten across to you, and that doesn't matter to
Point of
you,
what?
then
Will it change the fact
there's
will
no
it hold on. Will your explanation change the fact that you said what I said I heard you saying? Will that explanation change it?
no, it will not, but it will
So then
change
the
what you
explanation is irrelevant.
understand. It will
I'm not
change
trying
what
to
you understand
understand
by
that.
what I said.
I'm
So why are we
not
having a
trying to
conversation?
understand that. We were talking about the knowledge of good and evil. You brought this up. I'm not trying to understand that. I know that
I brought
when
this
you're
up.
God, I didn't bring this up. I know that when you pray,
I didn't. I
your
think
God
we all
is your.
just went this way.
I
Not fair
know
to say
that
I brought
when
it up.
you pray, I know that when you pray and it happens for you, it's your God's will. When you pray and it doesn't happen for you, it's not your God's will. Whatever reason you put on that, it's not going to change the fact that that's what you are doing.
Oh man. Okay. Fine. I'm good. I'm good. You're all right. If you want to leave it there, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. But then I don't even know how we're going to go forward in our conversation. If you won't allow me to
This
explain,
is
if I say
like what
something
you
is
just
not
did.
clear to you, if I say you're not
What
understanding something and I should try to explain it to you and you say that
I'm
does
sorry.
not matter.
Stop. What you just did is what Yahweh did in the garden. Like you just tried to like threaten me, like I was gonna say no for some merchants day. And then when I'm like okay, and I expect you to drop, you just I don't know, keep going. You just did what Yahweh did in the garden.
And the crazy part about it is and because I've been listening the last like few minutes, like the issue that you're struggling with, voice, is the entailment of your position. It seems as though you think that understanding why you're okay with this post hoc rationalizing that you do with your God and His will is going to change the fact that you do post hoc rationalizing, and it doesn't, right? Like the reality is your position as a believer is that when you pray and the thing that you prayed for occurs, it was within your God's will. And when you pray and the thing that you prayed for does not occur, that means that it's not within your God's will. That is your position. Why you do that is completely up to you. The fact that you do it is a logical entailment. And that's what Thinker was pointing out. So I'm not sure how that is going to be a barrier to continuing the conversation, but it is what it is. It's your position. You've got to figure out why you're comfortable with it. You being comfortable with it doesn't change the fact that it is.
Okay, but then you see, you're representing me in a way that is not right, and I'm trying to clarify, and I don't understand what is the fear of me just clarifying what I said. Why don't you just
I
listen to
swear,
what I have to say,
I'm gonna
and
let
then
you
just tell me
clarify.
that look, whatever you
I'm gonna
said
let you
is
clarify. I'm gonna let you clarify. And if what you said doesn't change the fact that you are giving a post hoc rationalization for your prayers, I'm dropping your ass. Go clarify.
oh come on, come
Because we tried to tell you that this is irrelevant, and you want to clarify, so do it. You
on
want to
now. I don't
waste
need to
time
explain.
on explaining
You
it, do
threatened me.
it.
You just said I threatened you. You said I threatened you. Now you're threatening me to drop me.
Do it. Yes, I am. And trust me, I'm not gonna Yahweh you. Go ahead.
Did you mute yourself?
You are on mute.
The whole issue is undergirded by why I pray and how I pray. You see, I pray God's will. That is why, when it comes to pass, it is what I prayed. It is His will that I pray. Do you understand? That's why I can say that when it happens, it is His will, because that is what I prayed.
I told you not to do that shit. All you did is just repeat the same fucking words.
Mm.
I pray because I pray. And when I pray, if it happens, that is His will to happen because it is His will that I pray. Like you just said the same fucking words. And I tried to tell you not to do that.
I wonder what he thought that was going to change. Right.
I don't know.
It still doesn't change the fact that you don't decide what God's will is until you determine whether or not it's what you want. They don't realize how these clarifications do nothing but reinforce the fact that they are the voice of their God. They are the decision making power of their God. They determine what was God's will and what wasn't God's will based on what was fortuitous for them and what wasn't. And no matter how many times you say the same thing, you can't push away from that because that is logically what's happening. You explaining it to yourself does not change the fact that it is what it is. It's wild.
I'm not taking it easy on for what? Just because they're from Nigeria? Be love? Be lovely? Don't diss God or I will make a distract about you. Oh, let's hear this distract, Debbie.
A distract?
I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'm gonna bring you up. I want to hear this distract, Debbie.
She meant the diss
Fucking
track.
swear. I don't know. Oh, she meant the diss track. You gonna make a diss track? Is that what you meant?
I haven't even seen her comment. Don't take my word for it.
Maybe that's what she had to. Cause what the fuck is a distract? Why you get out the box, Debbie? Why did you leave the request? You were in the request. Why did you get out?
Come on
Dahlia, are
back,
you in the box
Deborah.
on purpose? Huh?
I was telling Deborah to come on back.
So you have a new voice today?
I don't know if I consider this new. It kind of sounds like the normal me.
It's different.
Kind of sounds like Michael Jackson.
Yeah. With a cold. With a cold.
No.
See, I can't stand also.
Dahlia, are you in the box on purpose? I guess not. I don't know. There she go.
Hello?
What's it? Oh my God, this is a kid.
What's a fetus?
Yeah,
Yo,
this is a
guys.
fetus. It's a fucking fetus. Can we block the fetus? They're in the box again.
Mm-hmm.
Chess God? Chess
Hello.
God? Hi, how
Yeah,
are you?
hello. All right, how you
How are you?
doing?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
46.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm in between it all.
So deconstructing.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on the point where you was talking about
So I
what a
actually
day.
I actually don't I actually don't allow that unless you are a super nerd. So when you come up, you have to have your own conversation from one of the topics. You have to be a subscriber to piggyback off of previous conversations.
Oh, okay, I see.
But if you want to work in what you wanted to say by picking the topic that it aligns with, we can do that. Like, does it align
Um,
with one of the topics?
it was about the day. Well, I guess no, it was
It
about
was
the
about the
garden.
day. Yeah. So
Yeah.
believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. That.
Well, no, they don't. I mean, because I just believe that it was God's intention for Adam and Eve to sin.
You think it was his intention? That's an interesting one. Is that coming from you as a believer, or coming from you as someone who's questioning and in the process of deconstructing your belief? Like, where is that coming from?
I just see it from the scripture and using common sense. I mean, if he's
What in the scripture says that it was his intention for them to sin?
well, based on the fact that he's omniscient and he's all powerful and he created them. He created the Garden of Eden. He created the serpent. He created the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He put everything together. If he's all knowing, he knows the outcome. And if he foresaw the outcome and he still allowed it to happen, I believe that he intended it for it to happen.
I think if you take the position from the Christian um, nature of this God, then yes. But we can see in the Hebrew scriptures that there are times, even in this story, where the God doesn't know something, right?
Well, okay, so if we're going based off of that, then I'm just going based off the fact that when you say that God is omniscient and he's all knowing. If he doesn't
Yeah,
know,
I
then
can definitely
it
see
would
that.
it would make sense if he doesn't know. But if he's omniscient, then he has to know that Adam was gonna Adam and Eve were gonna disobey him, and he put the serpent there. The serpent, I think it said that the serpent was one of the most cunning creatures that God created. So he created a cunning serpent. He put it in the Garden of Eden where the people didn't know good or evil. So I mean, he must have known that the serpent was going to trick him, and he still allowed
Yeah,
that to happen.
yeah, from the position of the Christian God, right? So does it make sense for that God to then punish humans for something that he intended for them to do?
No, I don't. I don't believe in a literal hell. It makes no
No, no, no.
sense.
I'm talking about the curses that he put on the humans in the story.
No, I believe that that's just part of knowing good from evil.
No, no, no. It was his intention, right?
Yes,
For them to sin. So then he punished them for it. He punished them for sinning. He
yes.
told them your pains will increase in childbirth. He said
Punishment for no
your
reason.
husband. Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. So does that make sense to you?
No,
So is this why you're deconstructing, or like what are you still
you said
questioning?
deconstructing.
Mhm. You said you're in the
Well,
in between, right?
well, because I just religion, the doctrines of religion makes the. I think the Bible and religion is saying two different things. I think religion is money based, So in its control, but I don't think that's what the Bible is actually saying.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Bible right now, and you don't agree. Like the God punished humans for doing exactly what He wanted them to do. We're not talking about religion. So I'm asking, like, is this? Are you okay with worshiping a God that would punish you for doing exactly what He intended for you to do? Like, what are your thoughts on your own interpretation of the story
Of the punishment part?
of Him punishing you for doing exactly what He intended you to do, created you to do?
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't think that that's right. I don't
Right.
think
So,
that makes sense.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question was, like, this is the God that you believe in, right?
I guess you could say that that's the part where I'm deconstructing.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. So
Yeah.
is this what made you start deconstructing? You uh like critically thinking about this and putting the facts in a line and
Yeah.
getting to ultimately like this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because I see a lot of inconsistencies within it. So it's like I see some truths, but then I see a lot of inconsistencies in the teaching. So that's why I'm still deconstructing.
And the inconsistencies in the teaching, are you talking about coming from the church or in
Yes,
the
'cause
Bible
just
itself?
coming from the church.
Have you noticed any inconsistencies in the Bible?
Yes.
And so, like, it sounds like your focus is on deconstructing to get away from religion, but still trying to hang on to the God and find. You're trying to find like the good parts of the God, or and discredit the
I'm
bad
just
parts
trying to.
in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fully just understand it, and on my way to trying to understand it, I'm coming across inconsistencies. I'm coming across things that seem like it could be true, things that you know, because like you were saying. Oh, you said I can't piggyback. Okay.
No, you can quote me. I'm here to. If you're about to quote me, I can say yeah, I said that, or no, I don't. Just don't quote someone who's not on stage, who can say I
Okay.
didn't say that. Yeah.
It when you were talking about the literal day versus the 1,000 years, when when God said that you shall surely die, and they say He didn't die. Adam and Eve, they didn't die, and they was talking about a day is 1,000 years,
Yeah.
and
What's
you
your question
brought
about
up,
that?
and you brought up the point that it was that day. No, I just wanted to say that it shows you in Scripture what a day is.
It does.
Yes, if you go to Genesis 1:5, I mean, it tells you in the beginning that the evening and the morning is a day.
Well,
So I don't think
that's
I
in
don't.
that situation. The yom can be used to describe a period of time. It can be used to like poetically to describe um, like a yesterday, like a ancient times. Yom can be used to describe to be a title for something. So it doesn't necessarily mean that anytime you see yom used that it means a 24-hour day.
And what is Yom? I'm sorry, I'm
That
familiar with it.
that's the Hebrew word for day.
Oh, that's the Hebrew word for day. But
Yes.
I'm speaking. Oh, so you're saying that like in Genesis 1:5 when it says the evening and the morning was the first day, and in 1:8 it says the evening and the morning was the second day, that those are not literal like a 24-hour day.
W- you could take it that, but it could also mean a eon or like a period of time, right? It doesn't necessarily give a descriptive uh like in it says in the day that he created the heavens of the earth, right? That word day there doesn't necessarily mean a 24-hour day or that he did it in 7 days. So it's when he start, it's open for interpretation. So he does start creating night and day later on in Genesis, but the word day is used in that context, in that chapter, to not really mean a 24-hour day as well. Does that make sense? So Yom is not just a 24-hour day. It depends on the context. And most of the time, a Yom will have either a numerical adjective or a descriptive adjective before or after it to help you know what context it's in.
So if you're reading Genesis 1:5 and it says the evening and the morning was the first day, that's that's
In
a
that
definite
instance,
period of.
that could be a 24-hour. In that instance, that could be a 24-hour day. It could be the Jewish. The Israelites started their days at night, like at 6 o'clock at night, and then it would end the next morning. So, I mean, it could be a 24-hour day, or it could have been a 12-hour day back then, because the nighttime, um, uh,
But it wouldn't be 1,000 years.
no, it wouldn't be 1,000 years. That's metaphorical.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So this is Genesis 1. So the creation, I mean, that story in Eden happened in Genesis 2, right?
Yeah, but if you notice, let me go to it, because I think at the beginning of Genesis 2, it says in the day, all of this, in the day that he created the heavens and the earth. That's meaning like a past time.
So are all the words when it mentions day, does it have the same Hebrew meaning from where it says you
No,
should?
that's what I was trying to explain. No,
Okay,
he
so
he
what is
yeah, no, Hebrew doesn't work like English.
okay, okay. So when it says you shall die the same day, that's not the same day that is in Genesis 1:5 when the evening and the morning became the first day. These are two different days in
No,
Hebrew.
that so it depends on where, because like there is the day where it is like an entity being created, right, in Genesis 1. But yes, in that sense where it says the evening and the morning were the first day, the descriptive of morning is how you know it's saying a 24-hour period, right? It has a descriptive adjective there. But if the yom doesn't have, and if the yom doesn't have a descriptive adjective, then 9 times out of 10 it is a 24-hour period, but not always, because there is the day of the Lord, right? And that's not talking about a 24-hour period. That's talking about a period of time where the God is going to execute his judgment on the earth, right? So yom isn't always doesn't always mean a 24-hour day. It depends on the context and the uh either the descriptive or numerical adjective before or after the yom.
Okay, so in the
But
garden.
yeah, and it's hard to it's difficult to understand. um like there, if you go to Google and just type in, um I think there is a chart that explains how to understand the yom in Hebrew. Just ask Google to explain the how to determine the context of the Hebrew word yom, and it'll give you different um, scriptures that you can look at so you can understand the differences.
So is Yom the day that is mentioned in the Garden of Eden?
Yom is the word for it's the Hebrew word for day.
For day
That's
in Genesis 1:5 and in the Garden
in
of Eden?
anywhere in the Bible. Anywhere in the
Oh, okay.
Bible.
Anywhere
Yeah.
in the Hebrew Bible? In the Hebrew? Is it the
Yes, in
same
the
in Greek?
Hebrew.
The new
No.
is it the same? Oh, okay, so it's just okay. So so from that translation, so what would you say the day in the garden was
It doesn't say.
in the Hebrew?
We don't know.
Oh.
Like the Yeah, it doesn't say. It tells them that they would, so be there is a hold on for a second. Let me Let me see if I can. Hold on. Okay. Uh, hold on. Okay. Can you see that? Okay. So this word right here, this is biome, right? This is key. This is key biome. This letter here, the bet in Hebrew, is on, and this is day, right? So that's how we know that because it doesn't have a numerical adjective here. That's how we know that it's just that day. Is what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that rules out the figurative 1,000 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think the figurative 1,000 years would only be ruled in for the purpose of trying to make the story make sense. Like there's nothing in the story that indicates anything spiritual about the day to begin with.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. If you read the Babylonian Aya and Adapa story, it's Aya is spelled EA, and then Adapa is the human in that story, and it's ADAPA. If you read that story, you will see similarities between the Adam and Eve story, where the God tells the human not to acquire one of the ingredients to become a god, right? So in Aya and Adapa's story, Adapa already had wisdom, and he accidentally killed a god, one of the storms, and the big god was going to punish him, and so he sent an angel to tell the human to come to heaven so that he could get punished for accidentally killing a god, um, or an angel or something. He accidentally killed an angel, and when he gets up there, the god is just impressed with the wisdom that the human has, and he says, "I can't just punish him because I don't want a human this wise around the other humans, so I'm just going to make him a god." So he was going to offer him the food and water of eternal life. And so he tells Ai to tell the human to come and eat and drink of the water for eternal life. Well, when the god goes to the human, he lies to him and says, "Hey, I knew it's going to give you water and food to drink, but it's the water and food of death. Deny it when he gives it to you." He lies to the human. Now, the thing is that this story, much like the Hebrew story, it leaves it open for interpretation. Why did the God lie to the human? Is eternal life, was the God trying to save the human from eternal life because eternal life is a curse? Or was the God jealous of the human and didn't want the human to become a God? And so we see the same thing with Yahweh. Why did Yahweh lie to the humans? Does he think having a moral consciousness and having to decide morality for yourself is a burden? Or did he want to keep them amoral so that he could use them to do harmful, carry out his will on earth, build his kingdom, go out and, so it's really left open for interpretation on purpose so that you can kind of discuss and build your own moral framework, right? Like use critical thinking and assess your own ethics and what ponder like is eternal life a curse? Is it good to have eternal life?
It,
Things like that.
in Genesis, when God said, "Let us create man in our own image," is the Hebrew word there? What is the Hebrew word for create?
It is bara, I believe. Let me go back. Hold on. Bereshit bara, and he created Elohim et Hashamayim ve'et haaretz. So this right here, bara.
Okay. Okay.
The thing about this word right here, because it's masculine, I know a lot of times people when they see Elohim here, this is plural. This verb right here makes it singular. So it's talking about a singular God here, not a plural.
Yeah. Could that word create also be used as creating, like a continuous thing that's being done versus something that's
I
been
don't think this is.
done?
Hold on, dragon. This is cow purpose. This is not in the pual or the PL, is it? I don't think this is a. I think the PL would be if it was creating.
It would be a
Hold
different
on, let
word.
me see. No, it would look different. It would have a. I don't think this is the PL. Hold on. I think this is cow perfect. Dragon, are you in the chat? Doctor B, is Doctor B in here? He gonna get me because I don't fucking know this too. Hold on. Let me see.
Think, are you seeing comments?
Uh, yeah. Are you not?
I see them. I don't see any being added. The last one I see is Justine's, and I think that's been up a while. I wonder if mine is frozen.
Yeah, my comments went away right before it kicked me out earlier.
Dragon is a Hebrew speaking Israeli. So yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, I also had the problem with the comment.
Okay. This is in the this is cow perfect, yeah. To create, to shape, to form, to shape, to fashion. Actually it probably would be in the pool. Hold on. No, the Nifal. Nope, it's in the Nifal. It's in the fall? Created is what it is. It's Nifal. So it's created is this one right here.
With the ed.
Yeah.
Eh, okay.
This is why in class I haven't read yet because this is what Dr. B be trying to make us like when we read we got to say this is in the fall, this is that. And I'm not good at that yet. But when the fourth semester starts in January, that's all we're going to be doing. And it's a lot to like remember and shit. But he did make it he eased my anxiety because he said I'm not expecting y'all to do it from memory. And he said that we'll know ahead of time which uh, which text we have to translate and read aloud in class. So that took some anxiety away. But yeah, remembering all of that is a lot. It's in the fall. Maybe I thought it was Kyle Perfect too. I thought it was Kyle Perfect. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Anybody can be confidently wrong, Spagooter, but I'm not. I literally have the resource on the fucking screen. And
Yeah. I
so
see.
to say I'm not talking to you, love bug. To say that I'm confidently wrong while the fucking resource is on the screen is just wild.
Fee, did you hear my comment earlier?
What happened?
My comments were stuck as well, and then I commented and they came back.
That's exactly what I did. Yep, I put in a test and somebody responded. Then they started scrolling again. Thanks.
It's been acting up all night. TikTok Studio. We had to restart 5 times.
Because I was thinking once God placed Adam in the Garden of Eden that he wasn't done creating him in his image.
What do you mean? So Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are two different creation stories, right? They're not to be read consecutively. They're two different accounts from
No,
written by
I'm just
two
talking
different
about
groups of
from the
people.
from the I'm just talking about from the creation of man.
No, right. So right, Genesis 1 was written by the Elohist in the north. Right? So that's their version of how the divine, what they call the divine, created everything. Genesis 2, it was written by the Yahwehists, the monotheists in the South, and that's their version of how Yahweh created everything. So these are two different creation stories. They're not like to be read consecutively.
But the creation of man only happened in Genesis 2, right?
No, there's creation of humans in Genesis 1 as well.
It's two separate.
The humans were created on the sixth day. Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly what you said. The creation, the chronological order of creation is different between the two stories. They're two separate stories.
Okay. So, that's interesting. Because I was looking at it from the perspective of God knows good and evil. So if he was creating mankind in his image, he would want us to know good and evil also.
It's interesting, and this is why I think people should, look at this story from different perspectives, right, from different lenses. Because in Genesis 1, right, the God in Genesis 1 does not call the human creation good. So as that God is going through doing his checks and balances on his creation, he's saying the sun, okay, good. Ketov, like I don't need to do anything else. This guy has reached its completion, a balance, right? Waters, good. Uh, the birds of the air, good. Animals, good. It gets to the humans. It does. The humans do not get this check of Ketov, and when then he stands back or looks back and he sees everything that he's created and he says, okay, Ketov, everything is the way that it should be. And when you think about that, why would that God not say the human creation, good, completed? Because humanity had to evolve. And evolve in our moral consciousness, right? So the God doesn't know what decisions we would make morally, right? So that God in Genesis 1 didn't make a decision for humans, right? But in Genesis 2, that God says, don't gain morality. Don't gain a moral conscience. So you have the God in the north versus how the north saw the God, which the north was primarily polytheistic. And so their version of how the divine created everything was hands off. He spoke things into existence. He didn't get his hands dirty. The God in Genesis 2, which is the monotheistic Yahweh God, that God got his hands dirty. He walked around with humans, right? He was personal with humans.
And that's the same one that created man from dust. Was it the
Yeah.
dust? Was it? And that was a literal dust. We can say that was a literal dust that he created mankind from.
Well, it says like it doesn't say anything else other than dirt from the ground.
Yeah. Okay. So I can.
But it's also a tale that people are writing. Like it's not meant to be taken literal. This is an etiological tale that explains a why. Like it answers a why. Like why do snakes not have legs? Why do women have pain through childbirth? Why do men gotta work, to eat?
I think all
Why?
this was.
Huh?
I think all this was part of God's plan when He initially made mankind. If He's
All
based
of
on the
what?
fact, all of
All of
for Adam and Eve to sin, and for because that's how the population was created through sin, right?
Well, this is what I'm sorry. This is what I was trying to explain. Let me finish explaining, and then you'll see. Like it's the stories aren't meant to be taken literally, right? This is someone writing from their idea of what a divine entity, how a divine entity created everything, right? So Genesis 2 is an etiological tale that answers questions to like why do snakes have legs? I mean, not have legs. Why do women have pain through childbirth? Why do men have to work for food? Why do people do bad things? Right? How did he create animals? How did he create birds? Like it answers. Why do we wear clothes? Why do we go from being, naked to wearing, leaves to wearing animal skin as clothes? Like it. How do we go from eating trees to now we eat bread? The millstone. Like the fact that the God even saying you will eat bread, the millstone the very fact that it's saying bread is introducing the millstone, and you know that this was written during a time where they were grinding wheat to make bread, right? Because
Yeah.
the millstone didn't exist at the beginning of time. So it's just explaining how they go from hunter gatherer to agriculturalist, right? It's an etiological tale that explains the why. it, so it's not meant to be taken literally.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I
can't,
think
I can't tell you not to take it literally, but it's
no,
not
no. I
meant to
mean,
be
'cause
taken
I
literally.
mean, like I said, I'm still studying. It kind of makes sense because that is like some things are not literal because it said that the serpent's punishment that he would eat dust for the rest of his life, right? And how ironic that us humans was made from the same dust that he's supposed to dine on for the rest of his life. So I can see like there's some figurative meaning in that.
What do you think
Because
the figurative meaning would be?
It was a setup.
yeah, we can clearly see that it was all a setup because he's in control and he placed everything there, and then the fact that he allowed them to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but from the tree of life he put the flaming sword. He put the flaming swords there, and he didn't even give them that option to even eat from it.
But what are you saying the did you say spiritual interpretation? I forgot already what you said.
Yeah,
Did
just
you say
all the
spiritual
figurative interpretation. Yeah, I'm still trying to put it
of the
together. I don't
dust?
have a definite. I'm just looking
Oh,
at
okay.
because I see that the serpent, his punishment was to eat dust for the rest of his life, right? And mankind was maybe you would be able to tell me in the Hebrew, or is this the same word for dust? Um, the dust that mankind was created out of, and the dust that Satan was doomed to eat for eternity. Is that the same dust?
Uh, I mean, it's the dirt of the ground is what he's saying, but like the serpent is on the new earth when the Israelites go into the new earth after the God's wrath, the day of wrath. The serpent is on the new earth eating with that same curse, eating dust. So, is God gonna take the serpent into eternity so he can feast on the humans?
I think that's just for this earthly part.
But why? Why? So, what's the point of the serpent having the same curse in eternity?
Oh, you're saying for the serpent curse in eternity.
No, no, no. And in Isaiah 62, I think it is, or 65, on in New Jerusalem, on the new earth, the serpent that was in the garden that got cursed to eat dust all the days of his life,
Uh-huh.
that serpent is in New Jerusalem
In New
with the
Jerusalem.
same curse. Yeah. Hold on.
Now, I don't think I'm familiar with that. Is that a literal scripture,
That's
or
the
is that
no.
something you
Yes.
take?
No. It's the. Are you familiar with the new earth, new heaven and new earth in eternity when your God comes and destroys the whole world?
My God.
Well, it's
um,
not my God. That's why, like, the only way I can say it, like, it's
no,
not
no,
my God. So,
I got you, I got you. I think I read about it somewhere. I'm not too familiar about with it though. But I
what
would
is it that you think happens at the end of the world, like when eternal life? What,
coming from a biblical perspective.
yeah.
Um, I really think that I think that everyone will actually be saved if that's a correct term.
Yeah, but saved to do what? Like, what happens after when everybody's saved? Where's everybody
I'm
going?
I'm not sure. I don't know if the Bible even tells us that, except for that Jesus Christ, he died for the sins of the world. He's the savior of the world. So if he died for the sins of the world and he's the savior of the world, unless he didn't fulfill his mission, he will save the world. That's why I don't believe there's a literal hell, amongst other things. The word.
So is everybody just gonna stay here on Earth? Like, where? If everybody's dead, do they all go to heaven, or is there a new Earth? Like, what's happening when everybody's
Maybe
dead?
where I think we will reunite with God wherever He is. If
Which
that's in the
is
New Jerusalem, I'm not sure.
okay. So the book does say that your God's throne comes down to a new Earth, New Jerusalem. And the Israelites, 144,000 of the Israelites rule with your God, and then everybody else who've attached themselves to the house of Israel uh, are on the new earth serving the Israelites and worshiping the God of Israel. And so on that, in this prophecy in Isaiah 65 of the new earth, the serpent is there. That
Oh,
same
okay.
serpent, yeah, with the same curse of the dust, eating the dust. So if you're saying that that's an interpretation or could be taken as an interpretation for the serpent like eating humans or fucking humans up, then I would have to ask, like, why is the serpent going into eternity with believers?
Oh, I have no. I wasn't even familiar with this scripture until you just showed it to me. I have no answer for that. I'm just saying. I just looked at it like that because serpents don't eat dust. So if it's I just know that man was created out of dust, and if the serpent is supposed to be Satan, and I know that he tempts man, so maybe that tempting or that the pain that he inflicts on humanity is part of him eating dust. If that makes any type of sense, I don't know. I'm just saying. I know
I think
serpents
it's
don't
saying
eat
that he will
literally
crawl.
eat
I
dust.
I think it's just saying that he like that he'll just be on his belly. But it's written by people at that time who was trying to answer questions about their reality and their environment that they did not have full knowledge of. Like the book says that bats are birds, right? And we know that bats are not birds, but during that time they classified them as birds because they didn't know that. They just thought that anything with wings equaled birds, right? It said that what did it say? Rabbits chew cud or
Yeah.
yeah,
Was it like stone rabbits or something like that?
yeah, yeah. Like there's several things in this book that are biologically and scientifically incorrect, but it's because there were people uh writing from their limited knowledge at that time,
Yeah, no,
right?
I know. I
And
agree.
then what we do in modern times is we say, well, this could be interpretation for such and such, right? We use hermeneutics to scripture interpret scripture, and then we create oral traditions to fill in the gaps or to make explanations for why the text doesn't necessarily fit what we already believe. And I have a friend who is also a co-host in here. He says that most people Bible their beliefs, so they already adopt a belief, right, about the divine, what they would call the divine, and then they read that belief into the Bible.
Yes, that comes from going to church and just listening to what the preachers say and not opening your Bible and reading it and asking questions and finding the answers to these questions. When you just go to church and you listen to whatever the preachers say, then and you don't do no research for yourself, then you're going to believe whatever this person tells you is the truth. And when you read scriptures, you're going to try to make that make sense,
Yeah,
even though it could be incorrect.
yeah, and I find it interesting, right? Like, um, the believer will believe that. it's playing with fire to have these types of discussions about your God's word, and that your God is going to strike you down, right, for questioning, what does this mean? Am I understanding this right? What is the Hebrew context? What's the historical context? Like, there's so much fear around getting your an understanding of the text, and accepting or rejecting things. But like, they believe that he will strike them down for not accepting a specific doctrine, but he won't strike somebody down for touching a kid, for
But
essaying
strike
a
them.
kid and claiming to be a pastor. Well, he said in the comments, you're playing with fire, right? They tell me this all the time. Judgment for understanding the text correctly. This is what I mean when I ask the question, why would your God not want you to have the knowledge of good and evil? Why would a God not want you to intellectually be able to understand the so-called word that he left for you, so that you could be this moral human,
I mean,
right? And
I believe he
can
would.
hold on. Well, that's what you believe, right? Except the way Christianity teaches, a lot of
I
Christianity,
know.
not necessarily every denomination, but the bulk of Christianity teaches judgment if you question the word of God,
But
doctrine that came from men, right? But what I was trying to say was, I find it funny or interesting that there is this heavy belief that a God will strike you down for questioning the Bible, but that God, they don't, there is no belief from believers or expectation from believers for a God to strike down someone who is essaying a child and calling themselves a man of God. Why does your God, why does it upset your God more that I have critical thought discussions about his Bible than it does to have a pastor essaying a child? Why is that the thing that moves your God? That's what I need to understand. This is why I say
I
you
don't
all
even.
don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, I don't even think they understand, because the Bible says that you're supposed to rightly divide the word of truth. So how do you rightly divide the word of truth without having these type of discussions?
Well, in their interpretation, rightly dividing the word of truth means to accept the church doctrine. Don't detour from that. It doesn't mean that you can do it on your
What?
own. Yeah. Yeah.
How does? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
I
I
said
think
in their interpretation, not from the Bible, in their interpretation, whatever
yeah, in
denomination
their
you're
interpretation.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean about the religion and about this. They use the Bible for control and for monetary gain versus actually seeking the truth. So that's why I think a lot of their doctrines contradict,
Yeah.
because it don't make no sense for God to for you to tell me that God is a loving God, he's a forgiving God. He created mankind with all their faults, but he's going to eventually burn and torture most of humanity that he made, that he loves, that he's willing to forgive forever and ever. It's inconsistent. It's not, and then it's really not scriptural. Like, you using the word hell and you taking it out of context. Hell doesn't hell. There's four definitions for hell, and you study Hebrew, so I know Sheol is one of them, and that doesn't mean eternal torment.
Well,
And
Sheol is just the grave. This
yeah,
dumb
it's
fuck
just a
gonna say,
grave.
I don't understand how you put up the Hebrew but explain it in English. That's the dumbest shit ever.
Wow.
Fucking cannot.
Wow. Wow.
What happened?
Some guy in the comments said, I don't
Oh,
understand how you put up the Hebrew but explain it in English.
um,
What?
This is the level of intellect we're
What
fucking
other?
dealing with this
Yep.
belief system. Yeah. But I
What?
need I need to run to the bathroom right quick. Fee, can you take over?
Yeah, because what other language would you explain it in a room
I
full of
have no
English speakers?
I have no idea.
This kind of goes back to Oso's topic yesterday about, asking whether or not Yahweh wants educated followers, because that was just one of the most uninformed statements anybody can make. It makes no fucking sense.
yeah. And then in the Greek, there's three translations for hell, and none of them mean eternal torment, eternal torture. It means nothing of what they say. It means you have Hades, you have Gehenna, and you have Tartarus. Nothing.
Well, Sheol as well. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
Sheol is in the Old Testament in Hebrew. I was
Yeah.
just talking about in Greek.
yeah,
It's four definitions that are used for hell total. You know, it's Sheol in Hebrew in the Old Testament, and then there's three in the Greek in the New Testament. But none of them mean eternal torment.
Well, I mean, he also does say in the book that they eventually throw hell into the lake of fire. So whatever it is, it does get turned into or thrown into the lake of fire. So that would be the eternal torment part.
But
Um,
the lake of fire, that's in Revelation, right?
mm, I don't know if you have to go that far.
Yeah, I believe the lake of fire is in the ending of Revelation. And Revelation, if I'm not mistaken, is about John telling his visions, which these things is not literal. The lake of fire is not even a literal statement. A lake is not a body of fire. So it can't literally mean lake of fire. This is John's telling his vision. Jesus is giving John these visions, and it's
A lake of
all
fire could be
seen.
lava though.
Excuse me.
A lake of fire could be lava. The sun is technically a lake of fire. It's just a really
Yeah,
big lake.
it's
I'm
plasma.
just saying in the context of John telling his vision that these things in Revelation is symbolic and not literal.
Well, I mean, but
Because
what? But
isn't God? I think doesn't it refer to Jesus as the fire of something?
I mean, I don't know what even I don't know what scripture you're referring to, but even if it did, that wouldn't make the statement true. Like even when you talk about symbolism, like the meaning of a symbol is up to the person looking at that symbol. Where I live, there's a one exit away from me. There's this huge ass Confederate flag. Right now, I don't know what that person who put it up means by it. I don't know what that symbol means to them. I know what the fuck I think about when I see it. So it just makes no sense that an all knowing God, an all powerful God, would leave instructions for people to follow 3,000 years ago using symbolic language. If I were leaving my children instructions because I was going to be away for a while and I wanted to ensure their safety, and if they followed my instructions to a T, I wouldn't leave clues like Dora the Explorer. Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, I agree, but reading the literal doesn't make any sense either.
Well, that means it doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like I said, I'm just trying to make sense of it all.
For sure.
And
well, I
you
think
know,
if you have
I know that there's a lot of symbolism and there's a lot of metaphors in scripture. So I'm just saying that the only way that if I can make sense out of it, these things would that you couldn't take these things literal.
well, I don't think if you have to try to make sense out of something, then clearly it doesn't make sense. The reality is this, right? If this God is all knowing, then he knew how we would use language in 2025. He knew that we would be speaking English and that the issue between interpretations and translations and all of these things would lead to massive confusion to the point that not only do you have three core Abrahamic religions, but within those three core Abrahamic religions in Christianity alone, you've got 45,000 different denominations where people have tried to make sense of these symbolic mean. That's stupid.
True. Yeah, I agree.
So you can't imbue me with the ability and the capability to utilize logic and reason and then punish me for using it because I didn't come up with the right understanding of this fairy tale story that makes no sense in a book that was written by people who didn't even know they should wash their hands after they take a shit. I don't care what they what they meant by this. It has no bearing on my life.
I agree.
And
I
then
never really.
why why would the God? Oh, go ahead. Oh, so what were you finna say?
I was just gonna say, I think it's really funny that God's chosen people had to be taught that, like, you have to, I don't know, shit outside of where you sleep. I feel like they should know that. If I step on one more pile of shit, I'm out of here. Fuck y'all. Like, if your God is at that point with you, what the, like, what? That's the best your God could come up with? That's interesting. I don't know.
Ataza Shida
That is judgment.
Everit Lo Ani.
Picking shitty disciples, that's that's his judgment. Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting that you have to um do all of this guesswork, right?
It is. It is. That's correct.
Yeah, it's that's you know, if if the God is saying something different to you about the text versus another person, then he either is confusing people, um, or it's you answering what a God means to you, and I don't think that that should be pushed on other people. If you have the liberty of looking at the text and reinterpreting it to make it meaningful for you, then that should be something for you, right?
No, I perfectly agree. I mean, everybody who reads and study the Bible does that for themselves anyway.
No, no. If that were the case, then people wouldn't be having their rights taken away because of a belief that a God doesn't want a thing to exist in the world,
You said that
right?
there
They
was
have
over
every right to that.
45,000 Christian religions. So over 45,000 Christian religions, a lot of people have interpreted the scripture their own way and had
But
many people follow
but
them.
no, that these are organizations, right? These are denominations. But when I'm saying, when I say that if you're going to interpret the scripture for yourself, it needs to be kept to yourself. The denominations are creating dogma. They're creating doctrine, and then people are expected to follow that doctrine, not create their own.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
it
different
it
from what
all
I'm saying.
it started off with one person believing what they believe was the interpretation from scripture and others following that turned it into a religion, right?
Right, but you're saying
One
that's
one
what people are
person had
doing
this.
today. That's not what they're doing today. But when I said that, I think if you're going to interpret scripture for yourself, it needs to stay to yourself. That's not what is happening today. It's not staying to the individual that's interpreting for themselves. They then think that they have truth,
Oh yeah,
and then
yeah,
they
yeah.
go,
Then they share
yeah,
it.
and then
Yeah.
they go, well, not even share it. They go and try to tell people you need to live this way. I'm the new Christ. I'm the new Jeremiah. I'm chosen. God gave me this. The Holy Spirit told me this, and then they go and build new movements.
Mm, yeah.
One of them that they're working on is repealing the right for women to vote in the country.
Yep. Did you have anything else, Chescott?
No, that was it. That was it. That was good.
All right.
You,
Thank you so
you,
much for coming up.
Yeah, come back and
Al.
see us, man.
all right, for sure. Y'all take it easy. Have a
It's good
good one.
conversation.
Appreciate y'all.
All right. And then I'm
Easy,
gonna
bro.
tell you. So, if you become a super nerd, I'm getting ready to start sub only lives where we actually dig into the research, uh, dig into the ancient history. If you're looking to learn more,
And what is it? You said a super nerd?
yeah.
Hmm.
hmm you also get access to our private Discord, where we have a Google Drive. We have channels with shits loads of research, scholarly articles, things like that, books that we've read, discussions that we've had. So definitely take a look in that if you're interested in learning from a educational educational point. And so I don't do interpretation or anything like that. I just do historical, archaeological, uh, literary, linguistic context.
So you basically you instruct or teach like from the Hebrew and Greek texts.
Yeah. Not from the not from the well, I can from the Hebrew because I just like I said I'm in my fourth semester of Hebrew, so I'm still learning how to do that. You know, I'm not fluent in Hebrew. I still have to go to the lexicon and stuff like that. I can
Okay.
read it, but I still have to go to the lexicon. I have not learned Greek yet, but I use the lexicon for that. But yeah, we do that, and I show you the resources that I use so you can do it yourself. I'm not trying to be anybody's leader. My goal is to give you the skills so that you can do this research yourself.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Just click her name, well, actually the little bubble beside her name in the top left corner. It should prompt you to try to become a super fan. That's how you do it.
Got you. Got you. I appreciate y'all.
For sure,
You're
Chance.
welcome.
Have a good
Thank
one,
you.
man.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
For
You
being
too.
pleasant.
I agree, Dank. I agree. Dahlia, are you in the box on purpose? This is your second time in there. I don't know if you're in there on purpose. I am the one who knocks. Hey, is this Candace? Is this Candace? I think so. I'm sure this is Candace. Let me take it
Can this person talk?
now. Did Dahlia comment?
I didn't see. But she been in there for a minute, so I assume she probably. Mm.
Dream about a dream? Dream about a dream. Are you there?
Dream about dreamer.
Oh, okay. She's not here though. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are believing in the God of the Bible. If you are deconstructing from your belief in the God of the Bible or deconstructing your belief to something else than the God of the Bible, or an atheist, the guest box is open.
Mm.
Y'all want a song break? Huh?
I was gonna say we were in Javarius's line last night, and there's this little kid in there, 18 years old. At least he claimed. I don't know. Might have been younger, but he was sitting there reading an apologetic for slavery and stuff. My dude, do you even recognize what you're reading? He's like, what do you mean? Like, you're talking about how this gave an opportunity for people who were on the brink of starvation to go into debt and be able to work to sustain themselves. It's like, bro, you realize that God is telling these motherfuckers, don't come looking for me, bro. Go into debt with your brothers and be treated as almost a slave for 6 years. And you may or may not get tricked into staying for the rest of your life. Like, you don't even realize how fucking shitty that is. God doesn't even say rely on
Right.
him. Like, go into
Exactly.
debt to be a slave. What? Okay, okay, I guess.
Why do they think debt slavery is a credit card?
I don't know. You literally going
Like
into
that
debt to live.
that no. Debt slavery is when you've already gotten the credit and you couldn't pay it
Hmm.
back and they come and get that. The debt slavery is
Yeah,
the credit collector. Why do they think debt slavery was like having a fucking gold platinum card or like doing a title on the car? A
because
title loan on a car.
the KJV says if your brother waxing poor, so they think it means, oh well, if he's falling on hard times, he
Wait, you
you
talking about
know on
Leviticus?
the hmm
Yeah, they were to pay them. They were to be sakirs there. They got paid. Those are Sakirs.
Hmm.
Yeah, they got paid.
Yeah.
That's not debt
Oh,
slavery.
actually, no, no, no. We were in we weren't in Leviticus. We were in Exodus. That's where we were. I think it was
Oh,
Exodus 21.
they could sell them like they would go into debt slavery to pay a debt. Like the credit collector would come get them. Remember when Elisha, the lady came to
Hmm.
Elijah and was like, "Your servant has died. Now they about to come get my sons to pay the debt."
Give me that oil. Hmm.
Yeah, like debt slavery was to pay off debt or like
Hmm.
I think criminal crime and stuff like. But the way they talk is like it was a line of credit or some shit.
Yeah, but I mean, he was reading an apologetic straight off the website. Like he was legit. Like this is what I found, blah blah blah. But I was just like, dude, are you even listening to the thing that that's saying? Like, I'm not even saying that's what is happening, but like the explanation he's saying is that God was like, don't rely on me. Fucking go into that.
Yeah, I
What?
got you on that. That's a good ass point. No, yeah, I understood that. I was agreeing with you on that, but then I was like, from his point of view, slavery was like a credit card.
Hmm.
Yeah, like that's crazy. But apologetics don't care if it makes sense. Like, they only care if they can put enough doubt there to hang on to whatever they believe about that specific thing.
Yeah, he definitely broke it. Like that was the last thing because he had like a pretty nice and cool conversation, but I think reality set in a little too harshly for him at that point, and complete heel turn because we stayed in Exodus 21, and 21 gets kind of dicey with how women are treated, and he went off the deep end on that one.
What did you ask him? What apologetic site he was using?
I did not. I was honestly, and you're gonna have to strike this from the record if you hear me say this. You didn't hear me say this. I was the good doctor, Mukobi, and I was trying to stay in character, but he just made me fucking break. I was
What?
trying to
He
get it
just
done
made
in as
you
little words as
break?
possible. Yeah, yeah, because the kid, like he was not a shitty kid. He was a decent kid, and like,
Oh,
you know what I mean?
decency will make you break character.
I mean, he was decent. He just was misguided, and like, I'm like, you can have a big heart, but if it's misguided, you'll do stupid shit. Like, say this shit. So get it right. Like, think.
Interesting. We know how to get also to break character now,
Put a noble cause in front of
y'all.
I'm putting it in our file thinker so we'll know
Thank
moving
you.
forward.
Yeah.
Awesome.
him. Darn me for sharing.
Librarian, are you in the chat on? I mean, the request on purpose or on accident?
Hey, Serene.
It is on iTunes. Toaster.
Thinker, I want to
The
stir the
fast
pot a little
skill.
bit if you don't mind.
Hold on. The fast skills was messing up the live. What's that?
Um, we were telling Javarius that he should play one of your songs. He was like, "Oh, I'm not in Discord," and everybody's like, It's literally on like Apple Music and Spotify." And he's like, "Oh, okay, I didn't know that." He's like, "Yeah, man, she got a whole album on there," and he said, "I hope it's not that Broadway song. That was stunning."
Hey,
I was like,
everybody.
"Oh," I said, "Javarius, I want you to know
Hey.
that the Men's
Broadway
with
song?
Tens live is gonna suck for you, dude." He was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "You just say shit without any consideration at all. You just say shit, man. Like
Broadway song? What Broadway
I don't
song?
even know. He said like a Broadway musical he did or something, or not
I did.
musical obviously, but like a song
I
that
don't have
sounded like
no.
Broadway to him.
I don't have no Broadway musical song. Like, what's his name? Not what's his name. Mr. Michaels made a Broadway musical of Tap the Screen for Thinker. but I don't play that a lot. But I don't have no Broadway musical song.
And look, the mind of
Okay.
Javarius is complex and annoying. I just know if you get opportunities, fire his ass up.
Javarius is a trip. What was I getting ready to say? Oh, wait, thank you so much for sending the $5 super chat to say happy birthday to Five. I will let Five know and let his dad know. I appreciate you so much. Five is 2 years old today, y'all.
Oh my goodness, back to back, ain't it?
Five.
Say five.
Happy
Huh?
birthday, big man. I said it's back to back in a motherfucker.
Yeah. That's how my oldest two was. My oldest two are the 14th and the 19th of August. So of course my oldest son had to copy me and his dad and have his kids so close together too. But yeah, that birthday party is today, so
Nice.
yeah, got a long day today, a long ass day. If you're just getting here, if you are able to check the Discord, let me. If you are able to help the community member, just send that. Um, just follow the instructions in the Discord. I appreciate you so much. Thank y'all so much for saying happy birthday to Five. I appreciate you. Hey, librarian, how are you?
I am doing fine. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Wait, this ain't our librarian. Hold on. Yes, it is.
Mm-mm.
No, hold on. This ain't the great librarian. This ain't our librarian.
This is the great librarian. I changed my profile picture. My bad.
Oh, okay. Uh, how
Yeah,
are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I seen one of your stitches,
Mm-hmm.
and I did. I mean, one of your videos, and I really wanted to stitch something, but I'm not great on like doing videos. So I just came and talked to you, and you was like saying that what if Adam could have been abusive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like thinking like maybe not in the beginning, but after they sinned, he was abusive. Because the first time he heard God talk to Eve, God was scolding her.
So let's take a walk back just a second. You said maybe not in the beginning. What would have stopped him from being abusive in the beginning before eating from the fruit?
Because he didn't know
Didn't know
good
what?
and evil. He didn't know the good or he hadn't eaten from the tree of good and evil yet.
What does the tree of good and evil do? Like, what is that? Does it give them the ability to do good and evil, or the ability to uh, make moral good and evil decisions? Which one?
Um, I haven't got that far yet, and I'm gonna be honest. I was only thinking about the fact that he was he seen God scold Eve, so that would have made him think that it was okay. I didn't think
But
about.
that's yeah. I get you trying to say that he learned it from the God is what you're saying. Um,
Mm-hmm.
okay, let's so um and I'm not saying this is definitely what it is, which is why the song says what if. um
Yeah, me neither. I'm
okay,
not saying it, but I'm.
okay. So let me ask you a question. What do you think they could do with their free will prior to eating from the tree? Like what did their free will allow their bodies to do?
See, I mean, me thinking like before they were just kids. They were innocent. They didn't know any better. So,
but
you know what I'm saying? Like the only
but
way.
hold on,
Go ahead.
so I'm asking, like, okay, regardless if you think they were kids or they were adults, they were human, right?
Mm, they were,
Your phone is going in and
or think they were.
out. Okay, and so they had emotions. They had like they could feel things, right? They could get frustrated. They
Mm-hmm.
could cry, right?
Uh-huh.
They could be confused.
Right.
Okay, they had abilities in their bodies, like their hands could, like if they're frustrated, they could push each other, right?
Right.
Okay. So the ability to get frustrated and harm each other was present prior to eating from the tree, but did they know the moral entailment of that? Is what I'm saying, right? So being in the garden didn't necessarily mean that they couldn't do evil just because they didn't know how to identify that they were doing evil, because the knowledge of good and
They could
evil
still
isn't
do
the
evil.
ability.
Well, yeah, they could still do evil. You know what I'm saying? Because the only way they could, I mean, but they have to, they actually do it first to know if it was bad.
That's like
If that
saying
makes sense.
that's like saying that a child could not experience evil done to them unless that child does evil first.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is like, okay, like a child knows when somebody.
Your phone went out again.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Hmm. You
A
there?
child necessarily doesn't know the words to evil, but they know that it doesn't feel good.
But do they know that is evil? Do they know that in their mind that what's happening to them is a moral evil? Like when a child gets a whooping, right? Can that child, although they're crying and they're hurt, their feelings are hurt, can they do they know that it is? Can they classify whether it is immoral or moral for their parents to beat them with a belt?
I okay as a child, because I've been
I'm
there
not talking about do they
one
have
day.
the right. I'm talking about can they do it? Not do they have a right to, but can they? Can they in their
They
mind
feel bad. Yeah, I
not
know
not
that a
feel
child
bad?
would
Hold on,
feel bad.
librarian,
Hold on,
librarian,
hold on,
don't cut her off, please. Don't cut
no,
her
I'm not
off.
asking. I'm not asking can they feel bad. I'm asking can they logically classify that beating as moral or immoral?
A,
Your phone went out again.
a child wouldn't know the words for what happened to them. They just know they don't like it.
So then, in their mind, even if they don't know the words, do they know whether it's moral or immoral?
Mhm. They don't know it. They don't think it's good. So,
I'm not asking moral or immoral. So,
so that would be
yeah.
immoral.
Do you know what moral? You know what morality is? Moral good and moral wickedness is the difference between them.
Somewhat.
So,
I mean, my morals are different than Christians. I can tell you
yeah,
that.
a lot of ours are. um, right. So, like, your morals are a system of, a collection of your personal values, right, and principles. So does a young child that's getting beat, for example, a guy just died earlier this year who wrote a book that taught parents how to carpet train their kids like dogs. So even infants, right? So if an infant, a toddler did something, he taught them to put them on a mat and beat them, right? That infant that's being beat by a parent that's carpet training them, they don't know that what's happening to them is immoral, right? They don't have the ability to develop this collection of principles, but they are still
That's why.
experiencing a moral evil.
That's why I said that they know they feel that what just happened to them is they feel bad about it. Like they don't. That's why I don't. That's why I said they don't have the words to know that it's moral bad or moral good because they still in the stages of still learning.
Yeah.
Um.
So when I say, what if
So
Adam was right? So when I say, what if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand her bruises. That would be the state that the child would have been in. The child could feel the ache, but didn't have the words to identify what that ache was.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Then that was before they ate from the tree, that she wouldn't be able to identify her bruises, or
Right, yeah.
after.
Right. And
Like,
so
and
she
that's what,
took the fruit.
yeah, and see, that's why I said after she would know, um, because and then Adam would like literally do it for real, like because the first time that he ever heard God speak to Eve was to scold her. So
Well, he
it could
scolded
have
both of
happened in the
them.
beginning. No,
He
but no, he did scold both of them, but the only time that God talked to Eve in the garden is when he said, "What have you done?"
right. So he barely talks to Adam in the garden, right? Like the
But
story
he
really
talked to
focuses
him.
on.
He talked to Adam more
Hold
than he
on,
talked to Eve.
The
Yeah.
librarian,
hold on.
librarian, you keep cutting her off. Please, we need to hear her whole sentence question before you start talking.
Well, what all I was saying was like the purpose of Eve being in the story was to show that she was like just created to be his helpmate, right? Um, there wasn't really much more for him to say to her because the purpose of the story is the sin. Because you don't, it's a etiological tale of that just explains whys. So like, oh, Adam named the animals. Adam was told not to do a thing. They did a thing, and then Yahweh chases them both out of the garden. Like he chases them both out of the garden.
I mean, I look at this story not just as a story, though. I look at it as mostly human characteristics because most humans have these characteristics that are in the Bible. Um, that's how I look at the Bible. I mean, I could literally see people in the Bible doing the same things in modern times right now in
Because it's
reality.
humans.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying, like, the as kids, right? Most people imitate what their parents do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I see it every day in my own kid. You know what I'm saying? And he's a boy and I'm a girl, and he still imitates a lot of the things I do. Um, and that's why I was saying that I know for a fact after they ate from the tree, he would have been abusive because the first time he seen God speak to Eve was to scold her. And then so he would imitate what he think God wants him to, how to treat women or how to treat Eve. I mean, scolding her. So,
I mean, he took ownership. He took claim of her as soon as the God brought Eve to him. So he already
mhm,
had this idea that she was his, right? And
mhm.
then there is a possibility that what you are saying could have happened that way. I'm not saying there's only one way to interpret it, but if if the reason you're presenting this is to say that it's impossible that they could not have been harmful towards each other prior to eating the tree, I don't think you've been able to demonstrate why
I
they could
never
have
said
been.
that.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
I
I
never
said
said
if
that.
this is. I said if the reason you're presenting this, um, this interpretation is to say that it's impossible that they couldn't have been harmful towards each other prior to eating from the tree, then I don't like I don't see the 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 point there.
I didn't think about was they being harmful to each other before eating of the tree. I was only thinking of the fact after. So I never even thought about the situation before. I was only thinking about after they ate because I saw where and read where God scolded Eve, and that would give him a, you know a characteristic that would be okay to scold his. And so I wasn't thinking about the before. But I mean, it could happen that he was abusing her before, but I just wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. Okay. I get what you're saying.
Mm.
I get what you're saying. I think I misunderstood because I thought you said that you were answering the stitch that the video where I was asking for stitches. Is that what you were answering the one where I was asking for stitches?
Yeah, and I wasn't thinking like I didn't think about it when you was. I all I saw was that I interpreted that you were saying that Adam could have abused her, and I was like, okay, yeah, that could be happening. But I was not thinking about before they ate from the tree. I was only thinking about when after. So like, and I was like, dang, God did scold her. So that would be a good reason to abuse her.
Yeah, but that's like saying like she deserved it, right? Like she ate from
No,
the
I'm not
tree.
saying that she deserved it. What I'm
No, I'm
saying
not saying
is
you're
that
saying. Hold
what
on.
I'm
Let me
saying
finish,
is he
please.
was.
Can I finish, please? I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying if I take that interpretation right, it's the reason why Adam started beating Eve is because Eve did a bad thing. Um, and Adam saw Yahweh scold Eve, so now that sin is in the world, Adam became abusive to Eve, right? Because now, like, because you originally said that uh, the knowledge of good and evil was the ability to do good or evil, and you said before they couldn't do good or evil, right? So then
I
it
mean,
would be
what I'm saying is they just didn't know. You know what I'm saying? What was good, what was evil. They had to actually do it. Or like I mean, if they were hitting on each other before they ate from the tree of good and evil, they had to just feel the pain and just know like, oh, I don't like that. Like, you know how most kids don't know what is um they know something is hurting them, but they just don't know how to tell you the words.
yeah.
So I'm looking at Adam and Eve before they ate from the tree of good and evil as children. And I mean, and when you see children, they really learn from you. Everything you have to change. Like
That's not true. My grandkids was fighting the other day. They haven't seen me hit nobody. They're 1 and 2.
well,
They
what
were
I'm saying
hitting each
is
other.
that what I'm saying is that I know what I'm saying is that I was a crash out before I had kids. You know what I'm saying? So I had to change from being a crash out to being a parent. And I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
is,
just because
what if,
that's the case
and
for you doesn't mean that's the case for everybody. Like if you really sit
I'm not
down and
saying it's not the case for
you're
everybody. I'm
saying that
saying that,
children learn. You're saying that children learn bad things from seeing other people do it, and which that can be the case. But children hit when they're frustrated from the moment they know they're frustrated. That's I don't that's not necessarily a learned behavior. That's just how they communicate. They throw temper tantrums from from the moment that they are babies. They throw temper tantrums. They know that they're hungry. They know that they're not happy, and they throw temper tantrums. So it's not necessarily that you have to do something. I mean, you have to experience bad in order to do bad. That I don't agree with that premise.
okay, and I'm not saying this could work for all kids. My son really didn't throw a lot of tension tantrums because he knew how to speak, like not with just because he didn't know how to speak with his words. He knew how to speak with his hands because we taught him sign language before he could speak. So it's teaching your kid that the stove is hot, not telling them that the stove is hot and don't touch it.
Yeah. So
So
tell
and
me,
then,
you taught a newborn baby who's hungry, who's frustrated and throwing a tantrum how to speak sign language.
I mean, not a newborn, but
I
as you
said
know,
a
he grew
newborn.
up
I said a
as no,
newborn
not a
throws a temper
newborn.
tantrum, but I said a newborn from the moment they're born, they throw a temper tantrum when they're hungry and they don't know how to communicate that. I said a newborn.
Okay, so I'm just saying, like, most parents, I don't understand, like, like, you supposed to at least check your kids and feed your kids every 2 hours, especially when they're newborns. And kids don't, you know what I'm saying? If and I know a lot of parents do have a lot of things going on, you know what I'm saying? They can't
Hold
be
on, I don't want to. I don't want to
um
get it. That's irrelevant. Like I don't want to get into bashing parents. Regardless if the parent doesn't feed them every 2 hours, does that baby have a fit because they're hungry? Does their body react to
some
that
kids
feeling of
do.
being hungry?
Some kids do.
All kids do.
Some kids
All kids react to being hungry. There's no sum to it. There's not one baby who goes without eating that just chills. All kids react to that. Like, are we okay?
You have to come off mute and you have to stop talking over the host. You're you're very loud, so it's hard to hear her when you're cutting in. It's hard to hear when you're talking low anyway, if you cut over somebody, but you have to stop cutting in.
You're on mute. I
I
also don't
sent you
think
an
our
invitation.
this is our librarian.
It's not.
Um,
It's not.
okay. No, I figured that out because librarian is black, but her voice doesn't sound like that. But she's mixed. Go ahead. Which is black, but still her voice doesn't sound like that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was listening.
No, I was talking to Selena. Go ahead.
Go ahead about what?
Well,
So you
are you
didn't hear the
done or
last.
are you done or did you want to
You
continue or?
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, like, human nature is inside of the Bible, regardless of anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just human nature. Teaching is
Right.
what teaching is the thing that we supposed to do, like, right out of the womb. You know what I'm saying? Like, to make sure that these little people are comfortable. So,
Right, but
yeah.
that's not the topic though, right? Like we're not talking
I'm
about
sorry.
parenting here. We're talking about the natural body and how the natural body responds to frustration, to hunger, right? And our natural instincts. And sometimes that uh, response can be in a way that is unpleasing. And then as the children get older, when they're frustrated, they will hit. And you're right, you have to teach not to do it, but it's natural for them to do that when they're frustrated. What you originally said was they have to see somebody hit first for them to do it. That was your original claim.
Mm.
And if that's the case, who saw somebody hit somebody first for hitting to even be a thing in the world?
My original topic was that God scolded Eve,
Right,
and
I'm talking about
Adam
hitting.
saw that.
I'm talking about
So,
hitting, not
yeah,
scolding, hitting. Who saw somebody hit somebody first for that to be a thing? If you
you
can't
started talking
do
about
either,
your grandkids
hold on.
hit each other
I'm
the
talking
other
about with
day.
I'm talking about with Adam and Eve. I'm talking about with Adam and Eve.
Mm.
If hitting, if a thing cannot be done until a human sees somebody else doing that thing, then what human in the beginning of time, who hit a human in the beginning of time for humans to start hitting humans if it can't be done until a human sees somebody else do it?
So are you saying that abuse is only hitting? Is that
No,
what you're saying? Because I mean, I was talking about the
no.
abuse of speaking at first, because that's what I said. Scold. I mean, Adam scolded. I mean, Eve got scolded by the God, and
I'm not
that
talking
was the
about what
start of abuse. And I'm
I'm
just
not
saying,
talking
like,
about what you said. Your
oh, so
original claim, and what we are discussing right now is that you cannot do something until you see somebody else do it. This is why we were talking about kids. This is why we were talking about kids. This is why you said that your kids, you were a crash out and you had to change how you behaved, right? You originally said that they had to see it done first to know to do it. And so I'm asking, who in history hit somebody or hit a human that hitting is now a thing, that humans now know to hit? Where did humans learn the hitting from? If you have to see somebody do it first to know to do it, who did we learn hitting from as humans? Not Chris Brown. Oh my God, movement.
So many.
Oh
So
my
wrong.
God.
I mean, people that they're around,
But they would have learned if they're already humans. They learned to hit from somewhere. So who taught them how to hit?
people that they were around. I mean, it's
Who taught the original people
a
how to hit? You
I
said you
mean, but
have to see.
okay, are the
Hold
original
on.
people Adam and Eve?
Listen. It doesn't matter who they
You
are. They could
were
be
a
Jim and
crash out?
Steve. It doesn't matter. You are saying that you can't, that a human can't do a thing until they see somebody else do it. So who did the first human see hit somebody for there to be hitting in our world? If that is the case,
So do you think that? Okay, hold up. You're saying, okay, what you're saying is that um the first humans were hitting each other.
I like to pull a theology card, please.
Mm.
No, I don't think she's saying that
Oh,
the first humans are hitting each other. You want to take this also?
Yeah.
I
Oh.
thought you. Oh, okay.
No, you're claiming that God's scolding of Eve was somewhat the catalyst that gave Adam permission to be abusive hypothetically to Eve, correct?
Yes.
Scolding doesn't equate to permission to strike. You would agree, right? So
I
if
mean,
I fuss at one child, that does not mean because I fussed at this one child and now it has permission to like mollywop the second one, right?
right.
Okay, so Thinker's question is, if you're saying that that example has to be set first, where did the example of the first strike come from?
Cain.
Hmm?
So, so Eve, none of the hypothetical abuse happened prior to Cain killing
And
Abel, which by the
I
way,
don't know if y'all, I mean, anybody heard me the first time.
We're not talking about
Again,
we're not talking
you
about
didn't.
vocal abuse. We're talking about physical abuse. Are you saying that it's impossible for physical abuse to have happened prior to Cain?
Also, I don't think you heard me the first time. If someone is talking, please don't, first 4 times, please don't talk over them.
What I'm saying is that um, abuse starts with speaking, period. Like, and then I mean, if you speak to a person wrong, or that doesn't mean you won't hit a person or hurt a person, because I mean, it's like you already being negative to that person. Abuse is abuse, no matter if you speak it, say it,
Hold
or
on, hold
feel
on.
it.
We're not negating uh, um, vocal abuse, verbal abuse. We're not negating that. We are
Okay, this
asking you. We are asking you. Are you negating the possibility of physical abuse before Cain?
and what I said was I never thought of it. I
I'm
never
talking
thought
about in the
about being
conversation that we're having right
physical.
now.
Yeah, I
I'm talking
never
about in the
even thought about
okay
physical
theology.
abuse.
I don't know.
But now, if you want me to think about, was it physical abuse before they ate from the tree of good and evil? I could do that. You know what I'm saying?
What
Like,
have we been
That was
discussing
the
this whole
song.
time? Like I don't. That's literally what we've been discussing this whole time, and why we're, I'm sorry. I don't know. I have tension in the back of my neck, and I'm starting to get a
you might need
headache.
a massage.
I wasn't talking to you. Fee, do you want to take this over so I can go give me some
Yeah,
Can I?
yeah, I can try. Go ahead, Selena.
Oh, sorry. I meant
No,
to
go
mute
ahead.
myself. But before, so I think that start with it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It's not the tree of good and evil. The tree does not give you the good and evil qualities. The tree gives you the knowledge to know the difference and to know what's good and what's evil. Sorry, go ahead, Fee. That was bothering.
Yeah, I had peeped that too. So I think we've gone like so many different places with this conversation. But you said you came from Thinker's Video, that was, presenting these hypotheticals. But I think we've kind of gotten off the actual track of what we were discussing. You made a claim that to do a thing, you have to experience that thing or see someone do that thing, um, in reference to children, but we're pushing back on that. And I think that's where the example of Thinker's grandkids came from. But we kind of went all around the barn to try to get back on topic. Um, did you have a follow up to that part of the conversation? And that was to you, librarian.
No, I actually didn't. Because I actually agree with the whole conversation of Thinker's Video,
Hmm.
and that and I was just actually just giving something like, yeah, maybe because I did see where God scolded Adam, right? And and it's like you have conversations with people, and you can even agree with them, but it's like they don't. And I never even thought about the abuse before the tree, eating of the tree, And
I think that the
yeah,
point and where this
yeah, I
this
get the
prompted,
point. I get the point. I get the point. Yeah, I
What's
get
the
the
point?
because
point.
the
Don't get no, because what you don't get is you cannot keep talking over people. I don't understand why you're not getting that. If they're talking, in fact, stay on mute until someone says it's okay for you to talk, because your impulse is to talk as soon as you hear something, and we need for you not to do that.
and I was going to ask the same thing. Also, ask what do you think the point is at this point in the conversation?
Point us to it.
Come off mute.
You know what? You're right. I do talk when people say that I said something and that I didn't, and I do have a problem with that, and I really do. And I mean, and the whole time I've been saying I wasn't even thinking about the abuse before the eating of the tree, right? And I said that the whole time, and it's like I
Hey, what was the point of the video?
I despise when people put stuff in my mouth, and I can't stand that. And then
Yeah, what was the point of
Can
the
you
video?
answer the question, please?
Like the point isn't for this to be contentious, but the reason why we keep asking you that is because I don't think you get the point of the video.
maybe I didn't, but I mean, I wouldn't get it from people putting things in my mouth. I would never, you know what
But
I'm
what do you,
saying? That's
In the
so.
words of Archer,
But I
phrasing,
get it. I
right?
mean,
Can we
y'all are
can we
very,
can we work on the phrasing a bit?
y'all are very intelligent people, and I'm just, I'm a
Your phone went out. I'm not sure if it just cut
Yeah,
out.
I was about to say.
Oh,
You got
oh,
bars now.
I got the point. Thank you. I got the point. Yeah, I got the point. So it's, and I will look more into him being abusive before him being of the tree. You know, I would do that.
And I didn't personally catch. Okay, she's gone. I was about to say her bars
Mm-mm.
were pretty bad. I didn't hear most of what she was saying.
Yeah, I mean, because
But
like the
does that
point of
make
the
she
video
get
was
it?
to no, well maybe I
No,
don't know.
she didn't get it. I don't think so.
Probably not, because the point of the video was to contend with the prompt of the video, right? Like the prompt of the song is to think about the pre-tree stuff and what if in that particular
Yeah.
time. So when you come to say, well, I want to talk about after that event, well, that's not the point of the video. So I don't think you got the point, is what we were trying to say. But for whatever reason, you felt that contention, like we were trying to avoid the entire time. Thinker literally handed you off because she did not want it to be contentious, right?
Yeah.
Don't don't be in your feels about it, is what I'm saying. Like, and that may sound insensitive, but you missed the point. Is all. That's all we were trying to lay out. That's it.
Yeah, and I think the purpose of it being after, right, and Adam seeing the God scold Eve is so that the idea of the God creating them perfect is still intact, is what I think. Creating them, without the ability to be able to do evil is still intact. Which stems from their understanding that the knowledge of good and evil is ability and not awareness.
Right.
Also, do you want to do this one?
I guess. Potent. Potent.
You know that's potency.
Thank you, man.
You're
You too,
welcome.
bro.
Thank you.
Potency. I
This
don't know if
nigga
they have
Gary
pen
Owen
purple.
funny as hell.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said that nigga Gary Owen's funny as hell.
Oh.
Ain't that the white comedian? Yeah, with the
Hold on.
black wife. That's him.
Try this one.
Hi, everybody.
Arthur?
Yes. Hi, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Are you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes, no, the movie is this thing. Well, first time ever been on a chat. First time for me.
Beautiful. First time answering the question. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing the belief in that God, or an atheist?
I believe in the Most High, the giver of life, the creator of all things. That is all that is within and throughout.
Okay, okay. Can we find him in the Bible?
He's in the Bible, but scattered in the Bible because the truth is divided. There's light
Oh,
and
is he? Is
there's
he? Does he show up in other religious texts?
okay. Let me how to explain this to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's bear with me because it's the first time ever.
Yeah, that's true.
And a bit
Just give me
and
the
a bit
abridged version, though, right?
and a bit kind of nervous expressing myself really
Hey,
on
I'm
this here.
nervous too. It's my
Okay.
first time. You're my
Yeah.
first.
All right. My understanding of this is that throughout my life I've been studying the ancient secrets of life. And by studying it is by living it. And in order to live it, you understand all things that is there within and throughout.
So it's not necessarily that this God is limited to the Bible, correct?
Yeah, he's limited because the fact is we have a lot of different names and titles of gods that is there in the book. And what happened to us sometimes, we tend to believe something that is given to us from generation after generation, and we
Mm-hmm.
take it up and run with it
Right.
with the concept of belief,
Mm.
with not even taking the time
Wow.
to look within yourself to understand
you as who you are. You just take instructions of everything that you was told from young, growing up, and
Okay.
you walk in a pattern.
Right.
Either you walk in a pattern that will benefit you in life, or
Uh-huh.
you may walk in a pattern that may derail you in your entire life. But the secret to it
Right.
is that the most important thing you must value
Okay.
is
Question
your.
though. One second. One second. I don't want to cut off at the climax because it's just like he did all that work just to get there. But one question for you. So you wouldn't like call yourself like a Christian though, right?
No, I ain't no Christian. I ain't part of the religion.
Very interesting, or should I
Thank
say,
you.
muy interesante. Thinker, do we want to do it or no?
Sorry?
Is he are you a Hebrew Israelite? What are you?
He's
I'm
a
a
guy that
living
believes in a lot
man.
of things.
I'm a living man. I'm one which we would call the 13th.
The
If you have
13th. So we're
understanding,
only
What?
the
he's the
13th.
13th. Like the 13th tribe, the 13th
Yeah, I got it.
disciple.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
keep talking, he gonna be my 13th
Yeah.
reason. Cause
Exactly. I was
anything,
about to say that. He's
anything for
about
God,
to
I'm
Right.
be my
telling
13th reason.
Okay, here what's happening. Yeah, the first thing is that I'm not trying to take over the conversation. I'm not trying to
No, no,
dictate
no.
and
It's okay. We
impose.
He
joking
wouldn't be
here.
able to do that.
All right,
Casa,
sweet.
Casa, we joking here. It's all
All
good.
right,
We
sweet.
joke.
The
But
most
what I'm trying to
precious
find
things.
out, give me just a second. What I'm trying to find out is the God that you believe in. Because I only talk to people who believe in the God in the Bible, and I know you just went through that with Oso, but I was over here eating a tuna fish sandwich and I didn't hear shit of it. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hear shit of it.
All right. All right, let
I'm
me tell
like,
you a secret.
hold on,
I
no,
want to say
we're not gonna go
certain
back.
things.
Hold on. I trust Oso, okay? So
Mm,
we only have conversations with people who believe in the God of the Bible,
mm-hmm,
people who are deconstructing their belief or atheists.
mm-hmm.
And so it's not to say that we have anything against you being the 13th reason or the 13th disciple. It's just not the topic in here, right? Because
Okay,
we have a very specific
okay.
discussion in here, and so I would have to take you down, okay?
But let
Hey,
me finish explaining myself
hold on,
now.
Casa. Here, I'll propose this for you. Give me
Yeah.
a follow. I go live tomorrow morning. Come tell me
Mm.
about it. Okay.
Yeah, because the knowledge is far deeper
Hey,
than we
do you
think,
want to do it, also? Do you want to have the conversation? If you want to, you can.
Yeah, I want to have
I
the
mean,
conversation
if
with
you
them
down,
question.
like if we ain't got nobody
Yeah,
waiting or
it's up.
nothing.
Yeah, go ahead. It's up to you. Yeah.
Okay. Lay it
All
on me.
right. All right. You see, one of the most important things we must understand and that we must keep sacred is our love. That's the one of the most very important things. And that love is your first love, right? Then your mind, you guard your mind, and you guard your sexual organs. These three aspects of your body, which represent parts of your chakra, is things which represent the seven candlesticks, represent the seven churches, represent the seven godheads.
I
That
need to
is
wait.
you.
Hold on. I need to get a notepad. You going? Hold on. One second.
What's the topic? So I can put it on my header.
We just diving into what he
Yeah,
classifies himself as.
yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
what happened now? So with that aspect, we all are that same aspect, but it's finding the path to truth. A lot of us say we know truth or we understand truth, but the
Mm-hmm.
ancient secrets of truth is within you. It's already written across your heart. So the
And
thing is finding self.
question. I hope you don't mind that I have to ask questions to make sure I
No, that's
lock
not
in
a
this in.
problem.
Cool. What's this ancient secret that's locked in our heart?
Right. The ancient secret is the truth where I'm explaining to you from within your heart, mind, and soul. Right? And how you get there is a way of life that you live. That from a child growing up, where you was explaining about a child and all this thing, you train a child from young. I say train, this is the word I use, train or teach a child from young. The simple discipline things which like we say, your great grandfather or great grandmother might have known in growing up in upbringing of a family upbringing, right? So the mind is something that which goes together with the heart. That is something that you have to discipline in a structure of knowing God early in life. And you teach the child how to develop their mind in God. Now, what happens to us in society? we break away from that aspect and we allow our children from the early stages of their life where the mind is at a sponge to absorb things of the world instead of absorb things of the natural source of life from the Father within. So
So,
when they
so the
go,
source of life is separate from.
the world is totally different from the source of life.
Did the source of life create the world?
The source of life is, let me say, some might say the monad, the Christ, these kind
Right,
of
but
words.
did the source of life create the world?
Well, they're saying now I'm going by what they're saying. In the Gnostic, they might say, okay, about the demigod, the God who created this world, of a false God, where a self-born mother created self-born son, which created, self-born father and self-born mother created self-born son. Self-born son asked for mind, which he had dominion over all things, which is a Christ-like mind.
Sir,
So,
hold on. So the source did not, in fact, create the world, right? And that's why they're different.
that's why it's different. But the source is in everything. So let's
Hmm?
say, okay, let's say for instance, you plant a tree or you created something home, you build a chair or something at home, right? You is the creator of that. That's the God in you. You follow me?
Okay.
You're right. So once you create that, now the chair don't have to be you sitting on the chair. Somebody else could be sitting on the chair. Somebody could own the chair. That chair
Okay.
come from a source.
Mm-hmm.
That source is different. Now
Right.
that chair now goes in a house. So the owner of that house will say, that's my chair.
Uh-huh.
So he claimed that as authority as he is the head owner of that.
Interesting. Who gets to claim the original authority of creating life on Earth?
Well, as they say, is a demigod. They say he's in control, right? Now, nature, the divine source of life, is already in everything and is imparted on all things. So even though the demigod decides to create this, he take this creation with a spark of life, of light from his mother. So that is here, trapped here. So we know we have that spark of life, that light.
Hmm.
So it's us now to return with the light back where we came from.
So in the beginning, there was the source. The source, I guess, through I don't know,
Self-created,
asexual
self-taught.
reproduction created demi
Right.
sources. And those
All
demi
right.
sources took the things that the source created and made more complex things from them. And that's how the earth was created, correct?
Something similar, because when life come into existence, all things come into existence. Because if you look at the
Well, I mean,
concept of
you're not saying that people were just floating around in space
no,
until the
no,
demiurge created the earth, right?
nah,
That's
no,
that's
no.
kind of
How
crazy.
what's that? Where did that come from?
Exactly. So it's what I said, right?
All right, but we strain from the point of where we need to go to end up on the question that needs to be completed in the conversation. Where
Also,
is that?
is the demiurge anything like the demigorgon?
The,
You would think so, but actually, no. A demi-gorgon will
a
probably
demigod,
be
a
more like a
demigod.
minotaur in this
Okay.
in this realm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm waiting for the next episode of Stranger Things because that's what all of this sounds like right now. And I'm so
Yeah,
confused.
it will sound like strange things. It will, you see,
Absolutely.
yeah, you see, when you don't understand a knowledge or you never see the knowledge or never had an incline into the information or the knowledge, it becomes weird, strange,
No, I don't think that's
disturbing.
it though. I don't think that's it, Cass. Because I can understand things that are complex. Like, my mental faculties are pretty sound. So I can follow logical trains of thought.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying doesn't has not been presented in a logical train of thought. It's been
It won't.
presented at.
It
I'm
won't.
sorry.
It won't.
Right. So if it won't, then how do you expect someone to understand it? Understanding is undergirded by logic The reason I can talk to you about why, if you stick a fork in an electrical socket in my house, why you would feel something, I can explain that to you. I can tell you where the source of the power is coming from. I can tell you what it's doing to your body. I can tell you why it's doing it to your body. That's what happens when you understand a thing. What you're
Right.
doing right now is making a claim that is unsubstantiated. You're talking
Right.
about something that you believe, but you cannot explain to me why you believe it or how it works.
All
And
right.
based on that, I think I'm justified in dismissing any unjustified claim, as you would if somebody came to you and told you another God did all of the things that you're saying, unless they can show you how they came to that conclusion.
I never said a different God come to do everything, you know. I never said that. What I'm saying, there's a source where all things came
You
from.
heard me. I don't think you heard anything that I just said, because I never made the claim that you said anything about a different God.
No, but
What I said to you is, if you stop speaking while I'm speaking, then it'll
I'm
be easier
listening.
for you to track what I'm saying.
I'm
What I
listening.
said was that in the same way that if another person came to you claiming that another God or a demigorgon, a demiurge, or a demi,
Hello?
Hold on, she got a phone call. 1 second.
Yeah, got a phone call.
my
Okay.
bad, you'd probably dismiss those claims in the same way I'm dismissing yours, because they can't substantiate it. They can't demonstrate to you how they know any of the things that they're claiming in the same way that you can.
I just want to say
Okay.
y'all
Can I
almost
say
lost
something?
me. I
Could I
leaned
say
my head
something?
back and fucking almost choked on a bottle of water. almost died. Almost died just now. I'm like, goddamn. I lean.
All right.
Oh
Can I say
shit.
something? Can I say something? You see, you
Would have
see,
been none the wiser too. That's crazy. Oh
you
shit.
see what happens, right, is that at the end of the day, what we need to do as humans, human being on this plane, we need to balance ourselves left and right and become center with oneself in order to understand the fullness of a Christ-like life. Now we could read all the books, study all the books.
Isn't
But
Christ
if
a
we,
demiurge?
sorry?
Isn't Christ a demiurge?
No, how Christ be a demiurge? The Christ
Christ is
didn't
the
come and walk
source
forth. Christ is the source. That's the 13th. That is the one that bring forth the knowledge. That's the one that came forth from the monad and bring forth the knowledge to us. That
from the
we could be able
monad.
to be free.
Interesting.
Yeah,
The
the
monad, the
monad.
source. The monad,
Yeah,
the
the
source of life.
it's the God that Paul and the early versions of Paul and the Marcionites and stuff believe that Jesus came from a different deity.
Hardly hearing you, sweetheart.
Oh, that's because I was talking to Osa.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I was explaining to him about the monad.
yeah, so with that, Christ is the source. So Christ came to fulfill a mission, which he did and fulfilled. Now, the mission is simple. The mission is love. The
Wow.
mission is to make sure and love each other and share it with harmony, grace, peace,
This is the same
and
Christ that's in the
partnership.
Bible?
Huh?
This is the same Christ that's in the Bible?
Yes, it is.
Really?
But you see what happened to us, yeah?
He was saying some shit in the Bible. You sure?
Listen, yeah? Listen. All right, let me tell
I'm
you my
listening. That's why
history.
I'm asking, are you
All
sure?
right,
Because
let me tell you
he
my
was talking
history.
some
Let me
shit in
tell
the
you my
Bible.
history. Let me tell you my history. When I was a little boy, I grew up in Catholic church.
Oh,
And
my
I
fault.
grew
Were
up.
you a little boy when Jesus was a little boy?
Listen now, oh gosh. Christ has suffered the little ones, not that they may come unto
No.
me.
No, because we're talking about Jesus. We're not talking about you.
Jesus is the man named Christ, is the source of the energy that dwells in the man.
Oh, I'm
That's the
sorry.
spirit.
Are
It's
you
a
the Jesus
title,
that
not
was in
his
the
name,
Bible?
bro.
Yeah, so you're a Christ as well. So if you
Are
are
you the
raised
Are
young,
you the Jesus that was in the
what?
Bible though?
All right, so that why I could say
Are
Isaiah
you the Jesus that
13.
was in the Bible though?
I never said Jesus that was in the Bible. Jesus is the man.
I asked
Christ
you
is the
about the Jesus.
spirit.
I said, the Jesus guy that's the source, is that the guy in the Bible? You said, yes. I said, are you sure? Yes. I said, but he was talking some crazy shit in the Bible. And now you want to talk about your childhood. That's weird.
I'll tell you about my childhood coming up. I grew up in Catholic.
You don't have to is the point, right? Because I don't
All
want
right then.
to get
All
into
right
that.
then. Sorry then. I don't need to explain that to you then. Yeah. Right. But yeah, so Christianity, as I was saying, as Christ, right?
So when Jesus in the Bible was talking about how slaves should just be obedient puppets that just do what the master says, what was the love in that?
All right. You live in a society, it doesn't have laws and rules in order to keep man in a line.
So Jesus was saying, be a shitty person to slaves
No,
because
not what Jesus said. Jesus
love?
said, what Christ commanded. He said, I'm come to change, not come to fulfill. I don't
Okay.
come to change the law. I come to fulfill the law.
Okay.
Right? So if
That
we fulfill in a
what
law,
law is there to say be a shitty person to slaves? What
no,
law
but
is that one?
listen, if a man come to fulfill
This
the
has
law,
no concern about law. This is about him as a person. This is a character choice that he makes.
yeah,
Nothing
well,
to do with the law.
could I explain it, please?
You can't because you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know where you're
Well,
going
yeah,
with
what verse am I talking about? What am I talking about?
you quoting verses, yeah?
Yeah, what am I talking about? You said you know what I'm talking about. What am I talking about?
You talk about Christ, isn't it? You talk about Jesus, matter
Yeah,
of fact.
specifically, what am I talking about? What was he talking about? Do you know?
When he say what?
The thing that I've been talking about.
What Jesus say about being a slave, loving a slave loyal to his master.
Jesus said loving a slave? I never
No,
said that.
sorry. What I said, I misinterpreted the conversation and the wording that I used. What I'm saying is that what you mentioned to me a minute ago is Jesus. No, you mentioned to me a minute ago. Jesus said that the slaves should respect their master. Is not what you just said to me?
That is not what I just said to you.
All right, then when I get it wrong, tell me what you said to me then.
Jesus was telling him the people to be shitty people to the slaves. They should be just mindless robots that just do whatever you say. Have no compassion toward them.
No, Mr. Man, it's not like that.
Oh yeah? Where am I referring to? That you know that?
What I'm referring to,
In the Bible.
What I'm referring to is the
No,
fact.
what am I referring to in the Bible? What story am I talking about, since you know?
I don't know what story exact, what chapter, what book.
Oh,
No,
damn.
I'm
Do you
not
know who he
bullshitting
was?
you.
Do you
I'm
know
not
who
gonna
he was
lie to
talking
you.
to? At least?
Sorry?
You know who he was talking to, at least?
Where disciples and the people in it. Who is gonna talk to?
He was
Me?
talking to people? What a
Of course,
guess.
it's people and
What a
his
fucking
disciples.
guess. Hey, somebody,
Why you
fly in
the
the
curse?
grand
Why you
prize
cuss and
right
gun like that?
now.
Why you the cuss and gun like that?
What a fucking guess. Duh, he was talking to people. What was he talking to people about?
You see? Your ignorance alone is destroying your own fact of what I trying to
Oh,
say.
now I'm ignorant. It's funny because when I let you talk for like 30 minutes straight, just so we can get to the point where I dominate the conversation, you wouldn't
It's not
feel
about
bad, but you still feel bad. That's all you want to do is talk. That's
it's not about
crazy.
dominating
I
the
let you
conversation.
I let you go
Wait,
crazy.
wait,
I
wait.
let you go
If
ape
you want to
shit
talk,
bananas.
okay,
Nigga, I
okay,
got
stop.
2
Let's stop for
pages worth of notes in my phone because all I did was turn the microphone on and let the motherfucker run. I let you talk for 3.5 centuries. So when it's my turn to take over, don't get fucking butthurt. That's all I ask, right? So again, if this love everybody and
yeah.
everything Jesus is in the Bible, why in the fuck was he in here telling these people that they should be horrible human beings to the human beings that they apparently own? What
Did
was
he
he
not?
talking about? You
Did
know?
he not? Did he not say when they abuse him, Father, forgive them for they know not what they have done?
Is that the same thing that I'm talking about?
I'm not saying that is the same thing you're talking about. What am I
Oh, okay,
saying?
because you said
You
everything was
mentioned
love.
something
You
to
said
me about
everything was love, and I'm talking about an instance that does not sound like love. Are you
yeah,
familiar
because you
with it, or
don't
you just
understand.
kind of skip over that part? Which one?
No, because you don't understand.
No, you're the one lacking understanding. You said everything was love with this guy, and I
Yeah,
made sure to double check with you. I
yes, it
really
is
did.
love.
Hey. I made sure to check with you that you're talking about this guy right here, the one that's on the fucking screen. That guy in the Bible, yeah. Everything love, yeah. Well, that's not the case. He talks about stoning children in his Bible. Is that love?
Bro, what you missing
Is that
is the
love?
fact.
Is
Listen,
that love?
how
Is it love?
what kind of one-sided question is that you give me?
Hey, dumbass, is it love to tell
Look at your
people to stone
disrespect.
children,
Look
specifically
at your
their
disrespect.
children? Is that
You don't
love?
you don't show respect like that. You talk to people
It,
polite.
ah, bitch, is that love?
I'm trying to talk to you, and you're muting my
Yeah,
phone
but
as
it's
well.
funny because your version of talking to me is just monologuing.
That's why you don't like that I'm asking you questions. You just
I
want to
never
be able
say.
to
I
just
just.
say shit for a long periodically time. Well, guess what? I finished my slice of pizza.
I don't think
I'm
you're
on
not
your
talking
ass.
shit. You could say.
I'm on your ass. Now,
No,
bitch,
I
answer
like
the
how you
question.
talking. You're aggressive, but you. I like how you talking, but
Oh,
you're
I know you
talking
like it. I know you like it.
nonsense.
That's why you still up here. You like that shit. I get
No,
it.
I'm
I
listening
get
to
it. No,
you.
I get it.
You
I
want
get
to
it.
argue.
I
You want
get
to
it.
argue.
A man that takes charge,
Yeah.
it's
Could you
something.
do that?
It do something to me too. I can't even lie to you. I can't even lie to you. That's how
You
I know it's
express
working.
yourself. You
Excuse
see,
you.
at the end of the day, yeah,
Answer my
a lot of
question.
us.
Is that
Uh,
love?
you see, at the end of the day, yeah,
Is
a
that
man will
love?
always fight an ex-man or an ex-person
Is
if he feel
that
he has something
love?
of power or authority over
Hey, hey,
someone.
hey,
This
hey,
is the
hey,
fact.
hey. I don't care that you want to just ramble. You gonna answer the question. Is
But
it love?
you keep.
Is it love to tell people to stone their children? Is that love? Hmm?
Let
Hmm?
me stop blocking my mic from.
I'll stop doing that when you answer my questions.
Well, I want to speak, but you all
I
keep
don't care
blocking the
if you
mic.
want to
So
do anything else. I could give a fuck.
yeah,
I
but stop
won't, but
talking.
I could give a fuck.
Talk
I
ahead.
don't,
Speak. You speak.
but
You
I
speak.
could give a fuck. Answer the question. Is that love? Hmm? I don't know why y'all don't just steal another religion to build your bullshit off of. There are plenty of better examples. But no, we got to glom on to whatever is the most popular. Y'all be doing the same shit with Muhammad in 20 years. So,
The truth is the hardest thing to accept. Don't worry. It's acceptable.
so this is your concession. You're not going to answer the question.
Say, give me a question. Let me hear what you have to say.
I would say thank you for coming, but I'm the only one that finished. You see what I did? Sexually.
Also, in religion, did he hit you? I was partially listening. Did he hit you with the "we'll find out in the end"?
Low key.
Why do he do that?
You don't even actually believe this shit. It's crazy though. Like,
That has always been such an odd position for them to hold.
I mean, I don't like. I get it. You know, oh, maybe this isn't true, but you're still trying to hold on to some bullshit. But I don't, dude. You have to ignore so much of the like. You literally are just ignoring 90% of the entire Bible, including parts of the New Testament that you find to be truthful. Like you're just ignoring a lot of this shit just to hold on to a belief that you can't shake, and that's weird.
Very. And then to like spend your whole life banking on it. Like, shouldn't we be able to test the truth of a claim before the end credits roll? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
The source created everything, but the demiurge stole it, and that's why we have the world. But we're gonna go back to the source.
I was going to ask him if this, he also said that the source was in everything. So if the
Mm,
source is in everything, shouldn't that then include these negative influences that he also said you should protect your children from? Like, is the source not in that? They just make shit up.
yeah. Anything to continue to believe, or believe anyway.
I think Thinker might be. Oh, wait, let's see who was in the guest spot.
Guys, real quick, I just was sent a video that has my spirit vexed right now. If I had a spirit, it would be vexed. It's a little girl standing in front of the church, and it's a bunch of kids, and they're asking the kids to tell what they're thankful for. So the MC says, I don't want to hear that you're thankful for your teacher or your friends. I want to hear what you're really thankful for. So the first little girl that gave the mic to says, I'm thankful for my stepmom because, and then she said, oh no, I can't say the rest of that. And she tries to pass the mic. So a woman walks up and goes, no, you're going to finish that and you're going to do this right. So start over. So the little girl takes the mic back and says, I'm thankful for my stepmom because she listens to me better than my actual mom. Another lady walks up, goes, no, we're going to rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Open the doors right now because we're going to speak to this spirit because we wrestle not against flesh and blood. We wrestle against principalities. They start laying hands on this little baby and she's standing there looking uncomfortable as heck. I am heated. They're telling this baby she has a demon because she says her stepmom listens to her better than her actual mom. They asked her to be honest about what she's thankful for, and when she did it, it's like, no, not like that. You have a demon. What the actual?
So truth, when it's uncomfortable, is a demon.
Yes.
After she already tried to bow out and not
She
speak on
tried.
it, because
She tried.
yeah, when the children
She
have more
tried.
common sense than the adults, I don't know what we can do with this world.
That's why
Because
you
how
gotta
you
get them
gonna
when they're young.
exactly
Yeah.
that part? And they say the quiet part out loud. Like you have to get them and convince them to believe this shit because they know as adults who utilize critical thinking skills, it's unbelievable. But you got grown ass adults forcing a child to say something that she had already determined was
What is
not
it? Feast
appropriate to
like color?
say.
Yes.
Wow.
She'd already said, no, I can't say that. And tried to pass the mic. And the lady ran up there, and I'm guessing it's the mom. Because when the other lady was rebuking it, quote unquote, she pointed over to where the first lady went back over. And she says, Mom, you just keep laying hands. You don't let this live. You keep doing what you do. Not listen to your child. That's what you do. You keep not listening to your child, and that's what we're instructing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I won't.
Okay, I'm sorry. That it
Oh,
was
you're
just sent to
good.
me in it. I do blended family coaching, and they were like, please, please tell me your thoughts. And I said, oh, you don't want my thoughts right this second.
Mm.
As a,
Insane. This is Christine. She's not loading. I just see a black box on my side. What do y'all see?
Same.
Okay.
Same.
Sure.
My box is frozen.
All right, I can take her out, and then Freddie is next. Freddie,
Fraji. Hell
yeah.
no, Fraji. Can you talk with your mouth?
Why is Freddie typing when he's on stage?
He's taking type shit literally.
Oh, so go on mute, like permanently.
Freddie, I sent you an invitation to unmute so you can actually vocalize.
Is he typing in the chat? I don't see it.
Yeah. Well, he
Type
said
hello.
hello in the chat. Hello in the chat. Hello in the chat. He said hello. All right, I'm gonna
Yeah, it was
choose
right
some
below
thoughts.
when
One.
it was right below when Pete told us we were all gonna you ill all atheists you ill burn in eternal hell.
Fuck it.
It's not fear, it's concern.
All right.
Motherfucker, you don't give no damn about nobody in this room.
At all. And if we're not concerned about it, why should you be?
We need more numbers for the day of the Lord.
telling you, it's an MLM, like they get from points.
That's a troll. No, say, are you in the box on purpose?
I don't know. Sorry, sis. Man, a
Yeah,
stroke.
that's Oso's joke.
Yeah, step off my property.
Oso do that every
Well,
time.
also, I'm taking this. I'm taking this one.
Goddamn colonizers. I can't win for losing.
every time No say accidentally get in the box, I say, No say, are you in the box on purpose? Oso go, no, no say,
Yo no
what
sé.
you
Yo no sé.
You say you do have a statement. Did you want to come up? Hey Pete, accept this block.
Damn. It's too late.
Pete, you should have. Dang, Pete. It's too late to repent, too.
I think for my birthday, I want a necklace that look really crappy, but it's got a pendant on the end, and I could press a button. It could just say "Fah!" I think I'd like that.
How long do we have?
I think
Uh,
wait.
Close
December
12.
13th. Hold on.
Oh, you were so close.
Hold on.
Fah! That shit good.
Is it the 12th?
Is it the 12th?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Okay, the 12th. Damn. Okay. Okay. Hey, no say.
Hello, beautiful people.
How are you?
I am so great. Y'all made me think. That is like awesome. I love y'all so much.
Oh, we love you too.
I be loving y'all from like back there in the chat though, because y'all make me nervous. Like y'all are just so confident, and educated, and read up, and then I'm like none of that stuff. Like I mean, I'm confident, but like I didn't even read the Bible that much when I was a Christian, so
We
yeah, not very educated. But
didn't
I
either.
did
We
like
just started.
I, you like I don't know when you started, but when I came on, it was like a year ago. When I first met you, like virtually met you, it was horrible. It was horrible because I was a believer then. So yeah, it ended really fast.
It typically happens like that. You know how many people comment and say, "When I first came across, think I couldn't stand her ass," and it's no that's normal. But no, I didn't. I read the Bible when I went to church, whenever I would preach, but I didn't read it the way I read it now until I started deconstructing. So it's only been like 6 years for me that I have started reading and studying the Bible the way I study it now. Not like I did when I was a believer, if that makes sense. But so don't feel bad.
It's because my
We lost you. What'd you say?
so, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a little bit intimidating in a way, just to be on stage with you all because just the knowledge and the everything like y'all made me think, and like I'm used to like using my brain, but not on like this subject because I guess like you say a lot like that's part of the trick. You're not supposed to think and question it. So yeah, just being here and speaking is a lot. And I've been following you for a while. Even though you burst my bubble about a year ago, you deflated me a lot.
I
Really.
did?
Yes, because
I'm sorry.
because I was a believer when I first even seen you on like social media, and so I was a believer, and I came up. I don't think it was your live though. I think it was Rhea. I think it was Rhea. And I believe I'm remembering correctly because that shocked me. It was like a shock to my system. Like, oh my god, because you shut me down so quick, and I wasn't mad at it, but I was like, damn, this bitch. Like, I'm sorry. That was just
Oh,
like
I know.
my
I'm
first
pretty sure I'm
thought.
called a bitch every day. Yeah.
And I'm just honest. Like, that was my first thought. Like, damn, I didn't even get to like even try. And so after that first initial shock, I just started listening. And I was like, damn, you know, she got a whole point. And I never had even opened my brain to think about that side. But I appreciate y'all so much. It's been like almost a year now that I've been listening and receiving and understanding and actually reading for myself. And it's been great. I swear, I feel like a whole different person because
I
I was
love
holding
that.
on to. I'm sorry.
I said I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I really appreciate y'all. And then like also, I never really just got a chance to talk to you. I think I was like a subscriber for a while over there with you on the Cubs. But like you crack me up. Like it's like you make it lighter, even though it's kind of a heavy topic. I love that about you.
I appreciate that.
And I'm gonna be honest. I requested up, and then I jumped out, and then I jumped back in, and I was like, no, I ain't ready yet. And so yeah, y'all are like pressure. Like I know also dog is named Pressure. I think that is so cute because like man, y'all are pressure though. Like it's hard to get on stage and just like talk to y'all because it's like damn y'all did stuff I didn't even do. Like I was lost in this system of religious thought and y'all just stepped out and I'm like damn I want to go with them. So man, I'm just like I love that so much. But listening to you though, because I listen to you a lot. Most of the time I'm at work, but I'm always listening because you make my brain work and I love it. And so I got this. I like your topic. Well, I see you have multiple topics, but the first one it says like, what if Adam was abusive? I think like the Bible tells us that he was though,
That's
because
interesting.
I
Where
don't.
where do you think?
You said what now?
Yeah, I said I'm interested in hearing where you see that.
Okay,
I think
yeah,
you're
okay,
right, but
so
I want to know what your interpretation is.
okay, yeah. So okay, in Genesis 1, we see where we see the two different creation stories, but like in Genesis 1, when Adam was created and he had the animals and stuff and he was naming them and everything like that, God was like, y'all be fruitful and multiply, right? So when all that went through in Genesis 1, Adam ain't have no mate. Like he was like, dang, like I'm fucking all these animals, ain't shit happening. Right? So so I'm like, like for real, I see that's how I see it. Like for real. So he was definitely gonna be abusive when the woman came. He was sexually abusing her. Cause that's what he was supposed that he was told by the God. Right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not. You're not. I mean,
So like
he did create animals as Adam's first partner, and but in the God looked down and was like, okay, that didn't work. So I ain't no telling what the fuck Adam was doing. I don't know.
that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know.
Like, so I agree with that. That like that first one, that first topic like stood out because I'm like, I think Adam was probably abusive because he was sexually like pent up. Like he's saying everything happened with the animals, they multiplying and shit. He like, why it ain't working out for me? So like, I mean, like the story kind of go to where when he got that woman, he was like, damn, I can do this. I think like yeah, he would have probably been most likely sexually abusive.
I found listen, he didn't like Eve, so I found yesterday. Hold on, let me read this to you. It's in the it's a Jewish tradition in the Perkei de Rabbi Eleazar, chapter 12. He says, her voice is shrill. I cannot bear it. It's like bones. And this is what he says about Eve. He was pissed at Yahweh for making her. He said, her voice is not pleasant to me. It is like the sound of dry bones clicking together.
That's because he was fucking the animals. They didn't talk. You know what I mean? Like, cause like he didn't know no other human. Like he didn't have no person. So I'm like, when I seen this topic, man, I'm telling you, like, I was like, wait a minute, let me look at this, because like if you just read like Adam, he was like the only person, the only human, and then God telling the animals to go fuck, like go and do some stuff, and then Adam was like, I want to do that too. So I mean, like, yeah, he was definitely abusive to Eve, because that's what his God told him to fuck. Like God literally told him go, and then it's in Genesis 2 where he was like he said go increase in numbers in Genesis 2. So what else that mean? How you increase in numbers unless you fucking, right?
Well, in Genesis 2, I don't think he told. I don't think in Genesis 2 he told them to increase anything. He just ran them out the garden in Genesis 2. He just told her, like he told Eve, I'm gonna increase your pains to childbirth, and then he just ran them out the garden. He didn't even give a damn if they procreated
So
in
'cause I
Genesis
might
2.
be I might be a little off on that, because like I said, like I got out the Bible like a year ago. Like you told me, like to put the Bible down. Like, like you ain't literally say it, but you said it. Cause like when I was super embarrassed and couldn't really say shit on when you was on Real Life, I was like, damn, hold on, let me think about this. Let me just listen to what she's saying. So I'm gonna be honest. I might be a little
I
off,
want
but
you to
it's
read it. I want you to read the Bible. I want you to study the Bible with us,
yeah,
with the way that we
I
do
go
it.
I
Yeah.
yeah, I do that more now
Oh, okay.
because of this community. Because of this community, because I was I never, like, even being a, like, in the whole Christian thing, I was a Baptist. Like my whole life, that's what I grew up, that's what I knew. And Lord rest her soul, but my grandma died with it. She died with that stuff. And she's the reason why it was even a thought for me. Like it was even ever a thing to be involved with the belief and the Christian stuff. And just when I stumbled upon your life like a year ago, it shocked my whole system, because first of all, I never knew people said that about God. Like, how dare you? You know, like that was my whole thought process. Like, how dare you say that about the man that died on the cross for us to live in this place that I don't like? Like, it was, it was a lot for me, because I didn't like it, but I that's what I knew, and I was like told that's what I was supposed to know and do. And then when I came across your live and listening to you all, because you wouldn't, when I first started a year ago, it wasn't as big. The community wasn't as big, but like it's grown so much, and I see why though, because you you motivate people to care, to want to know more about what we just believe and really don't know why.
I also think that that reaction that you mentioned is typical. I know it was for me when I first heard someone speak critically of my beliefs, but I think it points to the fact that we hold or we held unexamined beliefs. Because I think if you've truly evaluated a belief system you hold, and you use logic and reason and all of the things that we know are consistent and reliable, then your response to some pushback is usually curiosity. It doesn't necessarily trigger anger or fear. I think that anger and that fear
makes it feel like an attack because the beliefs aren't really grounded in understanding. They're usually grounded in emotion or just acceptance. So, I mean, I think that is huge of you to even recognize that, because that type of emotional response to something that we hear is not even just religious. Like, it could be anything. Like, think about how we react when somebody says something negative about one of our family members, even if we know that family member's fucked up. Like, we're instantly going to get on the defensive, not because what they're saying is wrong, but because we have an emotional tie to what they're saying specifically, if it's true. So I think those indicators are really important, because it points out the cognitive dissonance that we hold that we may not even be aware of.
Thank you so much, Fee. Just for, I'm gonna thank you for everybody, because I feel like everybody benefits just from you speaking. I love just the way you speak and the way you break things down. I think it's simple. It'd be crazy to see people get on here and they just be so lost and just stuck in this fucking wheel. And it's like, I'm like, she's saying exactly what the hell she meant, and you still didn't get it. Like, I love that about you, and I agree wholeheartedly, because I was scared when I first met Thinker, when I first heard of the whole deconstruction thing. It more scared me because I'm like, how you just walk away? How did you get out of this? I guess bind I felt that I was in, because I thought that's what I was supposed to do, what I had to do, and more like what I needed, because I couldn't do it myself. Like, I can't be right without God. I can't think without God. I can't, like, make things happen for myself without the God. Like, that was my growing up. And it confused me a lot, because, well, I don't want to say it, because I mean, I know Thinker is neurodivergent. A lot of things is very triggering in that space. But I went through a lot of things where I can't.
Speak freely, Nelson.
You said what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Speak freely. Go ahead.
I I just okay. So I've had. I watched you enough. I'll be honest, Thinker. I've watched you enough to where I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person, because I know, and I don't. I just want to blanket the feel of what I'm saying. I don't want to just go. I don't want to put it a lot on you, because I don't want to feel. I don't want it to be that I'm trauma dumping or something, because I know a lot of people come on here and do that to you, and I think that's so unfair to just throw they crap on the streets like that.
Let me say this: as a super nerd, you're not trauma dumping for me. That's a part of the community, and that's what we're here for. To me, it's about sharing experiences, and if there's anything that we can relate with that can help you, that's what that is. So I'm telling you, you're not trauma dumping. I understand, and I'm not gonna convince you or force you to do something you don't want to do, but I'm okay. That's what a super nerd, not a super nerd. This is what the space is for super nerds. Does that make sense? Like, and we're all here listening. We're all here to listen to.
I really appreciate that. I never really just had that as far as like people listening or caring what I had to say. So that's something else that kind of contributes to my deconstruction, because I started decon. I oh baby, you gotta go to school. Okay, have a good day. Okay, I love you. I'm sorry, y'all. My baby going to school.
That's okay.
So yeah. So my thing is I started deconstructing probably It's been a year and a half now. And it really happened after my grandma passed because she was like the cornerstone of the family. She was the one who always believed, and it was Jesus everything all the time. All the time. And so after she passed like a year and a half ago, that's when I kind of bumped into this live and just hearing about the whole people don't believe in God. I was like, people don't believe in God. Where them people come from? Who are them people? So it was all a shock. And so I started first. I came in on the opposition side because I was like, how dare you say this? And honestly, I stopped doing that once I went to, like I said, I think it was Rhea because I remember Rhea because I know she stood out to me for some reason. So I remember it was her live where Thinker like shut me off. Like I think you probably a moderator over there, but you shut me off quick. And yeah, and then I didn't even wouldn't request back or something. I was just like, it shocked me for a second. I'm like, first, I'm gonna be honest, my first thoughts, like, this is a demon. The whole Christian thing, it shocked me. And then I just waited. I just kept listening. And I was like, wait a minute, I have this question too. And you kept talking, I kept listening. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought about that too. And then I just ended up just being here to the point where I started subscribing. I'm like, okay, this lady knows something I don't know. Like, she really doing what I didn't do. Like, I didn't take the time to just go through the book because like most Christians, even though they won't say it, I listen to the pastors and the grandmas and the granddads and the great uncles and all. I listen to those people because I'm like, these people raised me. They brought me this far. I mean, they know what they're talking about. Lo and behold, I was wrong. But, And so when my grandma passed recently, because it's still recent, because she was my baby. I love my grandma. But, like, when she passed, it changed something in me because I did pray for her to be okay. I did fast for her to be okay. I did the things that I was told I was supposed to do, and she wasn't okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go.
It
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you didn't cut me off. I was just breathing a little. I had to take a deep swallow because it still makes me want to cry, and I don't want to cry. So yeah, my grandma was my everything. She raised me. She did all the things that I needed because I didn't have parents. I'm up there, so my parents was like 70s and stuff. So they both happened to be in the D-Rug community. So my grandma was there, and I would have did anything that woman asked me to do, and I did. But when the thing she told me to do didn't work, I was mad. Like, I was mad. Like, how dare you tell me if I do this and I do that, then you're going to be here and then you're not there. You know? Yeah. And it hurt for a minute, you know? But now it's like, it's still fresh because it hasn't even been 2 years yet. But like, now I'm more knowing that it was all a lie. Like, it was never real. It never did anything, but I believed that it could. I thought that it should. It just never showed up. So I'm here with the deconstruction, and I'm loving it here because I can breathe now. Like, I've had this weight on my chest because I felt like I had to like uphold this family honor thing or something, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When my dad died, I did the same thing you did. Like I just started feeling like I needed to carry on his legacy, and I got like really, really deep into the church, really serious about being a missionary. Because I told you the first thing I did when my husband told me that when I heard him say, "How did he die?" I kicked the dashboard in the car, and we were at a red light. I just got the car and I ran up down some pipe. And I fell to my knees and I just looked up and I was like, "What about the promise?" I'm mad. I'm like, "What the fuck? Like, how does he die before the promise you gave him even comes to pass?" Like, it just didn't make sense to me. And so I thought that I was supposed to help, make the promise come to pass. So I got really, really serious about, being a missionary and preaching and, helping in the church and stuff. And so I know exactly how you feel. You feel betrayed by the God, right? Especially, I told you my dad was somebody that would give his shirt off his back, and it just didn't seem right. And it's like if you are believing and having faith in this God, and you have these promises, and the God never shows up to do those promises, or it's like some chance, right? It's like a fucking wheel of fortune. Like, what's the point, right? And then somebody can tell you, "Oh, you just didn't have enough faith." Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not a way to live. That's not peace, right? That's not joy that passes all understanding. That's that's anxiety. That's hurt. That's depression. That's suffering, right? Or God is not a genie. Or somebody said earlier tonight, when that guy was on stage, and I was like, we were talking about the wheel, the guy, I'm talking about, the one that me and Fee was talking to about his will. Uh, he says, yeah, if when he prays, God's will. If it happens, it's God's will. If it doesn't happen, when I was saying that, and I said my cousin died, he let my cousin die from cancer, and she was a believer. Don't you know? Believers in the comments were saying, well, maybe she didn't follow the Ten Commandments. Maybe she didn't follow the commandments right. Maybe they were making excuses for why God allowed my cousins to die of brain cancer. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't. Who wants to be around that and have to deal with the excuse of why God didn't keep His promise? That's a heavy weight for a mortal, for a human.
I completely agree because like I didn't. Well, after my grandma did pass, like it wasn't. It was like I said, she was like the cornerstone. She like held it together. So after she passed, so I had already. I didn't live. I used to live with her because I felt safe living with my grandma. Like, it's like it was like I don't know. It's hard to explain. I just felt like I was safe and she was safe because I know me being there with her is gonna do everything. Like I'm going to make sure she's good, and she always has been there for me. And then so like a little bit before, because I ended up having to move away from my grandma, and it wasn't by choice. It was more of a forced situation because of it's just so much and it's crazy. But I ended up having to leave, but I kept in contact with my grandma. She always was there in contact with me, and she would always because she was always like the Christian lady, so she would always just tell me, "Baby, you just gotta pray, and baby, you just gotta do this. It's all gonna be okay." And I would believe her. She was the voice. She was the reason in my life. And so like I don't know, that was the breaking point for me when she passed because like I said, I was angry. Like I'm like, you God, and she's this she's holding up for you. She's down here fighting for you, and you just do this? You like, and then even when after she passed though, this is what really burned my butt a lot because we have this whole, of course, church service thing. and they're just saying all these things about how God just took his child, and she was an angel and a warrior, and all the crap, all the crap, all the crap that it just made me more angry, because I'm like, we over here praying to the same God for her to be okay, for her to be here, to continue to be this warrior you claim she is in God's eyes. But that don't happen. And like, we believe, she believed, like we sold our soul, I guess, in a way, where, because like we're here, we're doing the things, we're listening, we're taking it in, we're fasting, we're praying, we're doing the things, and then now she's gone now. You take her, and then all I hear at her service is, oh well, she was an angel of God, and God, she's gone home, and God took an angel, and I'm like, really? Like, this is the God that is helping everybody, but he's taking people for his own personal gain, or what is happening?
I heard somebody's I forgot whose live it was on, um, where somebody was saying that God, I think it was Oso's live, where somebody was saying that God allows babies to die, and Fee asked that question, like, how many to be angels, and Fee was like, how many angels your God need that he gotta, let a baby be born for a little bit of time, and suffer, and then just die to go back to being an angel. And that's, to me, when people say stuff like that, it's because they don't know what to say. They have no answer, you know for one, we're not taught how to be there for a person, how to be present for a person when they're grieving, when they're going through. When we are in church, we're taught these freaking cliches. You got to pray your way through it. This is your Job moment, double for your trouble. um all things work for the good of him that love the Lord. Like, we're taught cliches, so we don't actually know how to sit with a person and just feel, right, and validate what they're feeling in their grief. And we end up causing more harm by trying to find an answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it just sit. Go ahead, Fee.
I was just going to agree with you on that. I think also as a society, we don't, specifically the Abrahamic religions, Christianity specifically, we don't prepare ourselves for death. It's a part of life. Like, I was talking to somebody one day, and I was like, when I die, I want them to play Bash's song. I want people to go, take shots of tequila, eat some cheese dip, like, just enjoy yourselves. Don't do this somber, like, looking over me, like, don't do any of that. And somebody's like, don't say that. I'm like, what do you mean? Don't say when, say if. I'm like, bitch, I'm alive. I am going to die. Like, that's part of life. What are you talking about? And I feel like because we kick the can of grief down the road. Like, the lady that was in, I forget whose live it was yesterday, like, my heart was breaking for her, because on one hand, and then I just wanted to kind of shake the shit out of her on the other hand, because I know it sounded to me like she was holding on to this belief system because she had recently lost her husband. And she felt like she has to believe that he is alive somewhere. So I get that.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, so when Zena said that, and also, so really,
Yeah, she had
you talking
said
about
that.
D?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
she said he died last year.
Oh, okay. I missed that part. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think that this belief system, the goal is people saying these things is to be comforting, to give some sort of hope, but it really doesn't for anybody who thinks through it, because you're ultimately telling me to turn to and lean on for support the very thing you just told me took the person that I love. And that creates this dissonance in your mind that, as a human, if you're actually thinking about it, is so uncomfortable. It's like, you want me to snuggle up against the person who just took my dad, snuggle up against the person who, my grandmother, who, the one person I knew I could count on for forever. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But that happens when you have beliefs that have not been falsified. Because in every way you think through a thing, if in every way you think through a thing, this God is going to be right, then why are you even thinking through it? And I think that it doesn't prepare us. It doesn't equip us with any sort of coping mechanisms, any sort of like data-based and rooted strategies in order to process grief. It's just say this thing over and over until you no longer feel sad about it. And that's not dealing with feelings, that's burying them. And they don't die when they're buried, they just fester. And then that festering starts to demonstrate itself in other areas of dysfunction in your life. And it's just this cycle that continues to perpetuate itself. And it could be cut off if we just dealt in reality. If we allowed children to be taught, okay, this is the cycle of life. This is, this is what we're dealing with. This is what we know. But we try to tell them, instead of what we know, we tell them what to believe because we've been told to believe it. And nobody progresses that way, not individually or on a society level.
Thank you so much for that. I definitely agree, because it's like you're not prepared for reality. It's more of a blanket, like just hold on to this and it's gonna be okay. When like I don't know, the blanket is useless because you're not prepared for the reality. It's always like, and I always felt like even though I believe because I was told I was supposed to believe, but it was like always a part of me was like, why? It was like that part of me that was like, well, it don't make sense to me, but like the people who I trust are saying that this is what it is, and I never could say the thing. Like I knew it and I felt it, but I couldn't say the thing because, first off, because of the love and respect I have for my grandma, and she was just so into it, and this was her whole life. So it was more of a like I'm stifled. I'm like I'm holding myself back from what I feel to do what I'm told, I guess, to where I just felt lost in it, and I got to the point where I was scared to go outside of it. So I just believed wholeheartedly that what I was being told by the people that my family trusted was that's what it is. Like, even if I don't see it, like I might not see it, but that just means that God is working on it, or God is working with me, or like it was always a reason. Like it was always something to why I don't know why I don't feel what you feel or see what you seeing, but I think I'm supposed to see it. So I just feel like something's wrong with me. If that makes sense. Like
Yeah, everybody feel like it could only be we. It's always us because he doesn't come through unless we make what we're praying for happen, and then we give him the glory, we give him the honor, and it totally ignore right that either ourselves or some other human being caused it to happen. So it when it doesn't happen, we are always the problem. You know, so you're not alone in that. That's why I said it causes. I don't even know why the fuck you are tagging West Huff. Like what the absolute fuck? I don't know who that is. Do you think I'm afraid to talk to West Huff?
It's weird. I think it's because the primary objective is not true understanding, it's protection of the reputation of God. Right? They know you're hurting, but they probably want you to not hurt, but more importantly, they want you to not blame God. They want you to not question God. And they've positioned themselves in a way that no matter what happens, they're going to spin it so that the God is right. If a prophecy comes true, God revealed it. If it doesn't, then it was misinterpreted or it was symbolic. Well, it can never be wrong. And if you're not testing for falsifiability, you're just basically telling yourself, okay, I want to believe this, so I'm going to. If a miracle happens, that proves God is real. If it doesn't, then it wasn't in his plan. It's a heads I win, tails you lose every single time. And that is the priority. That's the main objective. I don't doubt that these people who say these things are doing so because they want to be comforting, and they're trying to comfort you with the only thing that they have in their arsenal. But when you actually think about what's being said, it's not comforting. It's only comforting if you don't think about it. It's a platitude that has absolutely no substance whatsoever, and when examined, completely breaks down.
I'm sorry, I can't get over this dude tagging myself. Like, motherfucker, why don't you come up here? Like, do you need to use Wes's brain? Is Wes your God? Like, are you praying to Wes Huff? Is that why you tagged him? Like, why haven't you hit request? This what we are talking about the God not showing up for you. Right? And humans having to be the thing that the God that we say the God is for us. And here you are having to reach out to another man who took the time and went to fucking seminary school, who is getting his PhD. You want to lean on his understanding, his PhD. Why don't you fucking go to school then? Instead of you having to lean on Wes Huff so that what you learn from Wes Huff, you can then claim the Holy Spirit gave you. Why are you sending prayers to Wes Huff in my chat? I would have respected you more had you tagged Jesus. But this is exactly what we be talking about. Having people feeling like they are the problem when you can't even tag Jesus. You got to tag West Huff. Go ahead, no say.
Oh no, ma'am. I love to hear you go off. Please do that. I'm gonna drop back down in the comments because I love y'all. I'm just listening, but like as long as I've been in the community, I never really just spoke. Like the first time I did speak was when I couldn't get in the Discord. I was a little frustrated. Like I just want to be in there. I just want to be a part of the team. I just
Well,
appreciate y'all so much.
I appreciate you for coming up and sharing. I see you've joined the Discord as well. And I want to say, when you were talking about that covering, and when you was like your grandmother being your everything, and you felt safe with her, and she was safe with you, and then when she left, it felt like the safeness was gone, that covering was gone, and I can remember walking down the street and just feeling like my covering, my when my dad died, my covering was gone, and I felt like I was walking in this world uncovered, unsafe, because was his presence was no longer here. So I know exactly what it is that you're feeling, and it does go away eventually. It took me 14 years to grieve the loss of a amazing human, right? Like I tell y'all, my dad saved my life. So there's no right time to finish grieving at all. But oh, you gonna leave now because you thought I was without a daddy? Oh, y'all so silly. My daddy loved me, but y'all don't get mad. Just stay. But there's no right time to stop grieving, right? Like allow yourself to feel everything that you're feeling, and eventually you'll learn how to build boundaries around yourself to where you feel safe again. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all so much. Y'all don't
You're
even
welcome.
know how much y'all helped me. It's like I said, it's been almost a year that I've been like, I mean, I guess not a part of the community, just like I was just like sneaking in, listening. I guess because I just been in the comments and just like taking it all in, and like y'all are some beautiful people. Like I didn't even know it could be a such thing outside of religion because that was like I thought like the religious people were supposed to be the good people. But yeah, I was lied to a whole lot. So yeah,
Y'all,
I'm just glad I happened to stumble upon real genuine people where it ain't no mask in here. Like y'all are just genuine selves. And I don't know. I just feel like I was lied to all my life. And it didn't really affect me until my grandma wasn't here. So it's like now it's just like, oh my God, now what am I supposed to be doing? Because I thought, like, I don't know. The whole religious thing makes you think this, like, you have this whole purpose that has nothing to do with me. Like, I had this whole purpose that had nothing to do with me or how I felt or nothing about me. But I was just told that's what I was supposed to do. And I'm be honest, I was just lost. Like, after she passed, I was just lost. And I found this space, and I love this space because it's just been hard already in my life. And then on top of that, I was born and bred in Mississippi, and that was just like the craziest life ever. Craziest life ever. And my grandma being there her whole life, well, coming from like Louisiana deeper, but like she was raised up in Mississippi too. So it was like we was always down south where it was so close to the crap that goes on in the world. It was always racism, it was always problems. And like my grandma was like the one where she would just stand up and take the brunt of the crap, you know? And and for some reason, like that made her like the cornerstone. Like everybody went to her for everything, even though like she had a husband, of course, my granddaddy, but like he didn't count because like back in those, like my grandma was born in 48. Like my granddaddy was just like really hurt, like I don't know, a slave master in his own way, even though he was black for no reason and being stupid. Like it just for no reason you're stupid and going into this system of where now you feel you're better than the black woman. So like it was just crazy growing up in my life in the South. So
Black for no reason took me out. That took me
Let
way
me
out.
think about
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Thank you for that.
cause he was like, he was the coolest of all coons. But like that's why like he black for no reason. Like, cause like what are you doing? But yeah, so I'm sorry, y'all. I know I probably did a little of the dumping. I'm sorry. Like y'all
I
make
told
me like
y'all
y'all
that's my
Don't
new word instead of
apologize.
saying coon.
y'all space just like invites the dumping. I'm sorry, like it kinda, cause it's like I want to come here. I just want to come here and be open. So it's like a little dumping might happen, but it's not intentional though.
It's not dumping when it's what we ask for. You know what I'm saying? Like now anybody can't do it, right? That's a part of being a part of the community, but it's not dumping. It's having conversations. It's relating. It's being
Right?
human.
Or people that try
How,
to use it to manipulate the situation.
yeah,
Like that.
yeah,
Yeah, they'll
yeah.
try to cry and because they're mad they got their coattail got pulled and they're being exposed and then now all of a sudden my mom left when I was 2 and then
Yeah,
that's the stuff
yeah,
that we can't do.
yeah, yeah. But what you're doing right now is exactly what this space is for. It's how we learn. It's how we grow. It's how we relate. You know. I almost did a rhyme, but I intentionally stopped myself.
I just appreciate the space, and I thank you all so much for just being here all the time. Like, cause like I don't see how you do it, but you are here all the time, and it is so awesome. And I would just like subscribe a million more times if I could. I don't know, I don't know what subscription I got exactly, but I'm about to upgrade it. Cause like y'all are wonderful. Y'all like, oh my God, y'all don't understand. I don't know if you really understand the impact you have on some people's lives. Just being here with Jew Thinker and Fee. Oh my God, like Fee, I don't even know what book she came from. It's like she came from in the past.
She said, "What book I came
Book you came from.
Like, cause oh my God, it's like you come from somewhere I haven't seen that, and then it's like where did this lady come from? Like, she can't be real. So it's got to be a book somewhere. It has to be. But I would definitely read it because y'all are like like together. Y'all have like this Power Ranger effect, or what is like? What is that one thing where they had the rings back in the day where you put them together and they were supposed to do stuff?
Captain
Captain
Planet.
Planet.
Oh yeah, them people. Y'all definitely do that.
So I will just go ahead and say Fee is my alter ego. I didn't want y'all to find out like this, but I throw my voice sometimes, just to throw y'all off.
Y'all definitely do it, and y'all are the perfect duo. Like y'all are like a whole squad of like every angle anybody could come on this stage with. Like it's covered. They can't come on here and try to insult because Oso got him on the back end. Like he be ready. Like he be preloaded. I don't even know what he doing, but like he's ready. And if they come, like, it's like y'all are perfect. I love it. And I'm so glad to be here. So glad to finally get in the Discord because I'm in there. Thank you. And y'all can kick me on down because y'all know, I mean, I probably can't figure it out. Like, so.
I got you. Thank you so much for coming up, Nose. Happy to have you in the community, in the Discord, and I hope you have a great rest of the morning, okay?
Thank you. You too. I love y'all.
You're welcome. Love you too.
Much love. Have a good one.
God.
For the record, um,
Mm-mm.
I was born
I already know.
human, but the process of growing into a human was steeped in antimatter. So that's why I'm special.
Is that why you have grok eyebrows?
Um, Unfortunately, that is part of my makeup. Yes.
Mm. I think your eyebrows are cute. They just make you look sadistic, like
Oh.
when you laugh, you go you laugh like a evil person, like a. Like, I'm not talking about that laugh. I'm talking about when you know you doing some shit. Yeah, you got an evil laugh. You and Rhea both. Rhea's laugh. Rhea, Rhea, both of y'all will make a motherfucker mad with that laugh.
When Rhea laughs at you, it makes you just want to go contemplate your life choices. Like,
Yes.
I mean, it just comes from such a deep place. And then when she tosses in weirdo, I'm just like, just give it up.
Evil laugh, cute eyebrows. Anna, did you come up on accident or on purpose?
And another thing.
That's why your eyebrows evil right there.
That's why.
Yeah. Shit like that. Shit like that.
My next profile picture is just gonna be my eyebrows.
What's up, Hammy?
Not much. I told you I'd come back whenever I have the good mic, and I am now plugged in with the good mic.
Oh yeah, it sounds good. Were you gonna read something when you came back? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'll show you off the reading voice that I did on Trust Live. This is from the first book in the Chronicles of Narnia, where it says, "This is a story about something that happened long ago when your grandfather was a child. It is a very important story because it shows how all the comings and goings between our own world and the land of Narnia first began. In those days, Mr. Sherlock Holmes was still living in Baker Street, and the Bastables were looking for treasure in the Lewisham Road. In those days, if you were a boy, you had to wear a stiff Eden collar every day, and schools were usually nastier than now. But meals were nicer, and as for sweets, I won't tell you how cheap and good they were, because it would only make your mouth water in vain. And in those days, there lived in London a girl called Polly Plummer. And that's what I read for them to say, yes, you need to read every time you come on here.
You do have a nice reading voice. Are you gonna start reading for audible books or?
I have been told that I should become an audiobook voice, and I've been thinking about it. And there's a gentleman who is within the community here by the name of Zach Hoffman, who he is a voice actor, and he's given me tips on what to do to start doing all that. So, yeah, I'm thinking about doing that.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, you sound like you would do really good.
Yeah, so I've been told that they don't care what I read, that it's up to my discretion. They just want me to read, and I was like, oh, okay.
That's what's up. Well, I definitely thank you for. What's the name of the mic that you have?
This one is actually the HyperX Quadcast. You can get this
Oh,
on
okay.
Amazon.
That's the mic I have. The Quadcast. I have
Oh
the
yeah,
white one. Yeah.
I have the black one only because I liked the way it looked, and I liked the RGB coloring that you can change. Although whenever I have it plugged into my phone like I do now, it doesn't really the lights don't come on. But whenever I plug it in the computer, it does.
Wait, why don't your lights come on? They
I
should.
don't
Did you
know.
download Ingenuity?
Uh, I don't have that on my phone. Is there a phone app?
Yeah.
There's an app for it on the phone too?
Yeah.
Oh snap! I'm gonna have to do that then.
But
Yeah.
I honestly I don't even remember if I had to download Ingenuity on my phone for it to work. But there is an app as well on your phone. But yeah, no,
Look into
I
that and see if it'll work.
yeah. Before I started using TikTok Studio, that's all I used was my phone. And do you have the adapter with the? So I had to use like a hold on, I don't even use this thing anymore because I don't even plug it into my phone anymore. But I don't know what type of the double adapter, like the USB with the lightning. Is that what you're using?
So mine it's a USB to the USB-C because I don't have iPhone.
Oh, you don't have iPhone. Oh, I don't know if
Yeah.
Android has an app for Ingenuity. I can speak for Google. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know. It might be an Android thing then.
I'll look. I'll get into the App Store and look to see if there is one. Because if there's one, then I'll use it and see if the lights will come on.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, thank you for coming up and showing us your mic and
Oh yeah.
your mic voice.
Why? Thank you for letting me do that again. Because I know that normally it's not a Hey, people can come up twice in one session of the show. So I was like, hey, thank you for letting me do that.
You're welcome. Have a great rest
Alrighty.
of the morning. Okay.
You as well.
All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. I'm going to play a song. What song do y'all want? We have an hour and a half, an hour and 42 minutes. I don't know.
You should
Hmm?
you should play the
What
song
you
that I just posted in the Discord.
You just posted a song in the Discord?
Yeah, it's like a 30-second song.
Aww. Good boy.
Stick immediately.
Huh?
So Osa to give that baby his stick immediately.
Yeah.
Like that.
So cute. What song do y'all want?
Can I talk you into doing the Lilith joint?
Yeah, I can. Um, hold on. I tried to get it to play earlier. Hold on. Said pressure got a hit. Let's see.
Kayla, this is this is not Javarius live.
What did I say? Whoa. How the hell I scared myself? Who said what?
Kayla said play some jazz.
Some jazz?
Yeah.
I remind him that we're equal, and I refuse to live in submission. We have bigger things to build. I wanted to focus on a mission, but he got threatened by my wisdom, so he tried to make me a victim. Hell no, so I walked out and I left him. The one he called God told me to go back, submit, cause he's a man. Hell no, the way to shrink and burn my skin. Every generation of daughters hears the same command. How many women have been told to shrink for a man? How can women rise if I choose to bow instead of stand? I remind them of equality, so they told lies to demonize and prioritize their superiority. Turn truth into deception, it exposes what they misuse and how they refuse to give equality that's due. The lies they tell do demonize well. Look how they vilify me and Jezebel. Open your eyes, question the lies. You call me Satan because I advocate against abuse. Tell me why is Satan trying to save you? Does that make sense in your view? The knowledge is within you. I'm here to set it free. That's why the one who wants to control you is trained you to demonize me. Bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh. Simply means he's just like me, and I think that's best. He didn't want an equal, he wanted a slave. But I know who I am, that's why I wouldn't behave. He can't erase what I already know. I live it, and I don't need his permission to grow. I remind them of equality, so they told lies to demonize and prioritize their superiority. Turn truth into deception, it exposes what they misuse and how they refuse to give equality that's due. The lies they tell do demonize well. Look how they vilify me and Jezebel. Open your eyes, question the lies. Yeah. They rewrote me to control it. That's the truth they never told. If women knew their fire, every kingdom built on silence would fall. Your strength was never sin, your defiance never wrong. They only fear your rising cause they know it makes us strong. They call you rebellious when you're finally telling the truth. They call you wicked when you refuse to shrink from youth. But I want you to hear me clearly. Nothing about your wisdom is wrong. If my name scares them so deeply, tell them I said put you where you belong. I remind them of equality, so they told lies to demonize and prioritize their superiority. Turn truth into deception, it exposes what they misuse and how they refuse to give equality that's due. The lies they tell do demonize well. Look how they vilify me and Jezebel. Open your eyes, question the lie. Question the lie. It may go on it, but I was always a lesson, the one that taught you. You don't shrink for any man's comfort or any man's weapon. So when they tremble at your wisdom, just smile and understand. The reason they demonize living is the same reason they can't handle a powerful woman in command.
Thinker, how dare you even doubt yourself? That is the best thing.
Ever.
That is so good.
I haven't heard that one. This is my first time hearing this one.
I finished it yesterday about 10 a.m.
Oh, I love
Right
it.
before, yeah. And then my daughter was like, I don't like it. She said it sounds like a bunch of screaming.
No, no, I definitely don't agree with that. The lyrics are damn. Yeah, I love it.
She said she had a different vision for it when we were talking about it. She wanted me to put like owl sounds in the back. She said, when you were telling me her story, she's like, I just hear power, like eerie, like owls. I said, are you talking about like Halloween? She's like, something like that. I was like, no, baby, not. I was like, not that. So I think she got her mind set on like a
Hmm.
type of theater type
Ethereal,
thing.
like
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I think it hits just as it is.
Thank you. Let's see who's in the box.
Unholy Intelligence. Available on all streaming platforms. Stream Thinkers music.
Thank you, so.
No, thank you.
God EMB.
Thinker, what's going on?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thinker and family. Also, que lo que? Good.
Yeah, it's been
How you guys
it's been
doing?
a minute. Doing good.
Yeah. Now it's been a minute. No, I wanna. Well, first, them songs are like have me on some stuff. Like I'm freaking loving that. I'm loving that. I'm
Thank
loving
you.
that. I'm an artist myself, so it's like the more I hear your music, I'm like, God damn, okay, yeah, I love, I'm loving it. But so that's fire, honestly.
Thank
But
you. Which topic did you want to talk about today?
I how free was that? Damn. Okay. Let me say I fucked up. I'll tell you this. I fucked up because I understand that your platform isn't just an open forum or whatever it was. And in my mind, I was like, damn, I know I told you something about I was gonna write a book and this and that a while ago. That's where I was at. And I kind of wanted to give you an update on certain things that are actually happening in different areas, but I didn't actually look at the topics and everything though. So I apologize for that. I
But I did
apologize for
ask you to come
that.
back and give me an update though. So what is the update on the books?
There's two things. First, I'm in mortuary science, right? I'm going to school for that. So as I'm going through that process, I'm realizing something. For me to when it comes to the funeral services, there's so many religious individuals and folks all up in that. So for me to blatantly come out as an atheist would kind of stain me to a point at this moment is what I feel. So that I kind of had to backtrack with, and I started going another way with it, right? Uh, I told you I'm in recovery. So being in recovery, I always had this situation with where like in the steps and all this and that, they're always talking about God, 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 and I had to kind of change the meaning of that word for me to be able to feel comfortable enough to give myself into the process and actually work it, right? So,
Yeah,
but I'm
yeah.
hearing right now because of that, I've been very uncomfortable in the program, right? And I've been expressing that. Funny thing is, I haven't been to meetings as much, but people are telling me now that in narcotics, well, sorry, in the fellowships and all those fellowships, there's the 12-step fellowships, they're having a situation where other people are actually opening up and saying, hey, I don't believe in God, so why are we gonna say this? Why are we gonna say the serenity prayer? Why are we gonna say this and that, whatever? So it's like there's a movement going on already at the moment with that, right?
Wow.
So that to me, I was like that surprised the hell out of me, because the serenity prayer, God grant me the serenity and all this and that, whatever. We're saying no, let's not say that. Let's say the third step prayer, which is take my will in my life, guide me in my recovery, show me how to live. And it's like, and I'm laughing at it though, because I'm like, damn, like I'm not even like I'm not in these rooms saying as much to these people. I'm saying it to like my sponsorship family and this and that, whatever. But I'm noticing that there's a bigger thing going on. It's like a lot more people are actually waking up, and they're like, why the fuck are you putting this God thing in my head and trying to force me to believe in a God? So it's like I like that. To me, I'm like, damn, a
Yeah.
lot more people are waking up for real. So, but
Yeah, I like that too. That's what's up.
But I also feel like a pushback against that would be that if the only step that's needed was God, then why add the other 11? There's 12 steps for a reason because that's a systematic approach to dealing with all the things that go into addiction. So I don't. I think Evan speaks about having support through sobriety without it being tethered to a belief in God or things like that. But I mean, I think it's kind of heartbreaking for people who are struggling to be kind of painted into a corner that way. Like the only support you can get are from people who require that you accept belief in something that you have no evidence of. I think that's polar opposite to what is usually required, with getting sober, and it's an honest look at yourself and your decisions. When you're throwing it at the feet of an imaginary being, you're still giving up some of your own power. So I agree. I think that's awesome that you're able to at least have these conversations with authenticity that way.
no, but you know what the funny thing is to me, I understand how a lot of that kind of, well, not kind of, a lot of that works for a few components, right? That it has within it. It's a it's a it's like a therapy kind of program. That's kind of what it is. When I came in, I looked at it a certain way because I was like, nah, I ain't got no problem with drugs. I ain't got no problem with that. But then when I'm listening to certain things, I'm like, yeah, I do have a issue with my behavior. So I'm looking at it like a behavior modification kind of program. That's the way I've been looking at it from the beginning. That's the only reason why I actually stayed and actually dealt with stuff, because 29 times being incarcerated between a period of 8 years, I've kind of had little issues. So, and a lot of this other stuff, and I wouldn't necessarily blame it on the drugs because I was the one that did it. So I couldn't do that. I couldn't be like Jamie, and I wasn't blaming it on alcohol. But taking that responsibility and understanding that this was like an inside job. There was a lot of things that helped me reach into my subconscious and understand like why I act this way, why I feel this way, why when somebody says something I get reactivated or whatever the situation is, the resentments and all this other stuff. So it was able to help me basically uh, work through my issues. And my issues were not the drugs. My issues were me and my thinking. So I was able to look at it in that way, and I was able to become a different individual, so to say. But it was always affecting me when people would say, "No, you have to believe in a God, some kind of God, and this and that." And I'm like, "What the?" So that kind of that I didn't like for nothing in the world, because when I think about it, most of these believers that come up, when they start speaking about when they found God or Jesus or Allah, whatever the situation was, normally it was when they were in their most vulnerable and lowest point in life. If you end up in a treatment center or in a program of or in Narcotics Anonymous, AA or SSA or whatever, any one of them 12-step fellowships, normally you're at that point. So that's a perfect time for someone to infect you with the thought of God and get you to capture that like deep within you. So it's like to me that's a no. I don't like that. That's another form of indoctrination for grown-ups, and I really don't like that. That to me is like, so I started going back and forth with a few different people to try to see if we could develop a fellowship that has nothing to do with the God situation without saying God. And I could understand to a point how higher power, so-called higher power, can the placebo effect can actually sit there, and if it's hard for you to see something, uh, believing or trying to believe that you can be there uh, can cause a lot of stuff with individuals, can cause something within yourself to start, to start actually walking that way or acting that way without even first seeing it. So it's like, so whatever the placebo effect, I feel has some kind of have some kind of effect within this whole process. Yet I don't like, and I have a situation with people trying to conflate it with God and saying God. And even though they say no, but it's a God of your understanding. Okay, but in the steps, why the hell does it say God this and God that? Like regardless, it's we still have some normally most people have a certain connection to that word God. So it's like, if even though you're trying to say something else about it, you're trying to give a disclaimer about it and everything, you're still blatantly saying God. You have to like give it to God, give it to God. And it's like, Yeah, no, that whatever. So either way, I was gonna work on developing a fellowship that excluded the God situation, but I'm kind of in the middle of it right now because I'm still in school, but I'm also trying to figure out because the program is already on itself already trying to take out the word God. I might just sit back and see what the hell it does and what's going on with that, or I may be a little more proactive and get involved in that whole situation. So I'm still, but it's just it's just funny to me, very funny to me how like when I hear you guys, and I've been dealing with you guys since a long time ago. Been with you guys for a minute since before I even started school and all that stuff. Before I moved took my whole family, moved out of Miami to freaking Jacksonville. We don't know nobody over here, but it doesn't matter. So it's like whatever. I've been running with you guys for a minute, and you guys been really holding me down, like tremendously. So I appreciate that. Hello.
Yeah, man. Big ups to you, bro. Like I'm glad to, hear that you're doing better, and you don't need to make the excuse of something's gonna kill me if I don't, or something's gonna torture me if I don't. You know what I mean? Like you're doing good for you, and that's all anybody could ask for, really.
It's that fear mongering. I'm not for that. I have certain issues with certain people in the fellowship that I considered friends for a while, and when it comes to talking about this religious situation, it starts like I have a friend that he doesn't even know his Bible for shit in the world, like most religious
Hmm.
folks. But so he would ask me questions about things, and he's like, oh, but how come you see it like this, and how do you whatever. He really asking, he was intrigued about why I'm an atheist, why I consider myself an atheist. Now I say humanist, but whatever. um so it's like he didn't like the answers that I was always giving him. And I'm talking to him more about his Bible than like I'm teaching him about his Bible, and he didn't like that. So eventually he was like, hey, we can't talk about religion no more. I'm like, all right. But then later on, uh, he's trying to tell me that if I don't believe in the Bible, I have no morals. And I'm laughing at this because I'm like, nigga, you don't
That
even
is
believe in the Bible.
crazy.
Right.
You don't even believe in the Bible because you're not gonna kill your son. You're not gonna freaking like your wife ain't property. You're like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? And
But how
then
does he tell you like we can't talk about the Bible no more because you know it better than me or in a different way, but I can still talk about my belief and thread my belief with you. Like that's crazy as heck to me.
no, but he doesn't want us to go back and forth about the Bible anymore. And I'm pretty sure the reason why is because he doesn't like the fact that he doesn't. I know the Bible a lot more than he does. I know his
Yeah, I
faith
know.
supposedly more than he does, and he doesn't like that, and he feels threatened. So maybe he's
Right, but
questioning
he
it a little
still wants
more, and
to
that's the reason
threaten
why he didn't
you.
want to talk about it. No,
No,
he
no,
didn't
I
want to
get
threaten
it.
me.
No, I'm talking about like with telling you that if you don't believe in the Bible, you don't have morals, right? Like
No,
he
that
can
was
say
that
that
was
to you.
towards the end of us speaking about the Bible. That was like part of
Oh,
where
okay,
where he got
okay.
to that point where he was like, yeah, no, he's like, I don't think we should be talking about this no more. because
Oh, okay.
because he was trying to tell me no that oh I thought about something yesterday and I'm laughing at it. You know how most Christians say no, but we don't pay attention to the Old Testament anymore. We don't deal with the Old Testament anymore. It's really the New Testament because of Jesus and this and that and blah blah blah. I'm like, so why the fuck do you talk about the Ten Commandments then? Where was that? Where was that? So like, what do you like? It's ignorance. I mean, I know it's cognitive dissonance and everything is, but
Yeah.
one of my professors, we were talking for a while about religion, and he was I don't know, he's a progressive Christian supposedly, right? And and we were speaking about things, but then eventually I like the guy, so I stopped talking about religion with him because I'm not gonna convince him anything, and I'm not trying to convince him anything. Just trying to have him look at it. But I see that he's stuck in his in his ways that it's like it makes no sense for us to go back and forth with it. And he was teaching us about logic, logical discussions, and this and that, and the fallacies and all that stuff the other day. And we had a conversation where he tells me he was like, no, anybody that speaks on religion, it's all illogical. This is coming from him, and I'm like, he said it's all illogical because none of it is grounded in logic. And I'm listening to this, and I like the guy a little more because of that. Because I'm like, damn, he's not as disconnected as I thought he was. Because at least he understands that all that is faith. Like all that is something that people are believing that is not grounded by any type of logic. So I was like, that to me tripped me out. I like that. But I'm like, so why the
Yeah.
fuck are you still believing this? Like
So,
seriously.
sometimes it's just
But
scary to to just let go of something that's been passed down and what they've known their whole life, and they're just decide to believe in illogical shit, and they know it's illogical, and they're playing Pascal's wager. But what if I'm wrong? So deep down inside, they don't necessarily believe, but they don't know about what happens after death, so they still carry the facade of being a believer, probably.
now, he told me this one thing that I was laughing. He says, the difference between the special part of the angel Lucifer, whatever. But he says he was like the special part about him is that he's the only angel that had free will. That's why he was able to do what he did and all this and that. And then I said, okay, if he's the only angel that had free will, what happened to the other third of the angels? Did God direct them to like go against him or some shit? Like, because they didn't have free will either, right? Whatever. I don't recall his answer, but I know it wasn't something for me to remember at all, anyways, because I don't think he really had an answer for that, because that made no sense. And it's like, and I laugh at how the illogical understandings they have of certain things. It's like, even though it doesn't make any sense, they're still like, hey, I know it doesn't make any sense, but God knows best. Like, who the fuck is like, whatever. Anyways, I don't know.
When they start saying stuff like that, like God knows best, they know it doesn't make sense either. I just feel like those cliches are their go-tos, the things that they grab for when they're fighting logic.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. But hey, it is what it is. Either way, I really just wanted to. I don't want to keep on taking up your time and everything. I'm over here actually working, doing some shit, but don't matter. I still just wanted to give you an update that I'm still around, still here, and
But I
I'm
appreciate
I'm
you.
doing the best that I can. I'm trying to be as vocal as these freaking Christians are, because these motherfuckers want to sit here and talk all this stuff to everybody else, and we got to sit there and take the shit. It's like, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna. There was this chat that somebody was saying, oh, thank Jesus for this and that and blah blah blah, and I said okay, so if this is a free space, let me so I said thank Lucifer for giving us for guiding us towards gaining the knowledge that we have today, so we could recognize how insane that other individual is, and how evil that other individual is, that doesn't want us to have this knowledge. And then that caused a big uproar with the homeboy I was talking about. And I was
It's
laughing
the
at it, bro,
truth.
because I'm like, nah. And somebody was like, yeah, but do you believe that? I said, no, but it doesn't matter. We're talking about fantasy here, right? So what does it matter? None of this shit is real. so fuck it. I said, may the force be with you. That's it.
That's
But
hilarious. I know. I like that too. Like, yeah. Yeah.
whatever. That's life. That's life. Just keep pushing on, because I'm gonna keep pushing on and keep doing your thing. I appreciate you 1,000%. I heard how the last girl was like excited as fuck about I don't know if you guys understand as much as what you guys do, how it affects, how it's been helping society as a whole, and just people to open up and think a little more. But whether you recognize it or not, I appreciate it 1,000%. Man.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming back and sharing the update. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, and looking forward to seeing when you finish your book.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if I'm gonna do that book right now or not, because like I'm saying, if I'm gonna come out, unless I do it under a pseudonym or some shit, but because if I put that out right now, like I said, I might stain myself in the funeral services, because I'm here. Like, there's so many. I mean, we deal with so many Christian and Catholic churches and everything, mainly. So now, if they're sitting here like, okay, this guy is an atheist, it may stop business. It may stop business. And
Yeah, I
personally,
feel
I'm
you.
not in my own funeral home right now. So when I
Yeah.
get my own, it's a whole different story. I would more than likely already have established myself in the industry, and it'll be something different. And I personally do want to have a church. I mean, a church, a funeral home that has like that's open for everybody, for whether somebody believes or not. You feel me?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
'cause
I
I want to do something
definitely.
like that. But
Yeah. No, I heard what you mean. I didn't understand that you were saying that you were not ever going to finish put the book out. Um, but if you do like under a pseudonym, down the line, um, I look forward to when you do that. So I saw somebody in the comments say rewrite the industry. That's a good idea to offer services for people who don't necessarily believe. I think that does require baby steps a little bit too. So
yeah, no, definitely.
yeah,
Remember, I'm still
yeah,
in school right now, anyways, though, so I got time.
yeah,
I got
yeah,
time.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
dealing with it. And the funny thing is, I was, I started wearing black nails recently, right? Like right before I started working at this job, and like I don't know, I've been wanting to do that, never done it, so I said fuck it. So I'm wearing black nails, right? And I mean, my wife does nails and shit too, so I was, it was busting, right? The shit was good, but somebody at one of the services, which happened to be a Christian or a Catholic or something, ended up saying that they think it seems like I'm a devil worshiper or something or whatever the fuck because I'm with black nails, and I'm like, so whatever. So I had to, like, even though I wanted to cause a stench about it, I was like, you know what? I'm in somebody else's business. If this is gonna affect their money, I could understand if they fire me because of it, and I'm not trying to do that right now. So I said it's really not that important. So I just keep one nail black, but whatever. But I keep my pinky. Other than that, it's like I say, you know what? Because of these hypocritical and judgmental religious folks, I said I can't tell them to go fuck themselves like that. So, got to do what I got to do at this moment. You feel me?
Yeah,
But
yeah. It's
uncomfortable, but you say what?
that is that is so insane because they probably about to bury somebody who caused hell on earth, and they worried about you being a devil worshiper. But like wearing black nails, the person that they brought, but never mind. Stop. I, but I get it. You made the right decision because that, like, you don't want to put somebody else's business in jeopardy. It's the decision you made was a business decision, but the fact that they think they can judge somebody because they wear a certain color on their nails is just crazy to me. Like you probably have black toes from lack of protein. Like your toenails are probably black naturally, and you up here saying that somebody's a devil worshiper because they paint their nails black. It's so crazy. Yeah,
I don't know, whatever. You know how judgmental they can be anyway, though. So
yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
it is what it is. So I'm just like this. I know that's not gonna. That's another reason why I said I can't write that book right now because that's kind of the stain on my nails. That's gonna be a stain on my whole character and everything at this moment
yeah,
in the community. So in the business, so it makes no sense. Like I know a lot of artists, for instance, may jump into music and they'll they'll do commercial shit just to get up there, and then once you see a little bit later, you're like, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Because now he's out there, now he's known, so now he's himself or she's herself or whatever it is. So it's like you kind of got to do what you got to do sometimes just to get in the door. You feel me?
yeah.
But
Absolutely.
well, that's my mentality. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But
Well, I
I don't
hope
know.
you have a good rest of the day. What was you going to say?
Likewise, likewise. No. I was gonna say I was gonna write a book with. I was gonna put the pseudonym, and there was an individual that was telling me she was going back and forth about the same thing. She's a psych major and this and that, whatever. So, but she wanted to write it at the same time. So she was texting my wife about it and everything. And I sent her the first chapter because I already started writing that book. So I sent her the first chapter, and we were talking about actually doing it together. And I told her, I said I might do it under a pseudonym and all this and that. But recently, she texted me and said, hey, there's this church, right? That they were needing some people for to deal with the youth and everything. So I decided to do service over there. So I'm instructing the youth over there at the church. She was like, it's not, it's not that I believe or anything like that, but blah, blah, blah. But I said, okay, yeah. So that's not
That's
something that I'm going to,
insane.
yeah, that's not something I'm going to, like, I don't trust, dealing with that at all with her. So that's not going to happen.
What?
Yeah, that to me made no damn sense.
Yeah, no, hell
But
no.
whatever. It is what it is. But thank you, thinker. Appreciate you.
You're so
I'm going to
welcome.
keep thinking. I'm going to keep thinking. I appreciate that.
All right, have a good one.
Likewise. Y'all be safe.
All right,
Easy, man.
Drop me down. Drop me down, please. Drop me down.
I got you. That's a good update. I love updates. Really positive updates. And the people, they be sounding so happy and free.
See what you did there.
I know. I know. Z-Bay, Z-Bay, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? It's Connor Lala. No, that's Selena. Lala is on a break right now. She's dealing with lupus and she's on new medication that has her sleeping at night. So she had a lupus crisis. Mm. Okay, I'm see.
Oh, don't be sorry.
No,
Lala's my
she's doing.
twin.
She's doing good. I just got finished texting them like her and do that this like 10 minutes ago. Slimbo, Slimbo, huh? Is it Slimbo? Okay, I'm gonna. I guess she came up on accident.
Second time.
You said that's the second time. They've been up
I'm
tonight.
talking about the noise. No.
Oh,
There's little noises in the background.
I'm so sleepy, y'all. I'm trying to get the box open. This motherfucker don't want to open. What type of name is this? Also,
Kumquat. Kumquat.
well, they're not connecting, so I'm gonna move on. Why? It wouldn't say it in Hebrew. They would say it in Greek. John 3:16 was written in Koine Greek. It wasn't written in Hebrew.
That's the translation you got.
Why? Why? I wonder why. Why are you asking for it in Hebrew? What is your grandson doing right now, Vita? Jess, are you okay? Jess, Jess, the finger going once,
This is a
All
jump.
right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer, destructing, or an atheist. My ass is sleeping. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, better come on now.
Hmm. Is they're stumping on the packaging popcorn plat is better than oh. I bet they cracking up too.
So you waited to do that?
Some people are not okay. Yeah, I'm finna go take my ass to bed because what the fuck was that?
That was
That was
disgusting.
just a waste. Yeah, that just. Ugh. I'll see y'all Saturday. Right, I'll see y'all Saturday. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all have a good rest of the day. Let me get some sleep so I can. Goodness gracious. Thank y'all for the likes, the gifts, the shares, and the comments. Also to the YouTube fam, thank you so much for the birthday wishes for Five and Lil Harmony. Um, please stop by the Discord if you can. If you are able to help our community member out, I will be still collecting that today and hope to send it to her when I wake up if y'all are able to do that. Thank y'all. She was a part of the government shutdown and she's just trying to catch up. And again, she did not want to ask. And as I said, like a part of deconstructing is learning when to lean on humans, right? The support and getting out of being afraid to ask for help. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Oso goes live in the morning. He had a really good live. Well, he has good lives all the time whenever he can get people to come up and talk to his ass. But he had a really, really good live yesterday. So if you're not following Oso, make sure you follow Oso. Make sure you follow Selena and Fee because they also be on other people's panels. Zeno will be live today in 2 hours.
Hours.
In an hour. Zeno will be live in an hour, y'all. Yeah. Love y'all so much. Have a good rest of the day.
Love you
I
guys.
love you guys.
Bye.